Hi guys. How is everybody? It's Tuesday. So probably all day you'll hear me think that it's Monday. Yesterday was Veterans Day, so make sure you honor a veteran. I know it's Tuesday, not Monday, but whatever. Honor somebody every day. Um had a lot of cool commentary. I shared an organization, Canines for Warriors. That's who I chose to give a donation to. And we actually had some people in the community that were recipients of Canines for Warriors. So super excited about that program. Really cool to see the stories from, you know, anyone that the organization has published, but it was cool that two different community members have a canine from the Canine for Warriors project. This is going to be day 159 of the YSL trial. We heard last week they were talking about in court a Miss Alexander, which seems to be Shannon Stillwell's ex. So that's going to be an interesting time. We heard Max Schardt say there was some type of shootout where she was firing back at people. She got robbed. We'll see what the state wants to put her on the stand for. Antonio Sumlin's coming. He took a plea deal, but he can invoke his fifth. Several detectives, Viverito is one of them. And we're going to kick off the day. I totally agree. Now, Maria, if you are in the chat, this weekend, Maria sent a Cash App saying Viverito will F up court services. So, I think so. I think so. And I don't hear... Hold on. Okay, they have not turned on the court audio. Unmute us.
Okay, well, don't
There we go.
forget all those things because we're going to need that before we get to that
Giant
evidence.
box.
I noticed that Mr. Arnold's not on this week's witness list. Do y'all not intend to call him? At this time, we're not going to call. Okay.
There you go. Merchant scared them off. Hope everybody's doing well. Let me know how you're doing today in the chat. What a hilarious way to start the day, asking about Duke, Martinez, Arnold. Right? They unmuted on demand. You know, because when that happens, I always think it's me. But yeah, we will have Antonio Sumlin. And again, we had this concern raised by Schardt last week. Like, he has no firsthand knowledge, but Viverito sat there chopping it up with him, trying to get like, well, who do you think did something 5 years ago? You know, just pure speculation, asking someone to speculate. Schardt said, well, we hope she doesn't try to testify to something like that. Oh, man. And also, big shout out here. Thank you to STS gifting a membership. I can't pull it up because it's not in StreamYard. But you guys know, you can still drop an STS in the comments anyway. I still see it back on the YouTube back end. So big thank you to STS. And then what I do see is this nice morning beverage. Thank you so much, STS, for your support. And for, I'm going to call it coffee today, even though it looks like tea in the cup, but I've got my coffee right here ready to go. And then what else do we got? I don't know. It's a little weird because they introduced that search on Jeffrey Williams' home. Duke and Yak were both charged for, you know, having that switchy. Having the Glock with the switch. And now they're not calling Duke. Duke would have kind of been important for a couple years ago, the Magic City incident, where he gets jumped by Shell Kell, links up with Diamante Kendrick with Yak, and they're driving around. The state's theory is that they were looking to get their get back, and they get pulled over, and they get a bunch of possession charges from that traffic stop. So, you know, I don't really know how they're going to establish that. I don't know. I remember reading about it. Do you guys feel like that was established through trial? I mean, maybe they'll squeeze it in the next couple days. But, like, what did they prove about Diamante Kendrick participating in whatever Duke was driving around, maybe potentially planning to do? So, we'll just have to figure it out. Yeah, we get a not really from Factual Lie, a not from Reginald Dewberry. Yeah, I don't really remember. I remember watching the Magic City videos and getting through Shell Cal jumping someone that is not in this courtroom and hearing evidentiary arguments, but don't remember anything in front of the jury. And Colin, yeah, this pretty much sums it up, right? So why did I even ask a specific question? The answer, we could ask across several topics, and the state hasn't really established much of anything. And Aubrey, see, this is like a mixed bag with the state. So 22 witnesses will all fit in this week, 4 days. I think it's possible if it's a lot of, hey, did you bring this piece of evidence, like a chain of custody question, right? And you get like 4 witnesses that come in and say, yep, I'm the one who did this. I took the picture. And then I'm the one that received it. And then I'm the one that looked at it. Sometimes those witnesses do go quickly. So, yes, Peter. So this is the background here. Shannon's girl had a shooting with 2 girls who tried to kill her. The gun she had used is the one that Shannon had. And they're going to try to say that it was orchestrated, right? They were looking for like girls to fight her, and they're going to say that the gun was his, and that's a whole possession issue, right? So not only is that a charge, but firearm possession adds time when it comes to sentencing, which I would imagine. I know we talked about, okay, well, Nichols got this plea deal. He's got a couple years and he'll be free. The rest is going to be commuted to time served. Well, what about Stillwell? Well, Stillwell's a little bit different than Nichols because he is also charged with the Donovan Thomas murder. But even so, even if he was just sitting with the Nichols murder, but then this additional gun charge, firearm charge, his sentencing math would be way different. So that might be one of the reasons, in addition to wanting to fight, if you believe you're innocent, wanting to fight for your innocence, screw a plea deal, right? Maybe that's just why. But that adds extra sentencing time. So even if you took a plea, there was going to still be significant time on the table. So, yeah, I agree, LaDonna. Viverito's going to be an all-day thing. Then the defense will be half the next day. Yeah, I think Viverito, even though she's only, I feel like there's less for them to establish in front of the jury now that there's less defendants in the room, even though they're still talking about certain things that have nothing to do with the other two. I do think she'll be shorter than expected, but still, I don't expect her testimony to be short. Especially if it's, I would hope it's not Love doing it. Who knows? And yeah, so it's my understanding that she claimed that he, like, took the gun, which is why her testimony might be important. But see if she gets up. And how do the state's witnesses typically go, guys, when they call somebody? When they call somebody, how does that typically go for them? We are doing a manifestation here. Please, no love today. Oh my gosh. And I think this is interesting that they've got, I mean, not the biggest deal. This hasn't been that long, but it's been at least 5 minutes. So what are they getting together? Another day. Yes, Jazzy. So this is another investigator or detective. This is another detective slash gang expert. So it's going to be a time. It is going to be a time. And yes, good reminder about Leonpacher. I was like, what was his name? And you guys were like, he's on the first 48. He's on the first 48. I think I called him Leonard. So I had the name wrong. And good morning to everyone coming in. Happy Tuesday. Gotta remember that it's not Monday today. Shout out to the Honorable Leonard in the chat. Oh, this is true, Big Baby Jane. Good to see you. Whitaker isn't too keen on letting Viverito testify as a tech expert, that's for sure. Yeah, she called that out, and I think there was a little bit of a pause before, was it Hilton that responded? Well, we're gonna get that in through Leon. So, yeah, any jury letters to take care of before we get started today? Oh, okay. That's the whole name. Kevin Leonpacher. Leonpacher. Oh yeah, the closed captions are going to be great for Viverito, calling her a burrito. We'll have Shark doing cross-examination of burrito. I don't know, they just got me. I thought they were going to come back to the court feed. It moved a little, and it jumped around on us. Yeah, state unprepared again, but they had a box. Like, let's see the exhibit. It was a giant box. Wait, does the closed caption say state's exhibit as Stacy Sibbett? Okay, well, Bean was like a real name though. But yeah, we did already have Bean, then Cheeseburger instead of Cheeseboro. And now we'll have Burrito. Man. Peter Ortiz, not enough. Not enough. Yeah, who's gonna wave this exhibit around at the entire courtroom today? Yeah, Detective Dentist is a good one. Kicked him out of the courtroom. Get off the stand, Detective Dentist. And no, if you guys are just joining late, the only thing that happened was Paige made an inquiry. Are you guys planning to call Martinez Arnold Duke? And Hilton was like, no, we don't plan to call him. So, is this Atkins' head just in front of the camera? Whose head is this? Right, Fatima. Right, I should stop saying her name. Not speak it into existence. So constitutionally correct, I agree. But remember the testimony from the medical examiner was instant immobility, if not instantaneous death. So based on the testimony, I think Schardt is working within the medical examiner's testimony that brake light switch, because I do think, it's possible that he took his foot off. I talked about it last week. You ever be at a light and the car next to you starts to roll, so you look and you think it's green, you're ready to roll too? That could have been what happened when Stillwell started to drive. But then we see additional activity when Stillwell's car is no longer around. So this is how I was thinking we were first looking at the situation, right? Your body can still do stuff before you actually die. But the medical examiner gave us testimony that I think is very helpful for Schardt's theory if he didn't build his theory around it. I think a lot of the facts fit this idea of instant immobilization, right? Which means if we see activity in that car when Stillwell's already gone, Stillwell could not have been the one that fired that shot to the neck. So, and again, that is going with the testimony from the medical examiner. But this is expert, don't forget, this is coming from the medical examiner. So, I mean, I agree that somebody could sit on the jury and decide they don't want to listen to the medical examiner, but I think most jurors tend to give a decent amount of weight to a medical examiner's testimony. She wasn't challenged on this. She just was given the opportunity to reiterate it, right? You didn't have the state try to challenge it. You didn't have the defense try to challenge it. So the jury hasn't really had anything planted in their head that something else would be the case. And I would imagine if Schardt's going along with it, he doesn't plan to call, some type of medical expert to say something otherwise. So. And I mean, this is all true. This is all true, but it's still, we don't have any of that on the record. That's what I'm saying, as far as what came in front of the jury. We don't have a second opinion. And again, the defense could call one, but I don't see why they would when Schardt seems to be adopting the medical examiner's theory. And I think, Nicola, I think we heard a little bit of questions about that on Friday with the evidentiary hearings, right? Establishing who was in what car is still a bit of a gray area. But as far as identifying the cars, when Schardt was doing his cross-examination, he was fine stipulating that Stillwell's was the car that drove through the light and Nichols was the car next to it. So it's not really a stipulation to other locations of other people. But Schardt was using those names to describe each car. Yep, this was one of the biggest things on Friday, Miss Jazzy. Good recall right here. Hilton said Shannon did not know drinks until after the shooting when someone sent him the search info to his phone, so they know it wasn't him. Well, I think, and they're trying to come up with a retrofit theory that I don't think is going to land, right? And we'll have to see how they deliver it. Maybe their delivery will be better with the witness on the stand rather than just how they were talking about it in court when no jury was there. Not that optimistic that they'll do better. But still, how are they going to package this? They're just going to say, you looked at a news article and that's supposed to imply that you have consciousness of guilt. That you're looking at the news article to see if they said anything about you or what they know about the situation. I don't know. And it depends on who they ask, right? Because if you were to ask a witness, if they get another detective up there who gives answers the way Hogan does, they could say, and typically, why would somebody look up an article that people weren't really talking about yet, if you know? And they could say some dumb answer like, it's just consciousness of guilt. They're looking to see what we know about them. So if they have a witness that will give a helpful answer, they could technically get a helpful answer on the record. Will that land with the jury? If anyone on the jury looks up stuff when it happens, when they hear about something, even if they're not the one that did it, I think they'll have questions. I think they will have questions. Yeah, they don't know Barter, and I feel like we're going to find out that they didn't look at any of Barter's, phone records. They obviously know his real name because they talked about his fingerprint. But I feel like we're going to find out that they didn't look up his location or anything much on him, just like they didn't look at the additional car following behind. We also It seems like they didn't look into Boyer too much, although they had notated a device, a handset belonging to or associated with D. Boyer in records they turned over in a dump 2 years ago. And we heard about that on day 117. Schardt was like, who is this, like, D. Boyer person? And that's supposed to be the device that Shannon Stillwell was using on the crawl space call. So, did we look at these other parties? Did we look at these other parties? Oh, and am I skipping? It says excellent connection. I've got excellent connection here, so... Is it just YSL Nene? Okay, try refreshing because YouTube can be a little funky bunch sometimes, so... Thank you guys. Because you know it always could be me. So... Also, shout out to KL. This is the best chat. That's right, love you guys. Right, Cardi K, right. He was next to it, so he was probably wondering what happened, right? They could have said, like, by I-20, by the BP gas station. Oh, crap, I was just there. Like, I might be curious in general, but if I was really close to something happening, I might be more curious. So, yeah, not that unusual to not just look up an article, but it's possible that he was sent a link and just clicked a link that somebody sent him, which takes a lot less effort than searching for something, even though I don't think either points to consciousness of guilt. Oh, Corey, they scared the mess out of me yesterday. I was in my kitchen. And both those rocket launches from the Space Center. Yeah, they scared me. I didn't know. Usually I either know because I see people talking about it or I get an alert that they're planning the launch window. I either just missed the alert or whatever. It was loud. I was sitting in the kitchen. I thought something like fell in one of the buildings nearby. And then I realized, you get used to it. You're like, well, maybe it was a launch. So it was definitely loud yesterday. Also, shout out to STS. STS, oh, Simon's getting his stitches out on Friday. That's good. So, stitches coming out on 15th. And then probably got to wear the cone for like a couple days after that. Or is it like a right away thing? Definitely looking forward to a new picture. Love the profile pictures with the animal updates, the pet updates. It was like, I don't know, maybe around noon yesterday, Lancelot. It was really loud over here. Like louder than normal. There you go. See? Look. And I didn't really search the internet. I get like updates through my phone from the county. They basically tell us when there's a boil water alert or a rocket launch. So I didn't have to do an internet search. But this is the same principle, right? So this is great, Sheriff Chuck. Kat, did you search the internet about the launch yesterday after you heard it? You launched the rocket then. Yep, it was me, you guys. It was me. Yeah, and I'm thinking, can we make it through these last stretch of witnesses without a mistrial motion? Can they do it? Can they do it? Also, Nancy New One Too says, have you seen Taylor Umbridge's chat with DeWilliams? I have not, guys. I was recording a course all weekend, and I can't, it's not like the type of work I can do with other stuff playing, so I'm so behind on catching up on stuff. But I do have a different video from Taylor Umbridge pinned at the top of this chat, so check it out. You can use that link to get to the DeWilliams interview. But she also did a reading of Lil Rod's request for a new trial brief. So really looking forward to checking that out. Can't exactly share my thoughts on it because I haven't been able to catch up on it, but I will. And I've heard great things about that interview as well. So I've got like a secondhand vouch going on over here. It's on my watch list. I am very behind. I don't know. They move the camera, but I don't think they're really moving. Nancy New One Two says Max will address the third car in his case in chief or in closing, right? I think it could be either. Either way, I think he has a lot to work with. It's, crummy investigation all around. Oh yeah, we think that U-turn car is interesting. It's a little suspicious. Well, did you look at it at all while you were doing your investigation, or do you just round up these guys? So we'll have to see on that. I think he has a ton to work with. I'm excited to see the defense attorneys, and a bit bittersweet, but how can I complain if somebody wanted to take their plea, get out of the trial? Gotta respect their decision. But it would have been so nice to see some of the other attorneys present their case in chief. So it's a little sad that we won't get to see that. But I'll be really excited to watch Max Schardt and Doug Weinstein do some direct examination, and then maybe potentially a redirect to see how they recover from a cross-examination. Also interesting to see the state do some cross. So it'll just be after 159 days to see the other side, see the side switch fields, and yeah, don't let me forget that, Tracy. Um, Lazy detective work and sloppy prosecution. Both sides, yep. They're waiting on the video, McDonald's on Cleveland. That's what we're waiting for. So Peter Ortiz, same sentiment, you guys. People thought the third white car was extremely important. If so, why didn't Max inquire about it during cross? Because if he inquired about it during cross, this would have given the opportunity to a stronger opportunity to the state to try to clean it up. If he waits to at least his case in chief or waits till closing, they've got less of an opportunity to clean it up. So it's a poker move. You don't want to show all your cards. You don't want to let people know what you're about to do. So that's my guess on what he's doing. And I also think we're going to hear more about the investigation side with Viverito on the stand. And I guess a little bit Leonpacher as well, as far as locations. Because he's supposed to tell us, like, who was calling who from where. So I think he's just saving that up. But great question, though. And guys, I know that what's hilarious, because on one hand, the state either clearly missed this because maybe they watched it once, didn't care. Hogan said he's too busy to investigate homicide cases that are assigned to him, right? We heard him say that when he was on the stand to testify about the Jamari Holmes murder with Lil Rod, Damon Blaylock. Maybe he's just too busy to pay attention to this call. Or maybe they chose not to look into it. Either way, it seems like the state missed, whether accidentally or intentionally, these additional vehicles, or they just disregarded them, right? But at the same time, I don't think this is lost on the defense. I don't think this is lost on Max Schardt. So we'll just have to see strategically what he chooses to do with it. And Peter, hope you had a great Veterans Day yesterday. Hope you got to celebrate. Hope you got to have some Coronas and maybe nachos. And then Mimi says, let's get this with the mistrial. Good to see Mimi. Thanks for being a member. Yeah, imagine being too busy to investigate as an investigator. And that's the thing, when you've got a backload of cases that aren't getting indictments, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Are we actually too busy? Because I like to say it seems like they're focusing all their time over on this case, but what time are they really putting into this case? It's like they're just kicking their feet up and sitting back and letting jail calls play, and maybe they'll catch something once in a while, but they're not really working. They're not making reports. They're not documenting anything. And then, hold on. Butterfly Lover, did you see my post regarding the FedEx video? What's your X handle? Because I saw a few. We talked about a few on Friday. Like with the zoom in and seeing a muzzle flash and watching the directions of the cars. So we did see a few, but I don't know. What's your X handle? If that's where you shared it. If you shared it somewhere else, I probably didn't see it. I really only started using TikTok because of Doug and Cash Money Cass. And then Peter Ortiz. Thank you so much, Peter. Peter's out here gifting 10 memberships. You guys know when that happens, we get the boom emojis going in the chat. There we go. Drop some booms in the chat for Peter. Thank you so much, Peter. 10 gifts is extremely generous. I've got to get a banner going. It's weird not having a banner. And I think we'll need an objection counter today. So excited for that. Excited for that. Cash Money Cass says she's brand new because me and Doug followed her on TikTok. Oh, man. When is court supposed to start? I saw somebody say. It's scrolling fast. I don't know where it went. They had an inquiry and, I don't know, probably waiting on a juror or hopefully not a witness because Whitaker will be in a mood if they are waiting on a witness. So, Michelle, I haven't had a chance to go and look at that. I know that Taylor Umbridge covered it. It's pinned in the chat here, if you want to check that out. So I don't really have thoughts on it. I mean, I'm familiar with what I saw in Damon Blaylock's appeal briefs, but I just haven't I haven't had the time. So it's on my list of things to do, but a lot of my workload this week is stuff I can't listen to other stuff while I'm doing it, because I'm either recording or editing courses. So, and big shout out, Nick Starro is also dropping 5 in the chat. Hold on, let's get Nick in the banner. And Nick is insisting that he is not the big Nick that's mentioned in the trial, but we pretend that he is over here. We pretend that he is. So shout out to Nick in the building. A lot of you guys know who Nick Starro is. If you don't, tons of YSL coverage, tons of Fulton County coverage. So beyond just Adrian Love shenanigans in this prosecution, this YSL indictment, but some more shenanigans, including the Shane Kendall case and interesting drama in Fulton County District Attorney's Office. So I know a lot of you guys know Nick already, but if you don't, and that's right, Violet, it's Big Nick. There you go. So there is a channel link in the description there. Oh, yes, and the Delphi, and that's, in my opinion, that's going to continue, right? I believe that we will see an appeal on that one. So that's going to be interesting to watch. And again, very polarized case. But you don't have cameras in the courtroom, so you don't have the defense able to introduce a third-party culprit defense, even though I think there's sufficient evidence, sufficient basis for them to do so. So I think there will be some interesting appeal arguments in that case. Yes, Peter, it was more Starlink satellites. They're taking over, and my Spectrum went out. I don't think it was yesterday, I think it was Sunday. My Spectrum went out for like an hour and a half over the weekend. So again, thank you guys, chat, for convincing me to get backup internet. Spectrum's just not been great. Not been great. And I don't have like fiber optics available here where I live, so you're kind of stuck with what you got for broadband. But having a backup has been really great. Chloe Albert's Revenge says people who ignore entire vehicles in a video are the type who think they can hide/ignore a pregnancy. At some point, there's human to explain. And I was going to say about ignoring entire vehicles is something about Hogan's tone of voice when he said, like, when he was asked about that car doing the U-turn. Something about his tone of voice made it seem like it was the first time.
Instruction for when Mr. Kendrick's plea comes in, and also covering Mr. Stillwell's pleas that already got admitted. Ms. Schardt, I guess, did y'all, that's what y'all are both jointly proposing?
Yes, I wanted clarity. My understanding is what Your Honor said last week was, you know, obviously we have the same issue with Mr. Winfrey's plea and Mr. Nichols' pleas. My understanding from the discussions last week is that Your Honor was going to, I don't know what the term would be, but unadmit those convictions?
No.
Okay.
Because those were still, I think, overt acts, right? Are they or not? Yeah. The whatever Mr. Nichols pled to and what Mr. Arnold?
Winfrey.
Winfrey. Well, Winfrey's was an Alford plea.
Right, but the issue isn't the act or evidence of the acts.
Yeah.
The issue is non-testifying witnesses saying, yes, I did it. Which is what we expressed way back when they were admitted. It's a confrontation clause issue.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Wow, reverse Glanville's ruling.
Right. I remember being surprised that a limiter was not given at the time by the predecessor judge.
Right.
Oof.
Was there any instruction on Winfrey's?
I cannot recall. Our stance is that the plea itself should not even
Right.
be in evidence. And not even a limiting instruction wouldn't even be the issue, it just shouldn't be in. And same with Nichols, same with Mr. Nichols. Although
Now that they are not.
Mr. Winfrey never was sitting with us, so that our stance is that should have never been, but Mr. Nichols,
He has come in, though, to sort of explain some of his testimony.
no, he never testified. We were arguing that it was a controversial day because from our vantage point, the state was trying to suggest that Mr. Winfrey took a plea because of promises of a car or different things. But Mr. Steele at the time was rightfully pointing out that that plea was not, the Supreme Court later found that that plea was not voluntarily given.
Right, didn't that come into evidence, though?
No, we were not allowed to get into that at all.
The fact that it had been reversed and that he then entered an Alford plea instead of a guilty plea, right? That came in. That information came in, right?
The information that he had to take the plea a second time came in. I don't think the reasoning came in, but the fact that he had to take the plea. I want to be clear, I don't know if the underlying reason came in, but the fact that he had to take another plea about a month or so later to come.
Which didn't, that didn't help a lot for us
No.
because we wanted to get into the reasoning. But the bottom line is the plea, whether it was voluntary or involuntary at this point, it's still statements by Jimmy Winfrey, and he never took the stand. So,
All right, you know what, I may need to just review that trial testimony.
who was on the stand?
Raisie's first up. Agent Raisii.
We've got a rough of it, so I'm going to take a look at it again right now.
All right, great, thank you.
What do you think, guys? How hilarious after all this. She said we're going to maintain all the previous rulings. Whatever happened, happens. I'm just rolling with what we have until the end. And now she's saying, oh boy. Well, that's surprising. Maybe we should revisit that one. Karen says, we just started. How are we in a mess already? Listen. This is how it goes. That Girl Shine, thanks for the 5, says, what drama is happening this morning? Well, state's too scared to call Martinez Arnold, it seems. We were kind of leaning towards that being the case last week, but they solidified that first thing this morning. And now there's some confrontation clause issues because they're introducing pleas from people that won't be taking the stand. Because Glanville's already ruled that that was okay previously and did so without limiting instructions. So, yeah, she didn't want to listen. They tried to tell her. Look at the co-counsel over there. Yeah, it would have been good practice for if she really wants to make a run at becoming an appellate judge. Maybe review the rulings before you take this case over. What's crazy is that the state is still trying to fight to bring it in. Like, I mean, I guess I'm not surprised because half their case is built on the word of somebody's plea deal. Don't forget, we had Love read the factual basis of an Alford plea onto the record. So,
About the certified of Winfrey's plea, redacted somehow. And Mr. Steele says, I know it's just going in and not going to be discussed, but at some point, and then the court says, well, yeah, I don't think it's going to go back with the jury anyway, and it's going to be redacted. Is there anything else I need to cover about it? I mean, so did it not get introduced in front of the jury and anybody say what it was? I mean, I hadn't read through the whole thing, but.
It did. The defense did not acquiesce to this, but there was a kind of a standard operating procedure where things were being admitted and we discuss whether it goes back with the jury and things like that later on.
Yeah.
And so that is kind of the back and forth that occurred, but it was admitted in front of the jury.
Did they know what it was? Or was it just, here's exhibit number
I'd
350?
I'd defer to the transcript, but I'm pretty sure there was a discussion that Jimmy Winfrey pled guilty to, or pled whatever he pled to the charges.
even though it was reversed later.
Okay, so this isn't the entirety of the transcript, but then it jumps to some questioning by Miss Hilton of a witness, I don't know who. Oh, yes. As it relates to this case, do you know if Jimmy Winfrey ever took a plea? Yes, he did.
What if Raisii gets up there for less time than Thorpe?
All right, we have all the jurors now. Okay, I'll continue to look at it over lunch or break.
But Raisie's the first
We're not
witness.
gonna need this one
right?
this morning, right?
No, Your Honor, we probably won't need it until when the investigative finishes.
Okay, great. All right, let's get the next witness, get the jury out. To approach, sorry.
The PowerPoints that we're gonna show, so.
They've got PowerPoints, you guys. It's going to be a day.
The exhibit list is on its way down once we get that. Duplicates or? No, different ones. Different ones, okay. Perfect.
Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you. All right, y'all have your next witness on the stand. Sergeant Ingram, would you swear that witness for us? Can you stand up till you get sworn, please? All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Hollis Brown, Hollis Brown, Brown.
And good morning, Ms. Brown, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Where are you currently employed?
Atlanta Police Department, Crime Scene Unit.
If you could speak up.
Atlanta Police Department, Crime Scene Unit.
And how long have you been with the crime scene unit at Atlanta Police Department?
5 years.
And has your entire career with APD been as a crime scene tech?
Yes, ma'am.
Currently, what shift do you work?
I'm currently on day watch
And what time is that?
from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
When did you start on day watch?
July.
Prior to serving on day watch, what shift were you assigned?
I was on morning watch,
And what time is morning watch?
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And how long were you on morning watch?
I was on morning watch for 4 years.
And taking you to March 2022, were you working morning shift back in March of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to two separate locations that you responded to in March of 2022. First, I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to I-7585 northbound and Fair Drive?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
I was called to that scene for a homicide.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you today, do you remember the APD case number associated with that location?
No, ma'am.
Did you do a report in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to the location, the APD case number?
I'm sorry.
Would taking a look at your police report help refresh your memory as to the APD case number?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as 4VBA. Is that your police report?
Yes.
And does that help refresh your memory as to the APD case number associated with that police report?
Yes.
What is the APD case number?
220700312.
And that's on March 11th?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
I responded to that location for a homicide.
And about what time did you arrive at that location?
Approximately around 5.
Is that 5 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And why were you requested to go to that location?
There was a vehicle on the expressway with a passenger who was deceased and another male had been transported.
What did you find when you got there?
I found a grayish looking vehicle with defects all around the driver's side, the rear, and the passenger side, with a deceased male sitting in the passenger seat, front passenger seat.
Did you see any of the shell casings?
Yes, they were on the expressway.
With the car, was there anything sitting on top of or around the car?
There was a handgun sitting on the roof of the vehicle,
On what side of the vehicle?
the driver's side.
And you said there was a passenger still seated in the car. Were they alive or deceased?
They were deceased.
Did you find any weapons on that individual?
He had a handgun in his waistline area.
Now, you talked about shell casings. How far did the shell casings span on that highway?
I'm not I don't really remember too much, but I know they were before we hit the vehicle.
When you say before you hit the vehicle, what do you mean?
So they started a little bit further back, going towards where the vehicle was at.
And did you take pictures of the scene as you found it?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review some of those photographs that you took on March 11, 2022?
yes,
Okay, in front of you, you have the opportunity to look at, State's Exhibit 4 VV through '63 VV.
yes,
And did you look at those previously when you were, before coming into court?
yes,
All right. And do those appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of some of the images that you took back on March 11, 2022?
yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 4 VV through 63 VV into evidence.
Those are admitted.
How many shell casings did you recover?
I don't recall.
We're looking at a copy of your police report, help refresh your memory.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you've read it and your memory's been refreshed, just look up and let me know.
Okay,
Okay. How many shell casings did you recover?
it was 31.
And when you recovered those shell casings, how did you package the shell casings when you recovered them?
Individually in a little coin pouch.
And what did you do with the shell casings once you recovered them and packaged them in the coin pouch?
I took them back to our annex and processed them for latent prints.
And after processing for latent prints, what did you do with those shell casings?
I placed them back in an individual coin bag, labeled them, and then sent them off to our crime lab.
What caliber shell casings were they?
9mm.
Now I'm going to publish first, starting with State's Exhibit 4 VV. And it should come up on your screen as well. And now also looking at 6 VV. Now I want to go to 6 VV. And then 7 VV. Is this the vehicle in which you found on the highway when you arrived at the location?
Yes,
Turning to 10 VV. $11 VV and 12 VV. What were you depicting in those 3 pictures?
the defects in the vehicle.
Now looking at 14 VV. And let me go and ask, for 10, 11, and 12, what side of the vehicle were those defects on?
The driver's side.
Now looking at 14 VV and 15 VV. What were you taking pictures of in those 2 pictures?
The defects in the vehicle and the damage to the window.
And what side of the vehicle is that?
Passenger side.
Okay. And is that where you found the male that you discussed earlier?
Yes.
And was the driver present when you arrived on scene?
No.
Okay. Do you know where the driver went?
I was told he had been transported.
Transported to the hospital?
Yes.
Now, starting at 19 VV, I'm going to ask you to look at the packet that's in front of you. Through 51 VV, what is in 19 VV through 51 VV?
There are photos of my casings.
Okay. And are those the individual photos of the shell cases that you collected?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to go to 53 VV. '54 VV. 55 VV. 56 VV. 57 VV. 58 VV. 59 VV. 60 VV. 61 VV. 62 VV. And 63 VV. Were those all the shell casings that you collected in this case?
Yes.
And looking at starting from 53 VV to 63 VV, was that the stretch of where all of the shell casings were on the highway?
Yes.
And did the shell casings start from the rear of the vehicle where you found it all the way up towards the front of the vehicle?
Yes.
And did it go past the front of the vehicle?
Yes.
And were all the shell casings that you recovered on that scene 9mm?
Yes.
After collecting and processing the shell casings, once you went back to headquarters and after you took your pictures, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to direct your attention to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to 2830 Waters Road in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And was that about 5 days after the incident that we just looked at?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember that APD case number?
No, ma'am.
Did you do a report in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to the case number, APD case number?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach again, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as 248 VVA. Do you recognize 248 VVA?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 248 VVA?
It's my report with my name on it.
And what is the APD? Does that help refresh your memory as to the APD case number associated with this case?
Yes.
What is the APD case number?
220750015.
And that date was 3/16/2022?
Yes.
And what time did you respond to that location?
Around 2:30.
Is that in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the March 11th incident, did you say that you responded about 5 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you respond to that location?
I was called to this location for a shots fired call.
And what was the weather conditions like when you responded to that location?
It was raining a lot.
You said it was.
It was raining a lot.
And does rain affect how you process a scene?
Yes, it can.
How?
It can distort my photos a little bit. It can also be hard to find certain pieces of evidence.
And when you say certain piece of evidence, what type of evidence might be more challenging to find when it's raining outside?
Casings, anything involving glass, blood.
What did you observe when you first responded to that scene?
When I arrived, I noticed there were shell casings laying in the grass area by the fence. In front of the fence, there was a little street. There was casings located in the street as well. There was defects in vehicles to the next door, the house next door. There were defects also in the fence and the vehicle in front of the house.
Did you take pictures when you arrived to this location?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review those photographs before your testimony here today?
yes.
Permission to approach your Honor? Okay, I'm going to first show you 248 VV through 271 VV. Are these images that you saw prior to your coming into court today?
Yes,
And then I'm going to show you next 272 VV through 308 VV. Are those also items or pictures that you saw prior to your testimony today?
yes,
And then last turn out of these 309 VV through 315 VV. Had you had the opportunity to review those photos prior to your testimony here today?
yes,
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the pictures that you took on March 16, 2022?
yes,
You're at this time, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 248 VV to 315 VV into evidence.
All right, those are admitted.
And permission to publish. First, starting with 248 VV. And is that the mailbox located in front of the location?
yes.
And what is the address on the mailbox?
2830,
And is that Waters Road?
yes.
All right. Now looking at 249 VV. What is depicted in 249 VV?
That's where the scene occurred.
Okay. And looking at 249 VV, do you see the gate that's in front of the location?
Yes,
Are there any defects in that gate in front of the location?
yes,
Where on the gate are the defects?
they're gonna be in between the trash cans.
And for the record, is that the blue Atlanta recycling trash can and the green trash can?
Yes,
Okay. And is that also where the hand is indicating on the picture?
yes,
Right. Now looking at 252 VV. What is contained in 252 VV?
that is a vehicle parked in front of the residence.
And there's some other kind of spots on the image. Is that from the raindrops?
Yes,
All right. Looking at 253, 254, and 255 VV, is that the same vehicle that we just looked at previously?
yes.
Okay. Now, looking at 255 VV, what, if anything, were you depicting in 255 VV?
The defect in the vehicle.
And if we can scroll in, is that the defect that you're referring to?
Yes,
Do you recall sitting here now what side of the vehicle that defect is on?
From this photo, it looks like the passenger side,
Okay.
rear passenger window.
All right. Now looking at 257 VV. What is being depicted in 257 VV?
The driver's side of the vehicle with defects.
And I'm going to show you, where are the two defects, excuse me? Or not two, where are the defects that you see?
The driver's side window,
Are there any other defects on the driver's side of the car?
I don't see, well, there's one right here below the side view mirror, a little bit further down where the mouse is.
Is that where the hand is?
Yes,
And if we can pull the photo towards the left? Are there any other defects?
I can't see from this photo, so no.
Turning, if you can look behind you, are there any defects on the back window?
It looks like it may be a defect. I can't really tell between the raindrops.
Okay. Now looking at 258 VV. Is that a close-up of the defect that we saw on the front passenger, excuse me, the front driver's side window?
Yes,
All right. 259 VV. Is that a defect on the rear driver's side above the rear tire?
yes,
260 VV. Is that a close-up of the defect that was on the front driver's side of the vehicle?
yes.
Now looking at 261 VV. Where's this area of the home?
This is on the right side of the residence.
And this is on the front porch of the residence?
Yes,
All right. Looking at 262 and 263 VV. What were you depicting in 262 and 263 VV?
the defect in the burglar bar and also the window.
Now looking at 264 VV and 265 VV. What were you depicting in 265 VV?
Showing the defects in the doors.
And is this a defect as we zoom in at the top of the door?
Yes,
And is there another defect as we zoom in on the bottom of the door?
yes.
If you could zoom in. Now, looking at 266, 267, and 268 VV. What were you depicting the security cameras?
Yes,
All right. Now, looking at 269 VV. 270 VV. 271 VV. Are those the shell casings that you spoke of earlier that were on the scene when you arrived?
yes,
And from pictures 272 through 308, are those just the individual pictures of all the shell casings that you collected?
yes.
Right. How many shell casings did you collect?
Around 40, if I'm not mistaken.
And do you recall the types of shell casings that you collected?
They were,
That's
they
fine.
don't, well, okay. They were 40s, I'm sorry, they were 5.57s, 223, 40s, and 9s.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to look at those items today before your testimony?
Yes,
Mr. Schardt. Commissioner Coach, you being around.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 424 DV. You can, you come prepared. Can you, look in that bag and tell me if you recognize the items in your bag. In the bag, excuse me.
Does she just have those gloves in her pocket? I mean, whatever. This is crime scene tech, Hollis Brown.
Yes.
She
And how do you
investigated
recognize
the
those
11th.
items?
They're casings from my scene with my handwriting.
All right. And do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you collected them on March 16, 2022?
The casings or the packaging?
The packaging.
Yes.
Okay. And is your identification on all of the packaging as you remember it from March of 2022, March 16th of 2022?
Yes.
Now, this time the state would like to tender and admit the contents of 424 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
Can you tell us how many of each type of shell casings did you find?
There were 11 5.7s, 2 223s, 8 40 calibers, and 19 9mm.
11 5x7.
2 223s, 8 40s, and 19 9mm.
When you collected those shell casings, did you do the same thing that you discussed, that you did earlier with the March 11 shell casings?
Yes.
And when you talked about the March 11 shell casings and how you packaged them, did you package the shell casing from March 11th in the similar way that you packaged these shell casings?
Yes.
And then did you turn these shell casings over to the APD crime lab in order for any further testing?
Yes.
After taking the pictures, collecting the evidence, and turning it over to APD, that concludes your involvement in this case.
Yes.
All right, court's indulgence for a moment.
Pass the witness.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good morning,
Good morning.
crime scene tech Brown. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? Let me just ask you about the March 11th scene that you worked on first, okay?
That's the one from the expressway, correct?
The expressway. Now, did you write a report regarding that case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have that report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you need to refer to the report, just let me know if you need to refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay.
All right. March 11th, on the expressway, we saw the pictures, it looked like a Kia Stinger on the right lane of the expressway,
Yes.
okay? And the car had numerous bullet holes in it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the victims in that case?
For my report, I only have one listed, and that was the driver,
And the driver, what was the driver's name?
Christian McMiller.
Okay.
Notice how the state didn't really ask.
All right. And your understanding is 2 people were shot and ultimately died in that case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if anyone has been arrested for that case?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, no one has?
No, I don't know.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move to March 16th, okay, 2830 Waters Road. It sounds like from the pictures there's a house on Waters Road with a wooden fence around it, correct?
Yes.
And that's what your pictures reflect?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, it was rainy day, and you were doing your best to document the evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there were a number of shell casings. I think you said you collected 40, correct?
Yes.
And were they all outside the fence?
Yes.
Okay. And you noted as part of your work that there were bullet defects, there were holes in the house, in the windows, in cars that were parked in the yard, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It was consistent with people shooting from the street area towards that house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know anyone who has been charged with shooting at that house?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. So, Ms. Brown, this brown paper bag is labeled 424VV, correct?
Yes.
And that's the paper bag that you put all the shell casings you collected from 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you preserve that evidence so it could be later processed by GBI or other people for ballistics and things of that nature, correct? Not
Yes.
in his exception.
Yes.
All right. If I am to ask the scientists or the GBI people later on about this case, what numbers would I need to know that we're talking about the same shell casings?
There were 40 casings, so it should be numbers 1 through 40.
As far as the case number, would it go by the APD case number, or what would be the cross-reference, if you know?
I'm sorry, I don't know how GBI actually labels theirs.
Okay, but you have it in the case number that you've already given us, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. One other thing I just wanted to clarify and possibly correct. We talked
Interesting.
about the different shell casings that were collected, right, in a total of 40.
Yes.
Okay. There was 2 223s,
Yes.
840 caliber,
Yes.
19 9mm,
Yes.
and 11 5.7 by 28, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hill, do I have your permission to correct that? So it.
Gonna correct the
it shouldn't say
whiteboard, guys.
5.7, it should say.
The
it shouldn't say
notepad.
5 times 7, it should say 5.7 by 28, correct?
Yes.
And all of these shell casings are for different caliber bullets, correct?
Yes.
And a gun wouldn't shoot different caliber bullets. A gun would just shoot one specific caliber, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not a ballistics expert. I
Okay.
just know they fire.
Fair enough. Thank you. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
No questions.
Okay, redirect.
Just looking at your photos from March 16th, I want you to look at 310 VV through 315 VV.
Which numbers?
310 VV through 315 VV.
Okay.
Earlier, you talked about going to another home and taking pictures of some defects. Is that the home next door to 2830 where you went and took other pictures?
Yes,
Right. And looking at 311 VV, 312, 313, 314, and 315, is that the vehicle that was of interest that had defects inside of the vehicle?
yes.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Detective Leonpacher to stand.
Judge,
Yes.
you'd like for me to leave these here?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks.
So what did you guys think of that? I mean, sounds like we missed some information. Because Schardt asked 2 questions about different shell casings, and then also maybe confusion over case tracking based on how APD versus GBI track their case numbers.
Testified yet?
Interesting questions.
My name is Kevin Leonpacher. It's Kevin. My last name is Leonpacher.
Good morning, Detective Leonpacher. How are you doing?
Well, thank you. Good morning.
Can you tell the jury where you're currently working at?
Well, working and employed, I'm a detective with the Atlanta Police Department. I've been with APD for over 22 years. And after spending the last about 14 and a half years in the homicide unit, I have also joined the FBI as a task force officer. And my current assignment is, as of about 3 weeks ago, I've moved out of my role in homicide to a role as a full-time task force officer with the FBI, assigned to a violent crime squad in the Atlanta division, or the Atlanta field office here.
He loves to
In
testify.
general, what are some of your roles and responsibilities that you currently do?
So currently, I'm over 14 years in homicide. I'm tying up a lot of loose ends, finishing up some case files, and still doing some active case work on some of those cases. But my primary role with the FBI is in this violent crime squad. We work any violent crimes that have a federal nexus, essentially any violent crimes that might be a federal offense. I work on exigent circumstance cases, sometimes prisoner escapees, sometimes kidnappings, sometimes missing children. I'm also a member of the FBI's Cellular Analysis Survey team after having gone through the certification curriculum for the CAST team last year.
Do you work with Agent Bernie?
I do, regularly and often.
Now, when was it that you started working with the FBI?
June 1st of last year, so about a year and a half ago now.
Now, when you were with APD and working as a homicide detective, do you have any experience with extracting cell phones?
I do.
Can you explain to the jury what experience you have regarding that?
Starting with my experience with APD that led me to mobile device forensics or dumping cell phones, after being a patrol officer, I joined APD in 2002, and I was a patrol officer up until 2008, where I made detective. I spent a year doing mostly violent crime investigations, but any generalized investigations. Sometimes I'd work shootings and robberies, and sometimes I'd work parcel thefts, like package thefts and fraud. In 2009, I was transferred to the Special Victims Unit, where my role there was working offenses, investigations into offenses of a sexual nature, but primarily those involving children, with an emphasis on protecting children from online exploitation. And in that role, I began to familiarize myself with mobile device forensics, because mobile devices were an instrument used to affect that type of crime. In 2010, I moved to the homicide unit, and there's been just an ever-increasing use of mobile devices in criminal investigations and the data that we can obtain from them. In 2014, I attended my first formalized training in mobile device forensics, and that was a class put on by the Public Agency Training Council They're a very large private entity that conducts law enforcement training. And that instruction was cell phone technology and forensic data recovery. So that was instruction, a 1-week course, 40 hours on working with cell phone records, mapping out cell phone activity, how phones communicate with cell networks. But it was also mobile device forensics. And at the conclusion of that class, I also obtained a certification in Oxygen Forensic Suite, which is one of the many tools that we use to dump cell phones, or at least did back then. In 2018, I attended a certification course put on by a company called MSAB, and they make a tool called XRY. Again, one of the forensic tools that are out there available for law enforcement to use to dump cell phones and get data off of cell phones. And I obtained 2 certifications from XRY. One was just a standard certification in mobile device forensics, and the other was an intermediate certification, which worked with doing some advanced extractions of mobile devices. In between 2014 and present day, I've taken other webinars, workshops, in-person workshops with various companies, including Gray Shift and Magnet Forensics, and product updates with XRY. I've attended and spoken at several conferences across the US and internationally, detailing how I use mobile device forensics and the extraction process and in sifting through data in criminal investigations, and learn from others and other law enforcement agencies that are doing the same to try to identify new strategies for sifting through data.
Now, roughly how many phone extractions have you done in your law enforcement career?
Several hundred would probably be a low number. It's not uncommon in many cases to come across, especially cases that have multiple suspects, to come across 10 or more devices in a single case. In my 14 plus years working homicide investigations, we didn't just dump suspects' phones, but oftentimes with the consent of witnesses that may have received a text message that was relevant to an investigation, or captured video of a crime in progress, we would conduct extractions of those as well. So a low ball, several hundred, probably into over 1,000 devices.
Now, when you were with APD Homicide, would other detectives or officers come to you to help them with phone extractions?
Yes, often.
Did you ever have, or let me ask you this, do you know an investigator, Viverito?
I do.
Has she ever utilized or asked your help to extract cell phones on cases she's working?
Many times, in many different cases.
And before testifying here today, did you have an opportunity to review some USBs that pertain to some phone extractions?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's marked as 227 Victor Victor 1 and 227 Victor Victor 2. Can you tell the jury, or let me ask you first, do you recognize those items?
I do.
And what are they?
They are USB drives, one of which contains cell phone extractions that were from devices associated with Mr. Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson. I'm familiar with him by both names. And the other is and I should say that one is State's Exhibit 227VV1.
That's correct.
And then the other one, which is a silver and gray USB device, State's Exhibit 227VV2, contains mobile device extractions for phones that are associated with Marquavius Huey.
And how many phones extractions are there on each of those USBs?
If I could review
Yes.
my notes, but I believe it was 3 for each device. Yes, 3 for each device,
Now,
each USB drive.
can you describe for the jury, you've discussed phone extractions, what kind of data comes back? Can you kind of describe the process when you get a phone to extract?
Yes, it depends, is the short answer. So it depends on the state of the phone, whether or not it's powered on or powered off at the time we recover it, and whether or not the user had unlocked it since its last being powered on. That's a good state for us, and using some advanced forensic tools, we can still recover a lot of data, even if we don't even know the passcode to the phone. So in a situation like that, we would recover most data that we would want to see for investigative purposes, like calls, messages, not just messages that are text messages, but messages that are iMessages, which are not text messages, by the way. iMessages sent from iPhone to iPhone do not travel through the cellular network like an SMS message. Those do not appear on records from cell phone companies. Those will only appear in mobile device extractions. So, so we recover messages, photographs, videos, web history, sometimes health data, again, dependent upon the state of the phone, and third-party application data. So depending upon how an application works, if it stores data on the device, then we can sometimes recover that data, and depending upon the forensic tool we use, it could parse out that data and show it in the messages section as well. For instance, DMs on Instagram may appear in a cell phone extraction. In the case of a phone being powered off, Apple uses encryption to encrypt data. And if the phone powers off, from iPhone 5S, which is a long time ago, to present day iPhone 16, there's a whole separate chipset inside of Apple iPhones that does nothing but hardware encryption for iOS devices or iPhones. And that can present some challenges to us. If we do not have the passcode for the phone and the phone's powered off, we're gonna have a difficult time getting all that data that we wanna see for investigative purposes. And we'll be left with sometimes a list of blocked numbers on the device, sometimes some cached images or images that are temporarily stored in the phone's memory, but aren't the photos and videos taken by the camera inside the phone. We won't see messages or web history. So we're very limited if the phone's powered off. So again, it depends, but the shorter answer is, in best case scenario, we get pretty much everything that you have on your phone.
Now, is two of the phones that Investigator Viverito asked you to extract pertaining to Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell, did Investigator Viverito have a passcode for those?
Yes.
And roughly, was it in December of 2022 when you conducted the extraction on those two phones?
Yes.
I wanted to also circle back. You had mentioned web history. When the data comes back, are you able to look and see web searches?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that means or what that may show?
What's important to note that whatever we get on the phone is just a log of activity for the phone. So I may not know who was physically holding the phone unless we have a witness or it's on video to show who was physically operating a device. So when I see web history or I see a search that appears in the web history, what I know is that the phone navigated to the internet and conducted this search. So for instance, if I go onto my iPhone and I go to Google and I type in a search term, then I would see the URL or the web address of what that search term result is. That's the page that Google will navigate to, that my phone will navigate to. And in that URL, you'll see an indication that this may have been a Google search. You'll see some indication of what the search terms were. If there's multiple search terms like Kevin Leonpacher court, then you may see Kevin plus Leonpacher plus court. And what that means is that the phone navigated to that page that may have those results from Google. If someone were to send a link of search results, which I don't think I've ever seen someone send a link of Google search results, but that would have the same web address. So whether someone types in the search term or navigates to the page that resulted in those search terms because someone, say, texted them a link, then you would still navigate to the Google page that has the results for those search terms.
Now, when you do these phone extractions for other detectives, like you did in this case for Viverito, you didn't personally, in this case, review the contents of the extraction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you give it to them, are they able to navigate and see the data that you just described?
Yes.
And is the system that they see that data for messages or calls? Are they able to tell if it's incoming, outgoing, and who they're communicating with?
Yes, the tool that I use and used in this case is XRY. That's the one that's made by that company MSAB. And XRY has essentially, it's two different tools. One is the extraction tool, that's XRY, and then the reviewer or reader tool is called Examine. So Examine is used to open up the XRY extracted files, and it presents the results of the extraction. And you can create filters. You can say, I want to see all the calls, or I want to see all the messages, or you can select both and say, I want to see just calls and messages. And when you click on messages, it brings up the messages. It's essentially divided into 3 columns. Filters on one side, the left, calls, messages. And then in the middle, it'll display the calls and messages. And you can sort it by time or sort it by how frequently someone communicated with this person. And then when you click on a message, in the right-hand side, it'll give you more details about it. So you can tell in the center column or in the more details column on the right from whom the message was sent and to whom it was sent.
Now, when you extract these phones, is there any data gleaned of if various SIM cards were used on a phone?
Yes.
Can you describe, one, what a SIM card is and how that data may show up?
SIM cards, which are slowly going away. SIM cards are physical cards that insert into a mobile device. Before we had them just for like GSM phones. That's before we went into like what modern day LTE technology is. We would have a SIM card in like an AT&T phone, but maybe not a Verizon phone. But with SIM cards, they're inserted into the device and they contain information that is used to authenticate that phone or that user on the cellular network. So there are a couple of identifiers. One is an ICCID. That's the SIM card identifier, integrated circuit card identifier. The other is the IMSI, or International Mobile Subscriber Identity. That's a unique identifier for a cellular network, and the IMSI is used in that authentication process. You put a SIM card in your phone, you turn it on. If you have AT&T or now Verizon, it goes to the Verizon cell sites and it goes through an authentication process. Verizon looks at your IMSI, identifies your phone number. The phone number is stored on the SIM card as well. And it says, yes, Kevin's paid his bill this month. He's allowed to use the cellular network and you'll have access to make and receive calls. In iOS devices or iPhones, some of that SIM data is stored. Even if you remove the SIM card from the device, we may still see the ICCID or the IMSI and the date that SIM card was in the device. It'll have a date last updated.
Did you see any SIM card changes in the 2 phones associated with Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson that you got in December of 2022?
I did.
And did you ever find or see any connection or association with a phone number ending in any phone numbers of interest? I should say?
Yes.
What was that connection?
Well, there was a phone number that I understand was a phone number that was identified by a...
Sustained.
What was the phone number without saying anything else about it?
The phone number is 470-814-8694.
And what was the connection with that 8694 phone number when you looked at the cell phones you got in December related to Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
It was the phone number associated with an Apple iPhone 12 mini. And that was one of those devices that Investigator Viverito asked me to conduct a forensic analysis of, and that she provided the passcode for.
Now, after you gave, Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 227, Victor 1 and 2 into evidence.
Yes.
Oh, We're approaching. We are approaching. So we're going to call that 2 objections. We'll wait and see how this goes. Now, I know there's a lot of, I'm not uninterested in learning about this stuff. It's just hard to follow the important details of what he's saying when he's speaking in one really long run-on sentence. To me, it sounds like he's trying to pitch his resume to get hired as an expert witness or to do this sort of work for other trials. So, whatever. Not saying he can't do the job, but what's interesting is we've heard already he was asked to look at 2 devices. 2 devices. 2 devices. So, and he says he works closely with Agent Bernie across different projects. Bernie had the same problem. I liked Agent Bernie, right? I didn't mind that. I think he was very genuine. He was forthcoming when stuff wasn't reliable, right? Agent Bernie was like, well, we couldn't tell that with precision, or this could be another explanation. He was willing to respond honestly and didn't seem offended when he had to do so. But with Agent Bernie, another thing he was forthcoming about was, well, they only asked me to look at certain things. They didn't ask me to look at certain people's devices, right? So I think this is going to be another scenario where the input, what we're looking at, is constrained by what Marissa Viverito in this case requested Leonpacher to do. So now they're approaching. I think we're going to fight for the admission of something here. So we'll see. We will see. Oh, man. Yeah, definitely proud of his work. And for what it's worth, I mean, whatever, you probably worked hard to get there. I just want to make sure that when you're asked a question, if you don't actually know the answer to it, let's see if he tries to give an answer that's helpful or purposely hurtful to one party or the other, right? So, let's see. Yeah, Chloe, so going back to earlier today, Chloe Alberts-Arven said she got seated, so Paige Whitaker took the bench and didn't examine previous rulings. Remember, she sealed and unsealed the record for the case very quickly. But yeah, in a case where another judge was yeeted after about 100 days, right? That's a lot of material to just ride forward with. Wow, Paige, I have a beautiful skyscraper to sell you. So yeah, she put a lot of faith in that and decided we can just go with the foundation that we had here. I don't know. Very interesting to hear her reaction to that this morning, though. Like, oh, I was surprised to see that. You know, no instruction, no limiting instruction. You guys, the previous predecessor judge just allowed somebody's plea to be entered into evidence. And there was some reversal of that plea, but we brought it into evidence anyway. So Whitaker's finally stating the obvious out loud. On day 159. On day 159. Thank you so much, Chloe. GV says, thank you for staying out of all the side drama, Kat. Well, you guys know my take last week was, hey, I think it's interesting if a document says something happened in August of 2024, but we hear it become news, who made it news all of a sudden? Who made it news all of a sudden? Who brought it to somebody's attention? And then last week we hear that the state wants to call Miss Alexander. So that was the red alarm that went off in my head. And I'm just going to wait and see. I'm going to see if Miss Alexander is a cooperative witness for the state, right? So as far as how this would impact the trial, I think it comes down to if and how Miss Alexander testifies. But this is the way I like to do it, you guys. You know, I'm here to watch the trial, and I'm not faulting anybody who's interested in hearing anything else that goes on. I'm just saying when I do the streams, I like to what's going on in the courtroom or in motions, maybe outside of the courtroom camera, but still related to the case on the record. Thank you so much, GV. Ike says, guys, I think my highlight of the day is Schardt asking to correct the whiteboard and easel drawing. Like, maybe it was a minor correction, whatever, but it was hilarious. Ike says that whiteboard is so doggone sloppy. I object to it as an eyesore as well as a state-produced exhibit to the jury. Yeah, and I get that it's supposed to be a demonstrative, but we've seen previously where Love in particular, Adrian Love, was using it the first time Detective Dennis was on the stand to introduce, basically rewrite the stuff in the PowerPoint that was excluded, the Operation Planters PowerPoint. So, I mean, they've definitely used it as a tool to get in evidence that otherwise wouldn't have been admissible. I get that it's also kind of just like a demonstrative, but you know, they've used it, they've stretched the permissibility of stuff that could be a demonstrative. And I agree, like the whole chat, it was the chat versus the chart. Everyone's like, not that again. Thank you so much for the 5, Ike. And then Peter Ortiz, remember yesterday, especially, I think you guys let me know that Canada does the same thing, right? Yesterday was a big day to honor veterans outside of just the United States, which I think is cool that they share those same days. But Peter Ortiz here says, thank you for supporting me and my fellow veterans. I was dropping your name at the VFW while serving meals to vets in need. That is awesome. That is very kind of you to do. I had shared my thoughts in the chat a little bit. But guys, I do want to highlight yesterday was a really big day for veterans. I know it's the time of year where everybody thinks a little bit more about veterans. And we had talked last week about different organizations that support veterans. And this weekend, largely in part, thanks to the support that you guys have shown these streams, these channels, I try to donate a little bit to a cause every year. Usually organizations like the Innocence Project are my go-tos. But this year, because of you guys, I'm in a better position to support different causes. So this year, I help support Canines for Warriors. Now, Canines for Warriors helps train and pair dogs. I think they might do some cats too, but I think it's supposed to be shelter dogs. So they take shelter dogs, they train the dogs, they get the dogs trained to help veterans deal with things like PTSD, right? And they pair, you get a companion. They find a veteran, they pair the veteran, and their goal is to reduce the unaliving rate, right? Because that's a huge problem with veterans. Mental health, depression, dealing with the repercussions of dedicating your life to serve this country. So Canines for Warriors is the organization that I chose. Thanks to you guys in the chat for being so supportive of this channel. I was able to pay it forward. And big thank you to veterans in the chat, just like Peter Ortiz. And remember, organizations like Canines for Warriors and anything local that you have, I feel like most areas have a local organization. Their efforts are year-round. It's not just one day a year. So, and thank you so much. Yeah, so I have the window up on my screen and it only said dogs. So as soon as I said cats, I was like, well, maybe I'm misspeaking. But thank you. I thought so. I thought I've also seen cats when I was looking through their YouTube channel, their stories. So, like, thank you there, because I felt like I was speaking wrong reading their website there. This is a sidebar. So they are at the bench right now, you guys. They're at the bench. Oh, this is awesome, Ike. So earlier in the stream, I shared that 2 community members shared that they were recipients of a Canine for Warriors from the Canines for Warriors project, and that it helped them tremendously. And Ike, anecdotally here, says, I've seen it and it saved 3 friends of mine. So great to hear those stories and the impact. They have a YouTube channel with some of their stories documented. So I shared their link. Let me get their YouTube channel. And probably a tearjerker warning, so be forewarned, be forewarned. So let's get this pulled up. All right, so there is the YouTube channel in the chat, not the description. I'll add it to the description in a bit. Let me close this extra YouTube window. StreamYard does not like when you open another YouTube window while YouTubing. But yeah, and thank you guys for sharing the stories of the organizations. And again, shout out other organizations that you appreciate. It's always nice to hear from other people with their suggestions of a charity are, because there can be a question of like, well, what do they do? What do they really do with the funding they receive? Do they really have an impact? So again, Ike, even just sharing here that it's helped 3 friends of yours is incredibly important. It's great for the organization, but really great for me to feel confident in, choosing to support that organization when trying to sift through all the different options. So. Yeah, Emmy, I feel that. I feel that. So definitely a tearjerker if you go and watch some of the stories. Especially like, a veteran story can be a tearjerker, but then you add a cute pet into it, a cute dog, a good dog. Like that's just like the perfect recipe for like an oh my gosh type of moment. And then back to YSL content. Ashley Linnell, good question. How did she get the passcode? Did she figure it out? Did somebody give it to her? Because remember, Viverito was also she was a probation officer for several people. So. Also, big shout out to STS here. Had it up on the screen, but gotta show STS some love. Gifting 5 more memberships. So make sure if you got a membership, you're saying thank you. And thank you so much to STS. And I think, let me check on something. I've been waiting for an update. They haven't updated it yet. So, and I'm listening to the court. We'll jump right back if they come back. But we had also, they haven't updated it, so it's still available, but STS had mentioned a sanctuary that helps pair cats. It's a cat sanctuary, but they pair senior cats with senior citizens. Again, the companionship type of aspect, helping with mental health, social health, well-being. And I put the chat as the sponsor name. They haven't updated yet, but we are sponsoring Catsby. So the Great Catsby is the Cat Not Williams chat sponsored cat. This is a sanctuary cat that will not be up for adoption, but will be living at the sanctuary. And we are sponsoring this cat. The sponsorship also goes to help the sanctuary itself. But I'm waiting for the update, so whenever they put the Honorable Chat as the sponsor of Catsby, we'll take a picture of it and throw it up on the screen. But yeah, never underestimate, dealing with loneliness. And a lot of veterans are also senior citizens, right? So the issues can overlap, but dealing with loneliness. Dealing with loneliness can improve your lifespan, improve your chances at living a bit longer. So really important cause. Yes, we have a chat cat. The Great Catsby. Speaking of holidays, I'm in the holiday spirit. Love to look at these types of initiatives this time of year. It's important year round, but, But speaking of the holidays, Chloe Albert's Revenge says, it's the holiday season. Cowboy Santa is officially Ho-Ho Hogan. And we were so, like, when he first took the stand, we're like, oh, he's very Santa-ish. Cool. It was like Western and Santa were the 2 comparisons he got. And then as he testified, especially on Cross, we're like, wow, this guy's crazy. This guy is, what do you say, like 72, 79 homicides that he was the lead on? Brings in a lot of questions. Yeah, demolished is a great word. He got demolished. Squirrel Brain Gang, lots of conversation about Detective Hogan today. And guys, pinned at the chat, if you've closed the pin chat, you have to refresh the stream to see it. When this is done, I'll update the description and throw it in there as well. But Taylor Umbridge did a read through of Lil Rod's request for a new trial, right? So last week we looked at the appeal arguments from Brian Steele in Damon Blaylock's appeal, co-defendant of Lil Rod. But if you want to look at the arguments from Lil Rod's team, Taylor Umbridge did a read through of that. It's linked in the pinned comment in the chat, and I'll update my description to add it there as well. So lots of stuff going on. But in that vein, Squirrel Brain Gang talking about Detective Hogan. Squirrel Brain Gang says, I've decided, considering recent testimony, Detective Hogan is the new leader of the gang. Yep, I'm all for it. I approve. I vote in favor. I'm a yay. Chloe Alberts Revenge says, hear that? Y'all clutching your pearls over her hair and clothing. And this is the first cop that actually wrote a report. Although I still think Schardt poked holes in it. Like, we've got different rounds being fired, so... And that might have been to highlight certain things for the jury, not necessarily to come down on Hollis herself. But yeah. And not for nothing, she was wearing a like, that was, like, work uniform, right? Because didn't it... I don't know. I'm picturing logo, right? I thought there was a logo on her shirt. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't share the link to Kathmandu. Okay, so here is the link in the chat to Kathmandu. Yeah, so I think it was uniform then. Yeah, this is a very long sidebar. And they do typically come back and let us know, like, hey, jury, we're actually going to send you back to your room. This is taking longer than usual. They didn't do that this time, so... I wonder if the witness is, like, sitting right there. Nancy New One Two says, do you think the judge is signing immunity for Sumlin? I would be... I know that he has the right to invoke his fifth. I'd be interested in seeing if the state wants to push him to answer things that would go into that territory. And then ask this judge for an immunity order. Like, it hasn't worked well for them with Quindarius Zachary or with Kenneth Copeland. I don't know. So I wouldn't be surprised necessarily if the state asks. I guess we'll find out. And then Squirrel Brain Gang, thanks for also gifting a membership. Well, the jury doesn't always go out during sidebars. That's why you'll hear it specified sometimes, all right, we're actually going to ask you to go back to the room. The point of a sidebar is to get out of the earshot of the jury, so you're not saying things out loud in open court or the media pool. So, I mean, it's possible that the camera, the media pool didn't cut back on when Whitaker said, okay, we're just going to take a break. But typically they do come back onto the camera and say, all right, we're actually going to take longer with this. Yeah, and Brittany, it's the witness typically leaves when they go to sidebar because they're close enough to hear, unless it's, was it Gaither was sitting there, right? They've had a few people just sitting up there. All right, we've got some action. Is this a new person? Oh no. Oh, but they all got haircuts this weekend. Give us some sound.
All right, y'all go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Leonpacher, did you have the opportunity on March 17th of 2022 to participate in a search warrant
Yes.
at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury how you got involved in that search warrant?
Well, I mentioned just a moment ago that I know Investigator Viverito. I've worked with her a lot over the years. She's been in a few different roles, and I've worked with her in each of those capacities with the different agencies that she's worked with, including when the search warrant was obtained and to be executed. So she asked for my assistance to execute the search warrant, and that's why I participated.
Now, when you got there, was it daylight or nighttime?
It was daylight.
And was there other units within APD that were there for the search?
Yes.
What were some of those units?
The SWAT team, our intelligence unit, I think some gang unit investigators, and myself and I believe my sergeant and our homicide unit, Ray Layton, were there, and our crime scene technician.
Now, you personally, when you go to scenes or work cases, do you take any photographic or video evidence yourself?
Sometimes.
And what do you use for that?
Usually a city-issued cell phone to photograph or video a walkthrough of the area.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, I am approaching with what's been marked as 336 Victor. Detective Leonpacher, before testifying here today, have you had a chance to review that medium I gave you?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
336 VV, State's Exhibit, contains all the photographs and videos that I took while I was out there on Waters Road.
And I'm also going to approach you, Detective Leonpacher, with what's been marked as State's Exhibits 316 Victor through 335 Victor. Are those photographs that you took the scene that day?
Yes, and at least one photograph is, I believe I took when I was back at Atlanta Police Headquarters after packaging some of the evidence, and I photographed the packaging of it.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 316 Victor Victor through 335, as well as 336 Victor Victor, the USB.
All right, those are admitted, and also you tendered, but then we broke, and I don't think I admitted on the record 227 Victor Victor 1 and 2. Those are also admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to publish 336 Victor Victor. Now, is this the location that you were at, Detective Leonpacher, on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And when you do document search warrants or scenes that you walk through, do you kind of take an overview of the location?
Yes.
And is this you walking to the mailbox to document the address for this search?
Yes.
Now, had SWAT already cleared the residence by the time that you started searching?
Yes.
And when I'm going to publish another portion of State's Exhibit 336, Victor Victor. Was there a Audi that you see in this clip when you got there?
Yes.
Now, do you typically try to capture the VIN number of vehicles that are on scenes?
Usually.
Can you tell the jury how were law enforcement officers able to get in this Audi vehicle?
You can see on the left there at the door, there's a coat hanger. The window was ajar, and investigators used a coat hanger to tug on the door handle to open the vehicle and access the interior of it.
Now, was there a firearm in that car?
Yes, on the passenger floorboard, protruding up into there's me. The passenger floorboard, the firearm was laying down on the floorboard and leaning against the passenger seat.
Now, after documenting the firearm inside of the vehicle, did you ever pull it out of the vehicle to examine it closer?
Yes.
I am going to publish 318 Victor Victor. Is that a picture of the firearm in the passenger seat where you found it?
Yes.
And what type of firearm was it?
This was a Ruger AR 5.56. It takes 5.56 caliber ammunition.
And I'm going to publish another portion of 336 Victor Victor. Do you see on the screen before I start this magazine and a firearm on the roof of the car?
Yes, that is the magazine that was inserted into the weapon when it was recovered.
Now, I'm going to play this first and ask you, is that cartridge you saw on the purple glove something that you had to get out of? Was that in the chamber or in the firearm when you examined it?
Best I recall, I could review my notes for it to refresh my recollection, but best I recall, yes, it was loaded with one round chambered and it had to be cleared to extract that round from the chamber.
If I approach you with a copy of your incident report, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes. I've refreshed my recollection about what I wrote in the incident report.
And what do you recall about that piece of ammunition?
My recollection's unchanged, that it was loaded with 1 round in the chamber, but I did not specifically note in my incident report that that round was chambered. But you can see the magazines are loaded, and the 1 round out would have been the round that we cleared from the firearm, and that's what I recall about the condition of that firearm when it was collected.
Now, I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to show you from this clip. Can you describe for the jury what is that 2 magazines, and can you describe like what that was and with the tape and the different magazines?
Well, there's 2 magazines that are designed to fit that weapon, that AR, and they're taped together facing opposite directions. So if one were to insert the magazine and fire enough rounds to use all of the ammunition in that 1 magazine, one could then pull the magazine out, flip it over, reinsert it, and get back in battery and begin shooting additional rounds without having to drop a magazine, retrieve an additional magazine from an alternate location, and then load it in. It's taped together so it makes a quick extract, turn over, reload, and then the firearm would be ready to fire again.
Now, did you also collect this firearm that day?
I did.
Now, I am approaching with what is marked as 223 Victor Victor.
Here we go.
And oh, actually, one brief second. With this specific firearm, did you do any research with this and contact any other law enforcement entities?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what you did in relation to this firearm?
Is it permissible to talk about the results of inquiries I made on the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So I checked the serial number of the firearm in the same way we would run a license plate to see if a car was stolen. We can run serial numbers of articles and firearms to see if they have been reported stolen. What I found was this firearm was reported stolen while in transit from a Ruger manufacturer in North Carolina while it was en route, I believe via UPS, to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, somewhere between origin and destination. It was stolen in this essentially cargo theft from UPS. And so it was recovered when I wrote the report for it. The ATF investigates firearms stolen while in transit, and I communicated with an agent of the ATF who then recovered the firearm at a later time.
Now, ultimately, did the ATF ever come or get in possession of that firearm?
Yes, yeah, I made arrangements to ensure that the firearm, after being test fired for examination purposes and testing purposes, was then released into the custody of that ATF agent so he could continue his investigation.
Now, Detective Leonpacher, I'm going to publish 319 Victor Victor. Is this another photograph of that same firearm?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 320 Victor Victor. Is this a close-up where the trigger mechanism would be?
Yes.
And 323 Victor Victor. Is this another photograph of those taped magazines in the gun?
Yes.
Now, did you find any other items in that vehicle that you documented that day?
Yes.
What did you find?
There was a pink colored wool cap, I believe in the back seat.
Did you collect that item?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's marked as 340 Victor Victor. And Detective Leonpacher, when you collect items at a scene, are you familiar with how APD property evidence labels and case numbers are for pieces of evidence?
Yes.
And is there any identifying features on that? And if you need to open it, you by all means can. That helps you know what is inside of it.
Well, I packaged this item and sealed it. My initials were on the original evidence seal. And I also wrote on there that it was a pink wool cap recovered from the Audi. And in the evidence label that I created, I labeled it as the brand Time and True pink wool cap. So at the time that I packaged it in this evidence envelope, it was a pink wool cap.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence 340 Victor Victor. And this,
I have an objection. Is 340 the firearm or the envelope there?
it is the envelope with the pink wool cap.
Objection, relevance 403.
Overruled.
And
And
Detective Leonpacher, to be clear, this first, the vehicle where officers put the coat hanger inside of it, is this the Audi we're talking about where you found this pink wool cap?
Yes.
That first vehicle, if you were to enter the property on kind of the right-hand side of the yard. I'll go back to 318 Victor Victor. Is this the vehicle that you found that pink wool cap?
Yes.
Did you also find any temporary tags or license plates in that vehicle?
Yes, multiple.
I am going to publish 324 Victor Victor. Are these some of the temporary plates that you found?
Yes,
And did you ever find a driver's license or identification in that car?
I did.
I'm going to publish 325 Victor Victor. Who was the individual's name that you found?
Eric Jerome Moore.
I'm going to publish 326 Victor Victor. Did you find some other registration paperwork for that vehicle
Yes,
with the same individual's name?
yes.
Now, I'm going to publish another portion of, and is this the pink wool cap that you were just discussing?
Yes, and I've looked inside the envelope, which is open, and I can see it's the same pink wool cap.
I'm going to publish another portion of State's Exhibit 336, Victor Victor. And just to be clear, this is the video footage that you personally recorded that day. Is that fair?
Yes,
And to the right, that's depicted on the screen, is the vehicle we were just discussing.
yes.
Did you find any other firearms in the yard that day?
Yes. Approaching this Jeep vehicle on the ground there was this firearm with a drum magazine.
Is the circular item the drum magazine?
Yes.
Is that increase the capacity of rounds that it can hold?
Yes, the drum magazine is a high capacity ammunition magazine that loads rounds or cartridges in a circular motion. And as rounds feed into the firearm, they continue loading a round in that circular motion to feed into the firearm. So it's just a high capacity magazine.
Now, Detective Leonpacher, I am approaching you now with what's marked as 223 Victor Victor. And I wanted to ask you if you're able to recognize that before you.
Is it okay to go ahead and open it up?
It is.
Atkins doesn't want to be
Yes.
near it at all.
And what is that item?
It's the firearm that was just depicted in the video, and it's a AK M10762P firearm, and the drum magazine that was there as well.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit
Good start.
223 Victor Victor.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance in 403. Has nothing to
We may need
do with
to
this case.
Approach.
Your Honor,
Check that out.
I object to the speaking objections, and I can explain relevance outside
All
the
right.
presence of the jury.
Come on up.
All right. So there we go. It seems like, how do you know this has something to do with my client, particularly if it was on the ground compared to, you know, the other one you're saying was in the vehicle when you arrived, and before this guy arrives there, before Leonpacher arrives there, Viverito and others had already used a clothes hanger to get into the window. Although, not for nothing, it looked like the window was shattered, so it doesn't seem like the way they got into the car was with the clothes hanger. Didn't the window look broken? But this other weapon, this other firearm, is just sitting on the ground. So how do you have enough there to suggest that you believe this belongs to the defendant? So it seems like that's why they're approaching either relevance or also the 403 waste of time. No. Yeah, it's going to be one of those. It's relevant because the state believes it is. But this is a little odd. I do think it's a little bit damning for Stillwell if he has all these temporary tags just sitting there hanging out. Is he swapping them out? That's a little bit interesting because I wouldn't imagine that you swap your tags to make sure that some random person out in the open doesn't know who you are, right? That seems like a plate reader type thing. So why do we have all these tags? But besides that, I mean, all I can say is I think it's stupid to just leave firearms sitting in vehicles. Just point blank across the board. So if that's what was actually happening, if that was sitting there like that, I find it hard to believe it was sitting there like that. But if it was just sitting in a parked vehicle, yeah, and that's the thing, like, and this Waters Road house, I mean, remember, they're gonna try to get in this phone call. I don't know if it'll be through this witness or what, but the state wants to admit a phone call with Stillwell on a phone with Demeke and Garlington, but the handset's associated with Boyer.
So, Detective Leonpacher, this is the firearm we were just discussing with the drum magazine that we see in the yard of 2830 Waters Road.
Yes, still covered with the same dirt.
Do you know if it rained the night prior?
I don't recall.
Now, I am going to...
Sounds like foundation.
And I'm going to publish 328 Victor. Is this the firearm that we were just discussing?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 329 Victor. And with this specific type of magazine, do you see how the ammunition at the very end to the right? Does it keep feeding into it until all rounds are discharged or something else?
Until all rounds are discharged, or whoever's operating it stops shooting, as long as there's still rounds left. But yes, that's how it feeds, and that it's loaded in that circular motion and feeds up through the magazine into the firearm.
One brief moment. Now, you had mentioned that Jeep Liberty that we saw in that video.
Yes.
Was there any defects in that car or anything of note in that blue Jeep Liberty?
Yes.
What did you see?
On the driver's door, there appeared to be what we often say in homicide cases, we don't know what caused it, but it's a defect consistent with gunfire. It looked like a bullet hole in the door.
Now, I am about to publish, before I do, another portion of 336 Victor. What part of the house is this frame right here?
This is the rear of the house.
And is that a stairwell in the rear that you see in this photograph?
There's a set of stairs that leads up, and then there's an open door in the back.
And did you ever go and explore or examine the basement level of this residence?
Yes.
I'm going to publish this next portion of 336 Victor Victor now. And is this opening that you are walking towards the basement of the home?
Yes.
Was there another stairwell inside of the basement?
There's stairs, yes.
Were you able to get inside the home from those stairwell?
No. No, it's closed off. It's like wood that's like nailed shut, so it did not permit access from the basement level into the house.
Now, when you looked in the ceiling in this basement, was there any openings that were in the basement?
Yes.
And do you know where that went?
Into the house level above, but I don't recall which room it was.
Now, ultimately, did you go and conduct a search of the house inside the home?
Yes.
I am publishing 336 Victor Victor, another portion, but before I do, what is that, let me ask you this, if you were to walk in the front door, do you know where we are in the house with this photograph right now?
Yes, if you walk in the front door, just to the left, there was a television, a large television, a flat panel TV, and yeah, there's some wires hanging down there.
I am publishing this next portion of 336 Victor Victor.
Got the lance crackers.
Did you ever find or see any device that normally would be plugged into those when you were searching there that time?
Yes and no. I did see at least one camera on the front porch that had a light illuminating from it, indicating the camera had power. And I believe these wires to terminate to that camera, because I was essentially trying to follow what are these cameras plugged into. And then so that on one end, I expect that one of these wires was plugged into at least that camera. On this end, no. You see those wires, they said to DVR, which I would expect to be a video recording system, a digital video recording system that would capture surveillance video from any cameras that terminated at the end of those wires. And these wires dangling there suggested there may have been one, but there was none there when I was there.
Now, Detective Leonpacher, I'm going to play briefly this last portion of the video, the portion of 336 Victor Victor. Was there a bedroom nearby where these cords were?
Yes.
And after looking at the cords, did you ever go into that bedroom?
Yes.
And did you ever look in the closet in that bedroom?
Yes.
And in just a second, that right there, did you see that in the floorboard?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a void in the floor.
And do you know, did that go down, if you know, to the basement?
As I recall, yes, that was the hole in the floor that led to the basement. Or that, I should say, opened up to the basement. I want to say led as if one would navigate through that hole to get down there.
That's fair enough. Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 163 Victor Victor. Did you ever see this item when you were in the house on March 17, 2022?
No.
I am going to publish the next video portion of 336 Victor Victor. Can you describe for the jury before I play it what you see here and what you found?
This is a plate carrier vest. It's a bit like the tactical vest I wear when I'm in uniform for APD. It has an insert inside of it. When you purchase it, it typically doesn't have an insert, but it's made to have an insert that's body armor. I'd say bullet-resistant vests that we wear for law enforcement and that military often wears.
And did you search through this body armor?
I did.
Did it have, if you recall, what type of, in general, plate? Was it hard, soft, or some?
It was hard. The body armor that I have for my Atlanta police uniform is soft and flexible. This one was extremely heavy and hard, which would indicate to me it's a different level of body armor than the one that I wear for APD.
And was there any other cases found nearby the body armor?
Yes, there's a gun case or a rifle case.
Now, I wanted to ask you, did you ever find any firearms inside of the house?
Yes.
Where did you find it?
In a bedroom closet on the top shelf, there was a pistol.
I'm going to publish the next portion of 336 Victor Victor. Is this the inside of the home?
Yes.
And you had mentioned a top shelf where you found a firearm. Is this what you were discussing?
Yes.
Did you collect that firearm?
Yes. Ultimately, a crime scene technician took it away from the scene, but I participated in the collection of the item.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as 222 Victor Victor. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that item?
It's the Taurus pistol that was on the top shelf here.
And was that firearm loaded?
Um,
And if you need,
I don't recall. It's got a magazine inside of it, but I think that the full processing of it was done by the crime scene technician.
that's fair. I'm publishing 317 Victor Victor. Is this the firearm we were just discussing?
Yes.
And 330 Victor Victor, is this another photograph of that firearm?
Yes.
Now, did you ever go up into the attic of that home?
I did.
How did you get up to the attic, if you recall?
I don't recall if there was a pull downstairs or a scuttle hole. I don't recall.
Now, before I play this next portion of 336 Victor Victor, is this the attic area of the home?
Yes.
And did you find anything up in the attic?
Yes.
What did you find?
There was a bucket full of ammunition of various calibers.
Now, I'm first going to approach you with this bag, and then I'm going to bring over 225 Victor Victor. And I'm going to set it down by your feet and ask you if you recognize that item.
Yes.
What is that?
That's the bucket of ammunition that was recovered from the attic.
And at some point was that bucket inside of that bag that now has a hole in it?
Yes, the bucket was packaged by the crime scene technician, who misspelled my name, but it's on there nonetheless. And yes, that's the bucket that was inside the residence.
Can you explain for the jury, and feel free, well, Your Honor, at first the state's going to tender 225 Victor into evidence.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Detective Leonpacher, feel free to examine 225 Victor. What kind of ammo was in this bucket in the attic?
5.56 ammunition. It's pretty much a full box. 223 ammunition. Large ammunition, typically used with rifles. And the 5.56, the green tip ammunition, much like the ones that were loaded into that stolen rifle, had green tips as well. 2 magazines taped to each other. Only 4 popped out, so excuse me. You did say feel free to examine it.
Thank you, Detective Leonpacher. Is there any other items inside 225 Victor?
And this is a ammunition box. When ammunition is sold in large quantities, it often will come in a large box, and it's labeled 9mm Luger. Which contains a Glock magazine for a semi-automatic pistol, a magazine for some type of rifle, semi-automatic pistol, which appears to, that's a 5.7 by 28 caliber, and an ammunition loader, which is used to quickly reload magazines with ammunition. And it's got one cartridge loaded inside of it.
Thank you, Detective Leonpacher. I'm going to help you when you get that back, move that bucket to the side.
There's more.
There's more. Keep going, Detective Leonpacher. What else is inside?
Another box of 223 ammunition. That's pretty full. It's okay, I will open that one. Plastic sandwich bags. Another box that's pretty full of 5.56 ammunition. A digital scale. 5.7 by 28 ammunition. A box for an FN57 pistol magazine. Another box of 5.7 by 28 millimeter ammunition. An evidence bag with test bullets and cartridge cases from laboratory testing of the firearms. Another box of 5.7 by 28 ammunition. Some loose bag packaged ammunition. And a small sack of marijuana. Well, what I suspect to be marijuana. Without testing, I wouldn't.
He loves testifying.
And I did not. I returned the marijuana back to the bucket.
Let the record so reflect.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I don't believe that I formally tendered 222 Victor into evidence, but the state would move to tender 222 Victor at this time.
Admitted.
Is the firearm. Now, Detective Leonpacher, I'm going to help make a little bit of room for you.
Is that a different firearm than 223 was?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Whitaker's not paying attention.
Did you ever collect, Detective Leonpacher, any items of clothing in that house?
Yes.
What did you collect?
A T-shirt that was found in a bin inside the house, plastic bin.
I am approaching you with what's been marked as 226 Victor Victor. Ask you if you recognize or see that item.
Yes.
Is that the piece of clothing that you were describing?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish 332 Victor Victor. What did that piece of clothing say?
The front of it had a print on it that read slime, and then in quotation marks it read slime. It's an adjective is listed below that, and then it says, 1, can't be trusted, a repulsive or despicable person, wipe your effing nose. I'll just say F asterisk asterisk ing. So wipe your effing nose, and then is you slime enough?
Did you ever examine the front
Hold on, so now it's not a term of endearment? So why are they all calling each other slimes?
yard for any possible shell casings or cartridges?
I did.
I'm going to publish another portion of State's Exhibit 336 Victor Victor at this time. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at as this plays in terms of right here?
This is a portion of the front yard near those Herbie Kirby cans where I recovered 2 cartridge cases of different caliber.
And is that the first cartridge that you recovered?
Yes.
Is there a second cartridge case that you recovered?
Yes.
Is this documenting that second cartridge case that you recovered?
Yes. The first one was a 5.7 by 28 millimeter, much like the ammunition that was in that bucket. And the other one was a 223 Remington ammunition.
And did you package those items or help them get transported back to APD?
I did. I packaged them and then photographed the packaging, which I referenced earlier.
Is publishing 334 Victor Victor, are these cartridges that we just were discussing?
Yes.
Another picture of them at 335, and
Yes.
then 316 Victor Victor, is that the packaging that you just discussed?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 224 Victor Victor. Do you recognize that, Detective Leonpacher?
Yes.
Is that, or what is that, I should ask you?
These are those 2 cartridge cases packed as I packaged them. And initially I sealed it, and my initials were on the evidence seal before it was submitted to the crime lab for additional testing, which is that additional seal on there.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence 224 Victor Victor at this time.
Okay, it's admitted.
And Detective Leonpacher, was there a vehicle parked very close to the front door of that house?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what you saw in relation to that vehicle?
That vehicle was a 2011 Chevy Malibu, and it had significant damage from gunfire. There was gunfire. First off, I should say, I believe it was the front passenger tire was flat. And then there was gunfire, I think, through the window, through the fender, through the pillar, like on the back. We call it the C pillar, it's the rear driver's side pillar. So there was just damage from gunfire in the car. And then there was damage behind it as well on portions of the residence, the facade of the residence. It seemed to line up with the where the defects were to the car, as rounds may have traveled through the vehicle and into the house.
Was there any cell phones on scene that were collected?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
As I recall, I think 5, and I can refresh my recollection.
But if looking at a copy of your report would refresh recollection?
Yes.
Please do.
Yes. My recollection is refreshed.
It was 5?
Yes.
Now, I am going to, or let me ask you this. In total, in your time working for Atlanta Police Department Homicide, do you get familiar with different parts of the city?
Yes.
And have you, in your career, had cases or had to go to various parts of Atlanta?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with what is marked as 344 Victor Victor through 347, and then 350 through 353, as well as 216, all Victor Victor. Yes, you may.
Can you read those numbers again for me too?
Yes, Your Honor. And to make it, yes, yes, Your Honor.
I think I got
One
it.
brief moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
So, Your Honor, it is 344 through 353 minus 348 and 349, if that makes it easier for the court. So, and I'm not admitting 216.
350 through 353, and you're not tendering 316.
216, Your Honor, not tendering 216. So it's 344 through 347, Your Honor, and 350 through 353.
All right, those are admitted, and I didn't, did you tender for admission 226, the shirt?
Your Honor, I believe that I did, but to be clear, the state would move to tender into the record 226 Victor Victor
Okay.
at this time.
All of those are,
No objection, and no objection to 344 to 353 minus the 2.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schardt. Detective Leonpacher, before testifying, did you have an opportunity to look over some of these photographs?
Yes.
And with the photographs before you, do you recognize them?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the locations in Atlanta that they depict?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence those items. I had shown them to Detective Leonpacher, Your Honor, before we admitted them.
These are the ones we, okay.
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes,
Thank you.
they're admitted.
So, Detective Leonpacher, I am going to publish 344 Victor Victor. One brief moment, Your Honor. It should come up on the screen here momentarily. Where is this area, Detective Leonpacher?
That's, I believe it's 464 Windsor Street. It's at the corner of Windsor and Fulton, the northeast corner.
Is it near I-20?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 345 Victor Victor. Is this another photograph of that same location?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 346 Victor Victor. Is this the inside of that BP gas station?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 347 Victor Victor. What is this?
It's the liquor store that's next door to it. It's kind of attached.
I'm going to publish 350 Victor Victor. Do you recognize where this area is?
Yes, that appears to be Windsor Street, orientated looking northbound. So if you were to come out of that BP gas station, again, which is at Fulton and Windsor, go north on Windsor, You're looking north towards I-20.
And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 351, Victor Victor.
It's a closer image of
Of the
Windsor
intersection?
I-20. Yes.
I'm going to go to 353, 352, Victor Victor.
Yep. Same intersection.
Now, Detective Leonpacher, if you were to leave that BP, go to that intersection and get on I-20 West, would you ever hit the perimeter?
Yes.
And what highway or would you cross over, intersect if you kept going down I-20 West?
If you go I-20 west, you would eventually hit Interstate 285, the perimeter. That's in the Adamsville neighborhood of Atlanta. And then if you keep going I-20 west, another major roadway you hit just after you pass over 285 is Fulton Industrial Boulevard.
Thank you, Detective Leonpacher. One brief moment.
I think they're trying to establish that Stillwell went to Waters Road after the March 14th shooting of Shamel Drinks to hide out and camp there for 3 days.
Detective Leonpacher, I'm going to publish 353 Victor Victor. And that's a Scribner's error, Your Honor. It shows 253, but that's what has been admitted as 353. Is this also what you were just describing, Detective Leonpacher, with I-20 near Windsor?
Yes. Yeah, different perspective, but yes.
I am going to go back to 164 Victor Victor. Or I'm going to go back to 164 Victor Victor. I'm going to go one. Detective Leonpacher, do you see that TV that has TCL Roku TV on it?
Yes.
Was that TV in 2830 Waters Road on March 17th when you did the search?
Yes.
And do you see on this photograph like a table or some kind of setup on the right-hand side of this photograph?
Yes.
Do you see any cords that resemble or appear to be ones that you saw on March 17th?
Yes.
And the screen that appears to be mounted on the back of the wall, was that or was that not present?
Was not present.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Detective Leonpacher, I'm going to go back to 252. It should come up on the screen in just a minute. And if you were heading north from that BP gas station at 464 Windsor and we're trying to get on I-20 West, where's the rampway that you would get on?
You go underneath the Interstate 20 and then go west from there. Yeah. You'd have to go past the interstate then to go west.
Okay. Thank you. Or I'll publish 253, what is really, yep. So is this what you were discussing?
Yes. That's the westbound ramp. So this perspective is looking south along Windsor Street. And that roadway that goes at the right edge, that would be heading west on I-20 there.
Thank you, Detective Leonpacher. Your Honor, no further questions at this time by the state.
All right, I assume y'all are gonna have cross. Is it gonna be like 30 minutes? All right. Y'all wanna?
Gonna be a good
just
one.
Go ahead and get this finished before we break for lunch?
Oh, we're going right into it.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
Guys, and just real quick, we'll catch up, but the last part of that was to kind of establish, here's the BP gas station, here's that intersection that leads to the I-20 access ramps. We're showing the pathway, we're using Leonpacher to show some pathway that presumably, after the March 14th shooting of Shamel Drinks, Stillwell and maybe others went this way and then end up going to the Waters Roadhouse where they're there for the next 2 or 3 days when this March 16th shooting occurs and we do these searches. So, but let's see here. Cross-examination by Max Schardt. And a squeak.
Detective Leonpacher, good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
Max Schardt, we've met before, but Max Schardt, I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to ask you first about what we talked about first in direct, talking about the downloads of the phone. We talked about you were able to find searches on a phone that you download or extract the data from, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I should say I didn't find searches because I didn't sift through the data, but I'm aware of there being some links associated with searches.
So let me get this clear. You extracted information from several phones, including my client's phones, but you did not review any of the downloaded information.
That's correct.
Okay, do you know who reviewed the downloaded information?
I provided all of the extractions to investigator Marissa Viverito, who I believe conducted thorough reviews of the data.
Okay.
Bolstering.
Now, it seems to me that your role now in law enforcement focuses a lot on cell phones, correct?
Yes and no. I actually, in my role now at the FBI, I expect that I'll be spending a lot more time working with cell phone records from providers and less time working in mobile device forensics. So I'm transitioning now. But yes, over the past several years, I've been working a lot with mobile device forensics.
You were once a homicide investigator, though, correct?
Up until about 3 weeks ago, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a homicide investigator, if you see a search in a phone, is there some information you'd want to know? Let me back that up. You would want to know when that search was made, correct?
Yes.
And now let me be clear, because on direct, you did say a few things. It could be when a search shows up with keywords, it could be someone clicking on a link sent by someone else, right?
Yes.
It could be someone searching in their phone themselves, correct?
Yes.
And it could be someone else utilizing a device, right? Just because it's someone's device doesn't mean they were the ones utilizing it at that time, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't count that as a third option because as a forensic examiner, I'd only be concerned about what the phone did. So no matter who's holding the phone when it did what it did, it's only one of the two, right? The phone navigated to a URL that resulted in search results from, say, Google, regardless of who's holding it.
Okay, now with all those qualifiers aside, as an investigator, if you saw search results in a phone of a person of interest, you would want to know what date that search was allegedly done, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You would want to know, if you were investigating a case with such a cell phone, you would want to know if on that date of that search, other people had already alerted the owner of the phone of the fact that something had occurred at an address, correct?
I would take that into consideration in my examination of the results, yes.
So for instance, if the search was homicide or shooting, Smith Street X Bell Street, corner of Smith and Bell, you would want to know if the person that owns this phone or may have been using this phone is just searching that on them by themselves with no prompting, or if someone else has already alerted them to a fact that a shooting had occurred at that address. That would be an important fact to know as an investigator, wouldn't it?
It would be important, an important consideration in how I reviewed the data, yes.
Okay, and you'd also want to know, if the person searched these terms, hours after an event or days after an event, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you'd want to know if there was press coverage about this event prior to the person searching.
Objection, Your Honor. Press conference relevance.
Press coverage.
Overruled.
Yes, and I'll add to explain my answer. It's not uncommon in cases of, I've worked homicides and I've been on our complex case squad in homicides, so I've worked a lot of violent crime cases, even those that haven't been homicides.
I'm going to object as non-responsive if we're going to get into what usually happens.
Let him explain his answer.
Okay, thank you.
And it's not uncommon that there is media coverage of violent crime incidents when I'm conducting an investigation into such an incident. And it's not uncommon for those searches to be related to that media coverage of that incident.
Right. Okay, but certainly there's a difference between someone, a suspect searching unknown keywords that no one else would know except them versus searching keywords after there's been media coverage, correct?
That's difficult for me to answer in the hypothetical because oftentimes as an investigator, conducting this type of search of a forensic analysis of a phone, I don't know what someone knows about the incident or how many people know it, especially if it's an incident that I suspect multiple people were involved in.
Well, what if in that phone there was actual messages from other people alerting that person to the event? Would that give you insight as to whether they knew about the event?
The person conducting the search?
Yes. If other people had told them, texted them, sent them news articles in their phone?
Yes and no. Yes, and that it would give me insight that there's evidence in the phone of the person operating the phone likely receiving information in that text message that, hey, this incident occurred. But no, in that I've worked many homicide cases where I see people that I did charge with participation in a murder that were receiving notifications from other people, hey, did you hear about this incident? So one may have nothing to do with the other, but one could have something to do with the other.
It could be important.
I would take it into consideration, yes. That absolutely be a part of my consideration in examining the phone.
As a homicide investigator, you would take it into consideration whether someone told the owner of the phone about specifics of that event before they typed in the keywords.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what ATL Scoop is?
Yes.
Okay, ATL Scoop gives updates or really quick news about events around Atlanta, correct?
Yes, largely the reposting of individual Instagram users' coverage of events around Atlanta. It's a big reposting site typically.
Did ATL Scoop, to your understanding and knowledge of this case, Shamal Drink's shooting, did ATL Scoop have updates being sent throughout Atlanta within hours of the shooting?
I don't know.
Actually, Your Honor, it's assuming facts.
Okay, well, he said he doesn't know anything.
If you know.
I don't know. I honestly know very little about this case other than I worked next to the detective that was the lead detective, Al Hogan. But I know very little about the circumstances of this
Do you
case.
know if my client's girlfriend reached out to him within hours of the shooting just to check if he was okay and alerted to him about the shooting?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, assuming facts, not of
Sustained.
Do you know if my client's grandmother did the same?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Okay, so you didn't review the phone, so you don't know any of these answers that could add context to any searches.
From the phone or my knowledge of just being in the homicide unit next to the lead detective, no, I still don't know the answer.
Okay, great. Now, let's turn the page to the search warrant on 2830 Waters Road. Okay, is that okay? The execution of the search warrant.
Yes, sir.
All right, awesome. Now that happened on. There was, to your understanding, there was a shooting in the morning hours, March 16th going into March 17th of 2022 at that address, correct?
Yes. Again, I know very little about the other shooting as well. I just went to assist in the execution of the search warrant, so I don't know very many case details about the other shooting, but it is my understanding that, yes, there was another shooting that was just before this incident.
And you observed holes in the house, you observed holes in vehicles that were parked in yard, et cetera, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how many people were living at 2830 Waters Road at the time that you executed the search warrant?
No.
Do you know how many people frequent that address, were frequenting that address in March of 2022?
No, any evidence of that would have been on that video surveillance system that was no longer present when I executed the search warrant.
Do you know of who the registered owner of that address is?
No.
Okay. Now, I wanted to just clarify a few things about your direct testimony. First of all, Ms. Knight or Mr. Atkins, could you kindly display 318 Victor Victor? Now, what time did you execute this search warrant? Like when we saw that video
Here we
that
go.
you made at 2830, what time of the day was that?
I don't recall, but I'll add that I often do, and I believe I may have in this case. When I start recording a video, I verbally say aloud the date and time that I begin the recording of the video. And I know that the audio is not included in this published version of this video, but I'd have to refer to that to tell you the exact
That's
time.
fine. Do you have an approximate time? I'm not going to hold. Okay, it's fine.
Sorry, I don't. Yeah.
Light hours.
Daylight, yes.
Okay. All right. You are aware that on March 17th, around the same time that you were conducting the search warrant at 2830 Waters Road, my client was being arrested at Meadowlark Drive in a white a white Audi with Maryland plates with tinted windows. You're aware of that?
No.
Okay.
If I was back then, I don't have any recollection of it now because I wasn't involved in that investigation.
All right, well, I want to be very clear about a few things. 318, okay, we see a blue car, correct?
You talking about the vehicle that's here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, blue car, it is an Audi.
Yes.
Okay. and you found various things in the car, and we're going to get to that in a second. You are not suggesting that this is the white Audi with tinted windows that was rented to Shannon Stillwell, are you?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about that.
Okay. All right. This pink hat, 323 Victor, if you would, Ms. Knight. Thank you. See that pink hat? And I think there's a better picture somewhere in here, but we're talking, and you have it in front of you.
Yes, it's right here.
Okay, that pink hat that's in that envelope. You aware that Mr. Stillwell was arrested on the same day in the white Audi wearing a pink hat?
2 pink
No.
hats.
Okay. This pink hat would not have been something that you took from the scene and then somehow met up with Shannon Stillwell and gave it to him to wear for when he would be arrested, is it?
No.
Okay, so this is a completely separate pink hat. Is that correct?
Wow.
I don't know when Mr. Stillwell was arrested or what the circumstances were, what time that was, if it was before or after the execution of this warrant. If I accept what you're telling me as fact, then sure, he was arrested before with a pink hat, but I don't know. I just know that this
Listen
hat
to
was
him.
recovered in this car on March 17th. I put it in this envelope, sealed it, and put my initials on it, and that's the last time I saw it before today.
Okay, all right, well, I think that answers the question. Now, in this car, you also found a gun, a very large gun. And that's what's in front of you on that table, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what
Well,
kind of gun?
no, that's the gun that went back to the ATF.
You're right, thank you for
stolen
that
firearm.
correction. And what type of gun was that?
That was it was a Ruger AR 5.56.
Okay. And that gun was found in this blue Audi, and it was also inside the blue Audi was a license in the name of Eric Moore.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And Eric Moore, did you investigate further into who Eric Moore was?
I believe I ran Eric Moore's driver's license at some point to identify who he was, but no, I didn't conduct any follow-up investigation into that aspect of the processing of this vehicle or its contents.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you could put up 319 Victor, please.
Body is hunched down over here.
So that's the gun that was found in the blue Audi, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell's fingerprints are on that gun?
I don't physically have any evidence of that. I believe the gun was taken by the crime scene technicians for additional processing. The results of that I'm unfamiliar
Okay.
with.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell's DNA is on that gun?
Not me. No, I believe the guns were processed for additional evidence, but to what extent and what those results are, I don't know. I don't have that evidence.
Schardt knows.
I don't want to speak on behalf of the police department to say that the police department or the Georgia Bureau of Investigation does or does not. Kevin Leonpacher doesn't have DNA results.
Anyone?
You just said like 10 minutes ago, you bolstered Viverito's testimony. You said that you are sure she did a thorough investigation. And now look at your walk back. Look at you.
Comes from the crime lab. I'm going to make sure I ask them the same questions. I'm just
Yes,
asking
sir.
you.
Yeah.
So you don't have any evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever touched this gun?
No, I don't. No.
Okay. All right. And let me ask you this. This gun, are you aware that Mr. Drinks, deceased Mr. Drinks, from the 3/14/2022 shooting was shot with .40 caliber ammunition?
I'm unfamiliar with that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Does this gun shoot .40 caliber ammunition?
No.
All right. Excellent. Um, Miss Knight, if you could help me out and pull up 328 VV. Definitely further down. It's the second gun. No, up. There we go. Thank you. All right. This is the second gun that you collected at 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Yes.
And that was in the mud. This gun was in the mud by a Jeep Liberty.
Yes.
Okay. Again, I'm going to ask you any DNA or fingerprints that you're aware of that link to Shannon Stillwell?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And how about that Jeep Liberty? Are you aware of any links that would link or connect Mr. Stillwell to that Jeep Liberty?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, and let me ask you about, what type of gun is this?
It's a 7.62, I believe, it's a Romarm Cougar 7.62. The model is M10-762P. It's an AK-47 type firearm with a drum magazine.
And it shoots 7.62 bullet or caliber bullets?
Yes,
Okay. It does not shoot 40 caliber bullets, does it?
correct.
All right. Excellent. And Miss Knight, if you could, 330 Victor Victor. Now, this gun was actually found in the house at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes.
Okay. And any DNA or fingerprints that you're aware of that link this gun to Shannon Stillwell?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. And what type of gun is this?
This is a Taurus G3 9mm pistol.
9 millimeter.
Yes.
Does this gun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
No.
Were you involved in the search warrant of 855 Allison Way,
No.
the residence of Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Couple more questions. A 5.7 by 28 an FN gun, a 5.7. Would that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
I would not expect it to, no.
Okay.
I'm not a firearms expert or a ballistics expert.
Right.
But no, I would not expect, especially given those cartridge cases, the 5.7 cartridge cases that we recovered, or the one cartridge case I recovered, it was an elongated cartridge case versus a 40 caliber is much shorter.
And an FNX 45, FNX 45, would that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
I don't know what an FNX 45 is.
Okay. Let me just ask you this, would a 45 caliber handgun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
I would not expect it to.
Okay.
I suppose under like a perfect set of circumstances, you might be able to put a 40 caliber cartridge in a 45 caliber firearm, and it may, under the right set of circumstances, a firing pin might strike it in the right place, but I wouldn't suggest it, nor would I overtly expect it to fire that round.
At least not correctly.
Not correctly. I think it's a bad idea to try.
Yeah. Okay. Is it fair to say that you don't have any information about any guns ballistically matching the shooting of Chamel drinks?
If I ever came across any information about any ballistic matches or NIBIN correlations, I listed some in my report that I wrote following this incident. Whether or not those matched that shooting, I don't recall.
Okay.
And I did not conduct any follow-up investigation into any correlations that were made from anything found at Waters Road or elsewhere.
How about any of these guns matching the January 10, 2015 homicide of Donovan Thomas?
I'm not aware of any, if there were any NIBIN correlations to that incident, I'm unaware of them, and I did not conduct that investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Okay. One last thing. As part of your involvement in this case, did you ever get a chance to review? I know that we looked at photos from Windsor Street. Did you ever get a chance to review the surveillance video from the FedEx on Windsor Street?
I don't want to misspeak and say that I never saw it because I know, again, Al Hogan sat 2 seats in front of me. It's possible at one point I saw it on his screen, but I have no recollection of ever seeing that video.
Okay. Did you ever speak to any FedEx employees and ask them to just describe what they saw on the video? Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. thank you.
Wow.
Any questions? All right, any redirect? All right.
Detective Leonpacher, how many murders have you worked in your experience with Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit?
I've worked on hundreds of homicides in my tenure with APD Homicide.
How often would you find the homicide suspects, the murder weapon used in the murder?
Overruled.
It was more common to not find the firearm used in the offense. I have recovered weapons used in homicides, but I'd say it's far less common.
And do you know why that is?
Sustained.
Detective Leonpacher, on cross, you asked a lot of questions about searching of a location in a phone. Do you recall that?
Searching a location of a phone?
A suspect searching a specific location in their cell phone.
Yes.
And you were also asked questions about if they were notified or hypothetically what someone knew. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If you had information that a possible homicide suspect was either at or within minutes at the scene and searched that location, how would you take that piece of information?
Sustained.
On cross-examination, do you remember Mr. Schardt asking you about 8 to 10 questions about searching a location of an incident
Yes.
and how that would impact your investigation?
Yes.
With those line of questionings that you remember, how would it impact your calculus if the person that searched the location was on the scene when the murder happened?
I would perceive that as being intelligence gathering to determine what the police knew about the incident through media reporting. And if I obviously knew who my suspect was because I'm searching his or her phone, then I would incorporate that into a series of questions that I might ask that individual given the opportunity to interview them about their search of these items. It's not uncommon in my experience for people that have been determined to be involved in an incident to say that they had no involvement and they weren't there, and that they had little if no knowledge about the incident at all. So whether I confront them with the knowledge of knowing they searched about the incident and probably other evidence that suggests that they may have been at the scene, and the duration of time that passed between the incident occurring and when the search occurred would all be things that I'd want to talk to that individual about.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Detective Leonpacher. No
Let's
further
go
legal work by
recross.
the state, Your Honor.
I'm glad you answered that last question. Said if you had a suspect that said they had no involvement and were not there, you'd think that's important.
Yes.
What about a suspect that says, I have no involvement, but yes, I was there. I was there. What if you have him on tape at a BP, crystal clear, wearing distinctive clothes, and he's not denying he's there? Would you make sure that you watch the surveillance video of the killing pretty darn carefully?
Yes, among other things, given that assertion made by that person, there's additional things that I would do as well.
You wouldn't just ask someone that works for a business with no law enforcement training, hey, tell me what seems to be going on your videotape that you have, would you? You would want to watch it for yourself, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You'd want to watch it several times for yourself, wouldn't you?
Probably yes.
You'd want to look for details that are important in that videotape, wouldn't you?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's take our lunch break. Thank you, Detective. You are excused.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Let's take until 1:30.
What? That was great. And I don't even think that's the end of it, guys. I do not think that's the end of Max Schardt laying down the fire. I think that is only the beginning. Holy moly.
Okay, y'all should have a copy. I received your proposed instruction and I took a look at it and made some potential edits, and it's about to get sent to you. And we don't have to sort it out right now, but if y'all will take a look at that, see what you think, and then maybe we can come back at maybe 1:25 and put whatever on the record about that then, okay? All right, anything else before we take our lunch break? All right, see y'all at 1:25, thanks.
Wow, wow, wow. Holy moly. So they're going to be back at 1:25. They have some stuff to clear up about these limiting instructions before they get into the afternoon. What a shift watching that witness. Another like, oh, we were just hanging out in the office, didn't really care about the thing we were investigating. Right after he bolstered the work of his peers. Then he gets to switching. Well, I don't really know what they were doing. Like, this is crazy. And I really think, yes. Risa, I really think that Viverito is going to be the best grand finale ever. I think she's going to be, right, what you ordered. I think the state is going to put her up there like a grand finale. Right? Unless they have to switch the order of their witnesses for something they can't help. But I somehow think she's going to be like a grand finale in the opposite direction as the state closes out their case in chief. Like, there are already so many little things that Max Schardt in particular has woven when it comes to the integrity of Marissa Viverito's investigation and her theories. We've already seen it play out with Al Hogan in 2 separate investigations. And again, what another egg on your face. The jury, at least one person on that jury has to be wondering, we're looking at all these defects, all these pictures, we're not hearing about the context. So the state's telling us probably that these guys did the shooting, right? Well, and not only do we not know if these two defendants did this shooting, but we find out that this was actually a shooting that was done against alleged associates of YSL. Which would make, if you think that Stillwell was there, he would be a victim of that shooting. And we've heard Schardt discuss this and call the state out for this during evidentiary arguments, but the jury doesn't get to see those, right? So you plop this stuff on the jury out of order, and then you get Schardt to come in and clean it up and not only say, well, this isn't really tied to my client, and it was shooting at somewhere that he may have actually been, not he was the one doing the drive-by. And then the thing that you're saying he did the drive-by for, the Chamel drink shooting, did you take 2 seconds to investigate it? No. No. That's what Schardt is spelling out. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. And the scary part, guys, is, you know, maybe that's not enough. Some people will see, I think showing so many shootings and firearms, there's a risk, and I think this is part of the state's strategy. It's prejudicial enough just to see it all that you'll scare the jury into just saying, oh my gosh, this is a mess. We need to clean up the streets and keep these people locked away, so I'm going to vote guilty. I really think that's the state's, a huge part of the state's strategy. Like, just crazy. Just crazy. Also, shout out to Flesh of the Gods tuning in. I got to hang out a little bit this weekend over Flesh of the Gods at the late night stream. It was a great time. Always love hanging out with the community you have over there. You are hysterical too with the effects that you put on your videos. Thank you for stopping by today. This is Colette, KNW Mods, and the chat with the capital C. That's what's up. Thank you so much. We're going to catch up on some of your thoughts, but I do want to rewatch Day 117, the evidentiary arguments, where Love has the hot mic about the search and how they took things out of the home, to see if we get some clues to how Schardt has been weaving together his strategy for dealing with this accusation against his client. So we'll do that before they come back at 125. Black Butterfly, good to see ya, says, Schardt said, I'm sick and goddamn tired of all this sloppiness. Yes. Steam coming off his bald head today. Chris Hayes, thank you so much for gifting a membership. We're going to have to update the banner, but I'll do that when we have something playing for you guys. KC Dog calling it like it is. No one cares what you suspect, suggest, etc., sir. Right? Everything else he knew. Right? Switching up his language when it's convenient. Or he wants to be able to speculate but knows he doesn't have the knowledge. This is a time. This is a time. And how does the state not see these cross-examinations going this way? It's kind of a catch-22 for them, though, because they need to get that footage in, right? So they wanted him to come in and, here's me walking up. Oh, that's me, my reflection in the car. Here's the clothes hanger in the door. Here's a gun. Here's a pink hat. Here's a pink hat that Shannon Stillwell was being arrested in another location during the same time period while wearing a pink hat. Which would mean what? Which would mean what about this pink hat on the roof of this car? Either you're wrong about the time that you did this walkthrough, or it's not his hat. So your implication, hey, the jury's going to associate a pink hat because we talked about Stillwell being at the BP gas station in a pink hat with Al Hogan on the stand. You're just trying to let them make an inference that they shouldn't be making. And the state knows it couldn't have been his pink hat. So they're trying to be slick with it. Oh, man. Just crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Speaking of crazy, Squirrel Brain Gang, representing the Squirrel Brains out here that played a role in this case, gifting another membership. Thank you so much. Chloe Alberts Revenge says, can you wrap this up? They're keeping my mimosa cold for me. Yep. And I think Schardt kept it right at 30 minutes. So he did his thing. He didn't go 3 hours instead of 30 minutes. Jackie, Antonio Sumlin is not Ashley Merchant's client. At the very beginning of this morning, like very briefly, Whitaker asked the state, do you plan to call Martinez Arnold, Duke? And they said we have no plans to call him. So that's it. Ashley Merchant must have scared somebody away. So do with that as you will, but they do plan to call Antonio Sumlin. And I think that might be a little messy. Because Schardt said, look, the state better not try to get him to speculate about stuff he has no personal knowledge of. So let's see how that plays out. Thanks for joining us, Jackie. But yeah, that was a little brief thing this morning, very early on. Yep, KC Dog says they're never going to call Ashley's client. They don't want that smoke. Right. And I wonder if this will be the same, like if they want to call an Ashley Merchant client in another case, like maybe they want to call him against any of the other co-defendants that are waiting their trial. Maybe they'll rethink all of that too anytime they see that Merchant is the one representing somebody. Which, you know, if you were a prosecutor doing your job correctly, even if you're the witness that you plan to call or the defendant has a good attorney, should that deter you from calling a witness that you think is critical to proving your case against the defendants? You should not be deterred from presenting your case just on the grounds that somebody else has good representation. So if you're conceding, if you're afraid, that means you're not, in my opinion, my read, is you are not approaching this prosecution with integrity. Or you know it's a weak case. Doesn't really look good. Doesn't look good. Yeah, Bridgetta, this is 1,000% true. Thank you for being a member for so long. That's a long time. This case is just a scary movie with the scary. All these pictures over and over showing all the defects. It's not lost on me to see somebody's car shot up. We saw a little bit of injury photos throughout this trial. And the jury got to see the worst of the worst that they didn't let the media pool share. It's not lost on me that there are scary things being shown. But what sucks about it is just because it's scary, is the state making the case that the people they're prosecuting for these incidents is scary pictures enough? And I really think the state is relying on the scary. So this is a great, great point, Bridgetta. Oh yeah, so let's do that. We'll pull that up too. Miss Weaver has given everyone a Chuck Taylor update. I saw that. I think she's wearing like Wonder Woman. I think it was Joseph Papp that retweeted it, so I can use that to find her actual Twitter. And I'll share it over with you guys. Let me pull it up. All right, so dropping Miss Weaver's X account in the chat, Miss Dolphin11. So we've got the update. Let's see. She's interacting with a lot of people, but she did say, let's see. She had said a few days ago that this was going to be her last guest appearance. She's filling in. So if you guys have been wondering why she's here, she did state on X that this was going to be, you know, this is her last day filling back in as a guest appearance on this trial. So we will go back to maybe the other court reporter or the other temporary reporter. 125. So I don't know if that was just to come up with these limiting instructions. I think she's giving like a 5-minute gap. So she's probably doing lunch until 1:30 Eastern time for the jury, and then having the attorneys come back at 1:25 to do the final review of limiting instructions. Because she told the attorneys to come back at 1:25. So we'll see if those can be done in 5 minutes without a certain someone at the state's table today. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, these are the new judges. They will allow it all in. Yep. Old judges, bad calls, lyrics, experts with no expertise. They just read magazines. Evidence after investigators get a little, quote, fresh with it. It's all good. Let the jury decide. And it's just so interesting to see in this case that be the case. Where there's other cases where I think the defense attorneys, They argue to be able to present things like a third-party culprit defense. And, you know, the Karen Reed case, that was an issue. Judge didn't really want to let them get into that. Delphi, similar issue. So, on the flip side, you're letting the state introduce anything all willy-nilly. But at least in other cases, we haven't gotten to see much of it here since we're still in the state's case in chief. But in other cases, we're seeing how tight certain judges, different judges can be with what the defense can get into. And I agree, you know, rules of evidence exist for a reason, but with judicial discretion, when the judge consistently leans in one direction and uses the excuse, well, the state bears the burden, so we have to give them some room to present their case. Well, I also think the defendant has a constitutional right to defend themselves, so, you know, the one reason doesn't exist in a bubble. There's a flip side to it. So, who knows? That's a whole rabbit hole there. Chloe, totally agree. And whatever your real name is, sorry that I just call you Chloe, because I'm assuming Chloe is not coincidentally also your actual name. It's just my nickname for you. K Tally Pitlove says, I miss messy love. Come back, ma'am. Yeah, I saw some buffering emojis in the chat. Are you guys trying to call her in? Have her come in here? I think she just wasn't really the one leading the prosecution for this particular incident. I think the Donovan Thomas murder was more her, like, prosecutorial baby. So I think that's part of why we haven't seen her. I think everybody's happy and efficient when she's not present. So it is what it is. KC Dog says, I'm just waiting for Atkins' hand gestures. He was good today. And he let those boxes sit right on the witness stand. He let the witness say, like, I recognize his firearm. And he didn't go, okay, well, let me hold it up for everybody to see. So big difference there in presentation compared to Love with that guy last week that really seemed to think that Love was asking him stupid questions. A good time all around. Chloe Albert's Revenge also says, this is about the firearm with the drum that was sitting there on the same dirt. Of course it wasn't sitting there like that. They want us to believe these guys are criminal masterminds, but careless when it helps their case, which is why I'm so interested to hear these evidentiary arguments one more time. STS with the shout out to the Cat Chat, the Great Catsby, a sanctuary cat at Kathmandu, sanctuary and rescue service for cats that pairs cats with seniors for companionship. STS says, I'll need to go to Kathmandu to visit and snap an in-context picture. That would be so awesome. Oh my god, I would love it. I would love that so much. So please do. Already happy just thinking about it. And thank you so much for the 5. Beautiful Butterfly, thank you for becoming a member. Gwennon Garnett never like knew this was a thing. So Gwennon says, pets in prisons also reduce the amount of violence. That's interesting. I didn't know there were programs like that. Very cool. I know some of the like colleagues I have in, you know, in the real estate space, especially with probate and inherited properties, there's a lot of overlap between probate and estate law. And some of the attorneys that I've gotten to be introduced to because of a different real estate agent that specializes in that field, that type of real estate, I'm hearing a couple say that they, for these tough conversations, right? Planning inheritance, talking about a loved one who passed away, what you're going to do with their house. Not easy conversations. And some are actually having like an office pet and everybody's giving positive feedback. Of course, they take an approach. If a potential client doesn't like animals, they make sure they respect that. But really, really awesome what animals can do as far as like mental health, happiness, mood. Very, very important. So great. Thank you, Gwennon here. I did not know this was a thing, but I can see it. I can totally see it. Mike the Mob with the positivity says, hey, Cat Chat and mods, enjoy this roller coaster ride. As we know, even with a conviction, they'll get an appeal. Yeah, and I really think even Whitaker has signaled a few times that some stuff does look like issues. At the same time, there's a lot of kicking the can down the road. But I do agree, tons of appeal issues here. but, you know, I wouldn't wish that. If somebody's innocent, I never wish for them to go win something on an appeal because it's just so bulky. It takes so long to get there. And it's expensive. So, but good to see you, Mike the Mob. Great food for thought. Ike says Space Ranger Kevin is here trying to be helpful. Don't do that as a witness. Yep, and you guys called it out in the chat. The shift between speaking friendly to the jury versus when it was Schardt questioning him suddenly changed it up. So, 1000% here, Ike. Great commentary in the chat all day as well. Oh my gosh, Steph JK. Steph says, this is the witness speaking, welcome to my TED Talk. Oh man. Chloe says, how long until his next breath? Guys, just going off on this man. And that's the thing, like, all right, maybe be a little bit more forgiving on direct, but as soon as you see that switch up, I think it's fair game. I think it is fair game. Steph JK, thanks for becoming green again. Tracy says, this is the guy the judge wanted him to review something, right? Not the Detective V. Yep, so this is supposed to be the guy that we were getting these cell phone texts, all these text messages, but guess what didn't come in? Guess what didn't come in? I'm sure we'll get some in through Viverito because we still had some stuff laid, right? We did get some devices, we did pull a phone extraction, and I provided that report to Viverito. But he had to dance the line. He wasn't able to talk about all that much in relation to that. And I think the state, what they were trying to do is if we can get this guy to talk about it and then put Viverito on and have her talk about the same thing, by doing it 2 times, it'll seem like it'll self-bolster. It'll seem more true because we've had 2 people say it. So I think, and shout out to Juror 56, by not allowing this witness to get into the same thing that Viverito's going to get into, it also made that a much shorter length of stay on the stand here. So this is right, Tracy, and I'm telling you, Viverito is going to be a time. Tell your boss you can't work whatever day Viverito's going to be on the stand. Huge shout out to Mocha is me. I caught the tail end of your Saturday YSL recap. I was a bit busy. Oh my gosh, I love your rants though. And love that I can catch the second half of it and know what you're talking about without feeling like I missed something. Had a super great time over there. Saw a lot of you in the chat over there this weekend as well. If you guys have not checked out Mocha is Me, one of my favorite, every Saturday does a recap, like a wind down. And hold on, did you change your channel name? Your @ name? I'm pulling the wrong link. Nope, I think I just made a typo. All right, so here's the actual channel link to Mocha. I'm telling you guys will not regret it. If you have some free time on a Saturday, come hang out over there. Really a great time. I don't know how your thoughts move so seamlessly from conversation to conversation. Like, you're just so good at it. So I'm so glad that you created a YouTube channel. Really, really, really hoping for my sake, selfishly, because I love your thoughts, that you just keep going with it. So guys in the chat, if you could, and ladies, if you could support Mocha, that would be awesome. That would be awesome, awesome, awesome. Because we need her to be motivated to keep giving me content to consume. Thank you so much also for gifting the 5 memberships. Amber, thank you so much for the 99. Appreciate you. The Honorable that says, I watch NCIS. I am also an expert on phone extraction, right? We learned it all from TV and magazines, right? Shout out to our magazine readers in the chat, just like Detective Dennis. Amber says, the white car looks like the 3rd white car at the light. I have so many questions about not even the cars anymore, but why nobody investigating this case had interest in the other cars. So where are we going? Where are we going, state? What are we doing? Amber, I feel you 1000%. Like, too much is up in the air. And there, holy moly, there were a lot of white cars in that BP parking lot. I mean, presumably it was a late night, right? And it's right near the I-20 intersection. So it makes sense that there'd be a ton of traffic at this gas station and a ton of the same cars going right to this on-ramp. So thank you so much, Amber. Let's see. And then I want to make sure we get into this. Let me pull it up. I want to do this day 117 rewatch before they come back from lunch. So that way it's not lost on us. Because it's about 25 minutes. So it will be Old Cat on the chat, because I'm pulling a clip. I'd clipped it out instead of finding it. So there will be old me on the screen. It's not me today. But what we're about to watch, and let me put a banner up. Lunch back at 1:25 p.m. ET. So we'll have a banner there. That way, if people jump back in, they're not confused what we're looking at. But pay attention. I think you guys will think this is really interesting.
And just to give the court a little bit of backstory, in addition to what Deputy Hilton discussed this morning, is this call is on March 16th, 2022 at 12:22 a.m. This is when at 2830 Waters Road, APD police officers arrived approximately around 12:08 a.m. after a lot of gunshots, which resulted in 11 defects in the front of that home, which ultimately inside of that home was Defendant Stillwell, Demekion Garlington, whose wiretap we have, Miles Farley, who is not in the current trial, but is charged with the murder of Shamel Drinks, as well as other YSL associates. And the significance is the shell casings from the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller were connected with the Waters Road. And so this retaliatory back and forth, that backstory is significant with these calls we're about to play.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, with that said, I'm going to play PDF page 423. And for this one, we're going to play the entire call.
Okay.
And Jason, the DA handled the Ifgang case way different. That's why I think it's interesting that at least the former DA didn't even want to bring this case, this YSL case, forward.
Yo, how the hell you at? Where the hell you at? What? Hey, ain't like no little bad cut? I don't know. Where they at? I thought they in the front. Man, they got a goddamn, they do their back. They can't come in the house? Yeah, that was my house. Says, but you don't open the door.
And so, Your Honor, them whispering, this is Mr. Boyer, who Garlington is speaking with, his phone number. So officers, when they arrive, they ring the doorbell camera. There's a brief exchange from someone inside, and then they don't respond anymore. And ultimately, Demekion Garlington was in a crawl space. It was raining that night. And so the significance of this is they're speaking amongst each other because they don't initially know, who's at the door. Police respond because of all the shots that were into the home. And so it shows their coordination. And although the phone number itself for 423 is Mr. Boyer's, one of my co-counsels had stated we believe it's Defendant Stillwell on the call. Okay. But the significance of them speaking while it's 20 minutes after APD arrives to the house, and it takes some time for them to fully come out of the home. So it's in furtherance of the conspiracy because they're coordinating with one another about where are you? And he says, I'm in the woods. And then I believe Mr. Garlington is underneath the house when he's making this call in the crawl space.
Okay.
So the context of this call is it's directly after, to my understanding, individuals shot at 2830 Waters Road. That would not be a crime committed by our clients. I don't know what could. I think the context of the call makes it clear that they're trying to avoid interactions with the police. I mean, I'm not going to argue that that's not the context, but I don't know if that's part of a criminal conspiracy. I mean, they were just victimized and they're trying not to talk to the police about it. I don't know if communications on a phone about that would be in furtherance of a conspiracy because there's no underlying criminal act, as far as I know of, that is being furthered.
Your Honor, the conspiracy itself, coordinating with one another in the wake of an act that has been committed in the wake of criminal activity at that house. We believe that the other calls will show that there are guns in the attic that they want to keep concealed from the police. They want to keep themselves secreted and separate from that location. It's one of their trap houses, and them coordinating with one another to evade detection by the police does further the interests of the gang by keeping themselves from being detected and found out and connected to that house by the police. So calling to find out where each other is, because the police did descend upon this house where hundreds of shell casings were found in the yard. And it was one of those central locations that was involved in the wake of the shooting of Mr. Ford, Mr. McMiller, and Mr. Drinks. We believe that this communication does further the conspiracy of the YSL enterprise and the criminal street gang, and its enduring, detection from the police for their criminal activities by apprising each other of where they are in relation to the hot spot or the hot zone.
Okay, and let me ask you so that I am sure what my understanding of it is. Mr. Atkins, you had said shell casings from this scene are connected to the Drinks murder. So this wasn't just like a shoot up. This was a shoot back and forth.
So, Your Honor, the shell casings from Waters Road connected with the murder on March 11th of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford, who were.
Okay, I misunderstood you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So
All right.
it's the state's belief that the rival gang was responsible for both.
No,
the
I
death-
understand. I just
Yes, Your
had
Honor.
written down the wrong set of murders.
And Your Honor, I left out one, I think, relevant fact. The police actually did come in contact with these individuals eventually, and they released them without charging them with anything.
Is that before, did they search the house at that
Yes.
point?
Yeah, well, they see a gentleman in the house laying down, and then they try to speak accurately about how this happened. They went into the house. That's right. They went in the house upon seeing someone on the ground and detained all the individuals and then let them go without filing any charges.
They didn't search the house that day. They went in and detained, and Mr. Stillwell was later found to have been wearing at the house the same clothes.
Okay.
But no, they didn't search the house at that time. They didn't have a search warrant for it.
I'd never said anything about them searching the house or not searching the
But
house.
that's what I asked.
They went in the house and detained people and then released them without charging them because
And
it was
without searching the house.
and without searching the house. They later searched the house.
Okay.
2 days later.
And I don't believe anyone is charged, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe anyone in this indictment is charged with anything that was found in the house.
They didn't find anything because they took it out before the police searched the house.
So
I can
Wow.
hear what you're saying. Pull the
Wow. She's pissed.
mic. Oh, great. We've got a second mic. Good deal.
They found some stuff, but we believe that the things that they referenced in the call.
Hold on. She just said two different things.
There was a number of things that were in the house that we know were in the house prior to them searching the house that were not in the house when they searched the house.
All right.
Hold on.
But before the police searched the house.
and is charged with anything that was found in the house.
They didn't find anything because they took it out before the police searched the house.
So
They can't hear what you're saying. Pull the mic. Oh, great. We've got a second mic. Good deal.
They found some stuff, but we believe that the things that they referenced in the calls
Okay.
were removed from the house. There was a number of things that were in the house that we know were in the house prior to them searching the house that were not in the house when they searched the house.
All right. Well, based on, and we're going to hear that soon enough.
Yes.
Based on what's about to come up, I'm going to admit that under the co-conspirator exception, since there's apparently some evidence that they were concerned about some criminal activity or contraband or something in the house.
Yes, and I think that the next call might shed
All
more
right.
light on it.
So, Your Honor, the next call we're turning to is 472. So the call we just played was at 12:22 a.m. This is at 4:33 a.m. again on March 16th.
You good, nigga?
Hello?
You good?
Yeah. What is it?
What the hell you mean, nigga?
Oh, I ain't even say, you know, I ain't saving no number.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure.
Where the hell you at? You gone?
Yeah. I'm about to drop my house off.
10 miles, boy, it's all love, boy. I can't wait, boy. I gotta go home.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he just ran in the store real quick.
Yeah, so it was all love. Yeah, I ain't waiting, boy. I gotta go, boy. That shit just shook the fuck out of me.
Man, what, man? When I seen it, when I seen it,
Man, what? Man, that whole just, man, boy, listen, boy, I just said to myself, boy, man, let me out of that car. Boy, I'm gonna go in, boy, and I ain't coming back outside, boy. I don't care if I have no run or nothing, boy. Them motherfuckers ain't moving.
Hey, what? I said the same shit, what? Somebody really think I'm like, yeah, man.
What's so crazy, bro? I was just being cheap. I said I was being cheap, but I don't keep saying, let's get it wrong like that, man. I don't have to pay no wrong. Man, listen, boy, I just said, damn, boy. They can send a nigga right screen with their money like that. My nigga gonna spend this shit on them in the room, man.
Man, what? I'm trying to, hey, that's on DV. I mean, I'm like, no, but I got to get my last 2,000. I got to get lawyered in. I'm like, man, I'm in that beat like, you know, man, hey.
But you wouldn't believe, boy, all the sticks and the guns was in the gray car.
For real?
Man, gun, boy, and the sticks and shit in the attic.
Ooh, shit, boy, that was done, boy.
Yeah, what?
Your Honor, I'll continue playing, but when they're saying that the sticks are up in the attic, it's the state's theory that they're talking about the Waters Roadhouse.
They're talking about what?
When we were just discussing what's inside of the home or not inside the home, it's the states that line about those sticks up in the attic. Sticks is short term for AK-47s or longer handguns. Rifles, that they're talking about the guns in the attic of the Waters Road home that all these police swarmed after the gunshots. I'm going to continue playing. And also to orient the court, Your Honor, this phone number, which ends in 1103, the state attributes to Mr. Schart's client. So it's Garlington and him speaking.
That was good. Yeah. Oh, Lord, yeah, get up out of there, bro. Baby. What they went? Yeah. You know what I mean, though?
Yeah, nah, man. You know how far I gotta go.
Oh, yeah. Hope got down. Blow it up.
She what?
She blowed it up, boy.
Hey, man, she blew my shit up.
You saying Shannon okay, man? Hold on, let me see.
All right.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. You walk past me first thing, I'm like, well, I know for a fact. Yeah.
Well, what? You know who she was coming to then?
She say all this same shit though. She like, cause she like, who happy? I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm telling you my first time here. She was like,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Man, listen, bro. I'm thinking. Get what I kept saying. I said, boy, I know being mild and smart. I know they saw them both. Got her. They took her to the front. I said, I know they hit that back cut.
I really believe. I'm trying to find out. Back cut. That's why I called you.
Man, you talking about, well, I would have made one straight through the motherfucking bush back there, boy. I'm telling you, I would have went trucking back there.
Well, guess what? We only got caught. This time, I mean, once they legs showing, he thinks somebody in the house dead, bro.
Man, they tell me, they like, so you telling me nobody in the house? I'm like, hell, man, I ain't listen, man. I just pulled up. I said, I signed 3 minutes. Top. The motherfucker go popping. So shit.
I said the same shit.
Oh, God. Well, I said I signed 3 minutes. Popping. Them motherfucker went to popping. So shit. I went to got down ducking and running. That's my soul. So why you so why you ain't got down? I thought it comes from home. So why you ain't got down come out when we said Atlanta police? I'm like, shit, I don't trust Atlanta police. I'm thinking these folks. I'm thinking these folks trying to get her to come out. So shit, I stayed in.
Yeah.
Oh God. They're like, yeah. I'm like, look, bro, y'all question me like I'm a suspect. I'm a victim. They're like, yeah, you right. They're like, but let us do what we gotta do. We're gonna get back with you. If everything come out clean, then we'll let y'all go. Like, say listen. I'm in the car sleep. I can't wait. When they tell me that, I kick back. Don't got down, go at.
Yeah.
Oh God.
You know what they can't get the video from Nick on camera.
Hell no.
Yeah, okay.
But you wouldn't believe, boy. I'm in the mother like, boy, I know they can't come in here. We good, Brett. I'm telling bro, like, we good, but they probably.
You told me I was in the wood.
Huh?
You told me I was in the wood.
I was up under the house, man. You see how dirty I am?
Oh, we heard them get there. They like, hey, move. You like, hey, I done that. I go out the back door. No, I go out the back door, right? So I'm gonna go toward the car and hop in the car, just sit in the car the whole time. That's what they hit though. And I go to the other side, gonna try to hop the fence. They like, hey.
I'm telling you what you gonna do. Go get that cut, boy.
I know it. Everybody would have cut water. They said, I ain't know.
Man, listen, man. You probably made your cut. Yeah, like you in front of the hood, boy. You know how this shit go. I would have went back there and made me a cut, boy. I would have been trucking through the motherfucker. That's why I got that shoes so dirty. My pants dirty and my shoes dirty.
Real. They say, so is this about Matt, man? I say, ma'am, I don't know.
Man, yeah, man, listen, man, they asked me, do I know Matt, man? I said, I don't know no motherfucking Matt, man. Who are that?
Yeah.
I said, man, I'm not even from over here, bro. I'm from Sumlin area, bro.
Yeah.
So what you doing over here? Man, I can't see a friend, man. I'm trying to talk about that game, man.
What you talking about? Damn, man. That whole blowing me up. That whole thing, nigga, Sheen, all type of shit. That nigga was so cool, though. He got damn called back. I need to put a lock on my phone and take my, like, how my messages pop out.
This shit crazy, bro. I'm finna go in, boy. I'm finna gotta get out the driver's seat. Let her drive. Tell her drive slow as possible. I got down, my stupid ass went in the car, got my stick out the car and my infant out the car. Watch where right there. Got in the car, pulled up. They're really why I ain't want to wait on mine.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna text now. Yeah, man. Folks blowing her air. She called too.
Sure. How she get some? How she get no?
I don't know. Cause, you know, Kira got my Instagram on her phone.
Oh.
Everybody DM like, is you okay? So goddamn, yeah, blowing up. So my Kira was already on the phone. I get Kira sent her number to
Pope.
Yeah, Pope. I was on the phone. I'm like, damn, man. But I say, I'm like, yeah, bro.
Bro, listen, bro, I kept telling myself, I don't know what the fuck. I'm on drill time though, so I'm really like, I ain't going nowhere. But I'm telling myself, pull off, baby, pull off.
You ain't hear me say, boy, let go.
Man, listen, you said let go, Miles said let go, Brett said let go, but I'm on drill time, so I'm just like, man, fuck that, boy.
Yeah.
I'm so mad. This time they served, he was just telling me like, he was like, you somebody follow D or your girl or it's that whole Elmo, cause they serve Elmo. I was like, man, Elmo fuck with them folks.
Yeah.
Elmo.
Ain't nobody follow me. Nobody on the freeway when I got off the night.
Man, listen, man. Don't nobody know my hoe. Come my hoe in a run, man. Fresh run, a new run. Them motherfuckers just got any run. And my hoe coming from goddamn, all the way from goddamn out here. So come on, man. Stop playing.
Yeah, man. I know for a fact nobody follow me. Don't even know what I'm in. Don't nobody know I fuck with the hoe.
Don't nobody know what I'm in, though. I'm telling, like, these folks ain't knowing these cars. Though I'm telling him, like, bro, these folks ain't knowing none of these cars, bro. All these cars are some new goddamn cars. Niggas ain't played.
Yeah. Damn, I hear them boys do it. Damn.
They're crazy, bro. Don't nobody know. Them folks don't be knowing where that spot at, man.
Yeah.
It's like they had drop out, bro.
But on God, boy, I know what I believe. On TV, that's what I believe, boy.
So hey, boy, I ain't gonna lie, boy. I know you happy like I'm happy, boy. I'm happy as hell, boy. I just was saying to myself. Get what I just was saying to myself. I just was saying to myself, boy. Man, all these niggas might get out to the man deep, boy.
Oh, man, on God.
I'm like to him, boy. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's
That's the end of that
pretty
call, Your Honor.
not great.
Really has two methods of admissibility. The state feels that Garlington and defendant Stillwell speaking about, for one, when they say sticks and FNs, those are firearms. They're mentioning about a female they know, and they say that she's dating or sleeping with the ops. They're also mentioning how APD, this is 2022, was the APD gang units was following the YSL and YFN or IF gang back and forth. And so they kind of, in APD gang unit, when they were talking about, they're like, I don't know, McMahon, they're laughing. They're kind of saying, I just got to the house. APD is thinking like before the investigation is complete, because the shooting just happened, that it was probably YFN who just shot up this Waters Road, which is a known YSL spot, because they believe that they murdered their friends 5 days ago. And so with that said, all of their conversation, they're talking about getting away. You should have run this way through the woods. And when he says, I'm on drill time, because they were just shot at by the state's theory of rivals, if you're on drill time, you're trying to go either shoot somebody or murder somebody in retaliation. And so that's why he says, I was so mad I was on drill time, but the police came because they were just shot at. So they all hid in under that at the house. With all that said, you have statement of party opponent against defendant Stillwell, but the state feels that they're keeping abreast of the conspiracy, talking about how they evaded police detection, at least for some time. When they're talking about, I think they used the term Miss V, they're talking about Detective Viverito, who also used to be a probation officer and is very familiar with the individuals at that home. And so what happened in terms of the search warrant, Your Honor, is the search warrant was executed March 17th. This was March 16th.
Anyone know
but-
more on
Any questions
Viverito?
from the court? That's why the state feels this is admissible.
So I'm going off of my understanding of the events, and I'm sure Mr. Atkins will correct me if he disagrees. I don't believe what was said earlier by another person on the state side was completely accurate. The police entered the house. They secured the location. They searched the house. I believe, and Mr. Atkins can correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is they did find firearms and they found ammunition. The reason I bring that up is because none of the firearms located at the house had anything to do with any crime scenes
Wow.
on this case. So when we're, the state's saying that that's my client, it's clear the context. There's statements, I think retrospective statements about guns. My client, to admit against my client, I concede would not have to be a statement by a co-conspirator. I believe that my argument regarding Mr. Stillwell's statements are a 403. He's talking about guns. He's talking about a lot of guns. All that is bad character, it's prejudicial to us. And I don't believe that any of these firearms that are found in the house, I know none of the firearms that are found in the house have anything to do with any of the charged crimes in this indictment. So that's my argument on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, who doesn't really have a co-conspirator argument.
I think it's more an admission of a party opponent, but it is all retrospective, I believe. And therefore, insofar as it may be a co-conspirator's statement, it is akin to the classic spilling the beans. Man, this is what we did. They came in there. I was running out to the woods. That's all saying what happened. And what happened is the classic spilling the beans. So I don't believe that it would be admissible as a 801 D2E statement, would be my position. Be admissible against others, but not as to the conspiracy.
Potentially admissible against others, I think is what you would say.
Your Honor, the classic argument always in furtherance of the conspiracy is always, defense counsel who's trying to keep out a statement is going to orient to spill the beans, and the state's going to argue it's in furtherance. And that is the crux of the matter always. The state, and this is in the state's filed response to Mr. Schardt's motion for reconsideration on what Demekion Garlington told or Kenneth Copeland when we filed that a couple weeks ago. But the seminal case is Kent v. State, which is 303 Georgia. I'm using my motion for quick hand to find the site, but 303 Georgia 385, which is 2018. Another important case is Chavers v. State, which is 304 Georgia 88. Oh, my apologies, Madam Court Reporter. Yes, Chavers v. State 304 Georgia 887, which is a 2019 case that also cites Kemp. And a key part here, when you take aside the RICO count one, when you have a criminal street gang, the statements that keep other co-conspirators of the larger criminal street gang, not necessarily the individual murder or crime, keeping them abreast of even past activities, and also statements that foster cohesion, because when you listen to this call, right after they've been shot at, right after the police that they were not clearly trying to evade were there, they are speaking about all of those events in kind of a cohesive unit, right? They shot at us. The police were trying to get us, and they're talking about what happened. So the case law within Kemp, Shavers, all of that is why in gang cases, the criminal street gang, and also the count one conspiracy, which kind of become part and parcel of the same in this case, because it's the YSL enterprise, as the state alleged, those statements, even of past activities, do serve a purpose because they keep cohesiveness. It keeps in us versus them, and keeping each other abreast of the criminal enterprise's activities, whether the person speaking or receiving that information individually participated in it. The criminal street gang's activities is something that the case law allows as 801 D2E, as in furtherance. So I just wanted to highlight that for the court, because the state's argument is going to when appropriate in this circumstance, the state feels it's going to be under the prognosy, so to speak, of Kemp, Shavers, and I believe Hassan v. State, which is a March 19, 2024 Supreme Court of Georgia, also discusses this, but I wanted to confirm that, but that's a much more recent decision before citing it to the court. But that's the state's response, Your Honor. in terms
Okay,
of why
but
it's in furtherance.
can I please respond to that? We're talking about, the state starts by saying, oh, the defense always says it's not it's retrospective. Well, the state always says, they throw out these buzzwords, cohesiveness, kept them apprised of the events. So the buzzwords from the state are the same they're accusing the defense of using, but it's the same buzzwords. It's the same thing every single time. And there are just as many cases out there that say retrospective prior conversations are not part of the co-conspirators exception to the hearsay rule. Stafford versus the state, 312 Georgia 811. State versus Lane, 308 Georgia 10. State versus Wilkins, 302 Georgia 156. There are cases after cases after cases that specifically say a retrospective statement that merely recounts what happened. And that's the whole tenor of this conversation, is not in furtherance of the conspiracy. So, buzzwords go both ways, baby. And I'm just as tired of hearing the cohesiveness and keeping people apprised. So, there are two ways that this goes.
All right. Thank you, counsel. I'm going to admit this as a statement by a party opponent as to Stillwell and admit it additionally under the co-conspirator exception.
All right, I couldn't figure out how to get myself back on the screen. But again, if you just joined waiting for them to come back from lunch, they're supposed to be back in a couple minutes. That was a rewatch from day 117. Some of the evidentiary arguments over what we're getting into today with the Chanel drinks, back and forth shooting. Remember, March 11th, shooting of, and I might have the names wrong, but I think it's Darius Ford and Christian McMiller. I don't know if the first names are right, but Ford and McMiller shooting on March 11th. Then the March 16th on Waters Road. The state thinks that YFN committed both of those acts as a retaliatory shooting or some gang back and forth rivalry against alleged YSL associates. Couched in the middle, March 14th, was the Chanel drink shooting, which the state thinks is YSL shooting for some get back for the shooting 2 days earlier. So 3 days earlier. So big confusing mess, because the reason I know that context is from watching this evidence stuff play out. But the way they presented it to the jury this morning, it just seemed like, here's a bucket of bullets and we just showed you a bunch of cars that were shot up. So I feel like the jury could draw the connection between bucket of bullets and bunch of bullet defects, a supposed apparent bullet defects from shootings that the state isn't even alleging that YSL committed. It's the opposite. Alleged YSL associates were the victims of the shootings, and YFN, the gang rival, the ops, carried it out. But big scary case. Show the big scary stuff. Get caught up to real time here on this feed. But yeah, so. And again, I think as far as the calls and some conversations, that's all going to be Viverito, right? So that's going to be interesting. Let's round this up before they come back from break here. Yeah, Tracy, so this is the guy the judge wanted him to review something, right? Not the Detective Viverito. So yes, this guy had to get in some of the cell phone extraction. He's the one that did the work, but he sent over the results of the extraction to Viverito. So that sets up your point A to B. That, he said he's sure Viverito did a great job investigating the material. Survivor Speaks, friend of the channel. So good to see you. Hope you were doing well. Survivor Speaks says, what's up, Slime? Matt and Schlatt. Let me get your link.
Yes, Mr. Weinstein, that was a typo. I was super copying a sentence from above or below, so thanks for catching that. Any thoughts on
Well, let me take my banner down.
this?
I had none other than that one.
Okay. Mr. Schardt and Mr. Schardt, do you Specifically, I'd like to hear about whether you want anything said about them being reminded what an Alford plea is or means. If so, if that's what you'd like, and then just generally how you feel about that. No, we're not. I mean, we almost are, but not quite yet.
Let me just ask the court a question
Yeah.
first. The idea of Mr. Stillwell entering a guilty plea and an offer plea, is that coming just from me?
That's not, I mean, that part I didn't create. That was in what y'all sent over.
Okay, well, let me just say this. When I was working with Doug, I put guilty plea and offer plea in there as kind of a placeholder as a reminder to check
Okay.
the
Evidence?
the depth, right?
Okay.
Because I wasn't.
I mean, I think it said, when it came over to me, I think it said guilty pleas and offered pleas, and I just figured it was one of each. So I did change that.
I did that, but now it was more just reminding me.
Okay.
As opposed to knowledge that one was I think there's actually 3 convictions.
Okay, well, however you want to say it.
Do you guys know those certified convictions? Oh, you come up.
They may be in those bins too, I don't know. Did you find them on Friday?
I did find them on Friday, and I kept them, my recollections, I kept them separate here. The problem is we didn't have enough room in the bins,
Okay.
so.
Did we find, or could we get another bin, I wonder?
Thank you. Oh, and they muted us out. So I did just drop, and I didn't want to overtalk the court, but I did drop Survivor Speaks link. I see she's going to be going live again today. She's been doing a rewind on the Anthony Burgos case. So I'm going to drop that link again now that I can speak it into existence out loud here. There you go. There's that in the chat. And then I know there's a hot debate here in the chat, but I'm not sure if somebody was timed out, not sure if they can actually respond to explain the context. But I do think there's 2 reads of it there, so maybe give some time there.
So we don't have to, you got them? All right, what do we know?
All right, so there appears to be 10SC 87662. 10SC 87662.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out where they would.
I don't know what exhibit that was.
All right, you know what, let's figure it out on the next break or after court today, because we don't have to deal with this today. I just, and then we have to still sort the Nichols thing too. And I found out some more information about Winfrey, but we'll do all of this after, you know, not on the jury's time, but, yep.
And these are in Q.
Q?
Yes, in folder Q.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, is the jury ready? Okay. Just find out and we'll do it on the next break. All right, we're ready for the witness, next witness. I'll just send her an email. Yeah, we're ready. Do y'all want to take that board down for this next witness?
The board.
I don't know what's on it, because it's based on the jury, but.
Also, shout out to Big Baby Jane, 3-month anniversary with the channel. Love to have you here. Thank you for the kind words, too. Love the channel and chat.
Yes, Your Honor. Needs to be sworn in.
Yes.
He's been standing there for like 5 minutes waiting to be sworn in.
My name is Doug Bailey, D-O-U-G-B-A-I-L-E-Y.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing well. Can you tell the jury where you currently work?
Yes, I'm the operations manager of GPS monitoring and tracking services.
Can you explain a little bit about what GPS monitoring and tracking services does?
Yes, we are an electronic monitoring service provider. We install GPS ankle monitors and alcohol ankle monitors on people to track location and alcohol consumption.
Who is your primary client?
Typically, pretrial defendants, as a condition of bond, that they're required to wear an ankle monitor.
Hang on just a second. Yes.
Here we go. We're approaching already. Because he's going into bond. Oh boy. It was so quick, guys. It was so quick. They were supposed to refer to this as court services. And here we go, talking about confinement for somebody as a condition of bond after they've been arrested. So that was a very quick oopsie. Very quick oopsie. Hold on. This started what? What did I time mark him introducing his name? 5:55 into the stream. Less than 60 seconds. Here we go. Here we go. I'm sure this is going to be sustained. I feel like... Guys. This was less questions than Thorpe. To give some time context there, time frame. Yeah, not prepped. He looked like he had no idea. He was literally just talking about what he does, right? That is what he does. But he was supposed to have had some prep with the district attorneys. Gotta watch the language you choose to use, because we don't want to say anything that will prejudice the defendants. There's certain things that we can't say. We don't want to talk about confinement. So. Oh my gosh. Yep, absolutely, Brittany. Judge knew before Max even said anything. The state was warned and they clearly didn't prep this guy. She's like, gather round, guys. Here we go. They're supposed to refer to this ankle monitor type service as court services. The phrase was actually suggested by Abate? I think it was suggested by Adam Abate. And Schardt was like, I like that. I like that phrasing better than what I said, so. Jim! Yeah, holy crap, the state sucks. But you would think that they've had enough practices, enough times making a mistake of not prepping their witnesses in this trial alone that they would have learned. They can't make it through their final 20 witnesses.
Is there a number of reasons why someone may utilize a GPS monitoring service company like GPS monitoring?
Yes, sir.
And back in 20...
All right, so it was cut off a little bit, but the beginning of his question was without getting into specifics. So they're moving forward, no limiting instruction, which, to be fair, a limiting instruction would highlight the confinement, right? So probably smart on, I guess, Schardt's position, but without getting into specifics.
2022, did you work for another company?
Yes, sir.
No, he won.
AAL County Monitoring
He won.
Services.
Now, when did you first get into the ankle monitor? And if you could, Mr. Bailey, could you try to speak into that mic? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. I started in ankle monitoring in September of 2016.
And can you, or let me ask you this. Since working in ankle monitoring since 2016, can you tell the jury your experience with the data that's collected on ankle monitoring in general?
Yes, for the Scram GPS ankle monitor, which we've used probably since 2017, I've seen all sorts of use cases and all kinds of data, location, and just a lot of data.
Is some of the data in what's called a Scram report?
Yes, sir.
Is some of the data in Excel spreadsheets?
Yes, sir.
Now, before testifying here today, did you have the opportunity to review, and I'm approaching you with what's marked as 397 Victor Victor and 397 Victor Victor Alpha? One of those is a disk. Did you have an opportunity to review that disk before testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
And did you initial that disk after reviewing its contents?
I did.
Can you describe for the jury what data is on that disk?
The disk contains, if I recall correctly, it's 2 different Excel reports containing location history data for Mr. Jackson, and this same, I believe, stop report, which is a summary of that location history, and an event details report that shows any events recorded by the device on his leg.
And is that 397 Victor Victor Alpha, that document, that Scram report you had just mentioned?
Yes, sir. This is the stop report. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 397 Victor Victor and 397 Victor Victor Alpha.
My understanding is there's a disk and then a printed out report. Could I
Correct.
just see what the Scram report is? Which one of them? All right, cool. Thanks.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we get into these documents, can you talk about the technology of the ankle monitor in terms of, in general, how does it work?
Yes, sir. So the Scram GPS ankle monitor is, it's basically like a cell phone that attaches to someone's leg without a screen, but it does have a GPS antenna to ascertain location, and then a cellular modem in it to communicate that location data to the ScramNet system, where then location data is recorded in a minute-by-minute history.
So in these Excel spreadsheets, do they capture each minute of location data for whoever's wearing the monitor?
Yes, sir. Approximately every minute, yes.
Now, are they battery run, the ankle monitors?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain what's the average shelf life of the battery before you have to charge it?
Yes, sir. So the manufacturer recommends that the device be charged for 2 hours per day, and that should last at least 24 hours continuously, never dying, as long as every day it's connected to a charger for 2 hours.
If a battery were to get low, is there any kind of warning system involved?
Yes, sir. The system itself, the device stores an event called a low battery event, and the person who is wearing the device would feel a slight vibration that lasts maybe about a second. And if they were to look at the device while it's in low battery on their leg, they would see a red light flashing on it.
If the battery were to die on the ankle monitor, is there any kind of data that is captured?
No, sir, not after the battery is dead. It can no longer record or communicate location data at that point.
And is one of the Excel spreadsheets a event details that shows low battery or plugins for the ankle monitor of what you have reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to publish the event details in 397 Victor Victor.
All right.
And specifically, it's going to come up on the screen, Mr. Bailey. I'm going to focus your attention on March 14th, 2022, at 7:34 p.m. And we're going to zoom in a little bit on this document.
We're going to have the ankle monitor follow the
And what I
pathway
may
that
ask you,
Leonpacher laid out to get
Mr.
from
Bailey,
BP to the home.
I have a old school pointer that I may use so you can help orient the jury to what we're discussing. I'll find it here in a moment, but I also have a laser pointer that I think would do the trick. But can you describe the columns for this to the jury while I'm pulling that up? And I'm going to give you this laser pointer. You click this big red circle, and it should, well, that screen consumes the laser pointer, but we'll make it work. This one should work. Yep, and it does. So I'm going to give you this laser pointer. Use it carefully, Mr. Bailey. Can you tell the jury what the columns and data this has?
So the first two columns are the person wearing the device's first and last name. The third column, column C, the events. That is any events that is logged by the device, including when the service was complete, anytime the location failed or communication failure occurred, typically due to a dead battery. There's also battery critical events, low battery, and any type of event that the device records. And then column D is just the date and time that that event was recorded.
Okay. Now, Ms. Bailey, I'm going to scroll down and ask you about a couple of these to March 14th at 7:34 p.m. Do you see that data? Can you show the jury where that date and time is on this Excel with the laser pointer?
Yes, March 14th at 7:34.
What is the event detail for this ankle monitor at this time?
At that time, it was a battery critical event.
Now, can you tell the jury what does battery critical mean?
Battery critical, it's below low battery. It's 10-15% battery remaining.
Would the person wearing the ankle monitor be alerted that the battery is in a critical state?
As with the low battery, it's the same type of event. At low battery, the device vibrates and there's a red light flashing if one were to look at it, and then at battery critical, the device again vibrates and that red light keeps flashing.
Now, do you see the entry above that? And if you could show the jury at March 15th, 2022 at 12:07 a.m. What is the event detail at that point?
At March 15th at 12:07 a.m., it was a potential dead battery event.
Now, I'm going to scroll up 2 rows and ask you about the next input. So after that 12:07 March 15th potential dead battery, what is the next event detail?
So the next 2 events at 12:07 and 12:11 a.m. on March 15th were communication failure and location failure when the device, the system realized the device had no longer been communicating or providing location data.
Now, with potential dead battery at 12:07, communication failure 12:07, and location failure 12:11, are those events connected in terms of in the system?
Yes, the assumption is that the device is no longer communicating because the battery has died. Obviously, the device can't communicate that it's dead. It can't phone home with a dead battery, but it's correlated, assumed that the device has died.
Now, can you go up to the next input in this Excel? So we have, what's the next date and time? If you can show the jury.
So that is March 16th, 2022 at 8:41 p.m. There's a communications failure clear event.
What does that mean?
That would typically mean the device has been charged and is now communicating and ascertaining location once again.
So from March 14th, 2022, you have battery critical. When, can you explain to the jury, you have this potential dead battery at 12:07. Does that mean that the battery died at 12:07, or what's the time range of when this alert would come?
Not necessarily that it died at 12:07. I don't remember the exact configuration at the time, but it's typically 60 to 90 minutes prior to that. And like I said, the device can't report once it's dead because it's dead. So a certain period of time passes where it's out of communication, that the assumption is the battery's dead.
Would the event report Excel that's minute by minute help give clarity on when exactly it died?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to publish for you Report 2 Excel spreadsheet. And I'm going to scroll to the very bottom or the oldest date of that document. And from reviewing this report while it's coming up in general, and I can ask you when it comes up, what is the time frame for Report 2?
If I recall correctly, Report 2 is from January of 2022 through March of 2022.
If we scroll to, so you see at the top, it says January, and we're going to zoom in some. Can you explain for the jury while we're zooming in what these columns show?
Yes. So from what we can see here.
Can you use the laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? Thank you, sir.
Column B is the person wearing the monitor's last name.
And then date and time column.
Date and time column is column D.
What about those numbers in E and F?
So E and F, that is the latitude and longitude of the GPS coordinates.
And what is the address in column G next to the lat and longitude?
The address in column G is the closest address that the system can correlate to the specific latitude and longitude recorded.
And then what is column H?
Without seeing the header, I'm not sure. It's either accuracy or speed. It is accuracy.
Okay.
Column H.
And then column I?
And column I is the speed.
Okay. Now, and this is the one you described that's minute by minute?
Yes, sir.
So the last date, was it March 18th, and the first date was January 2nd of 2022?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, scrolling down, I wanted to ask you, is that roughly 2.5 months, give or take?
Yes, sir.
So if you wanted to see where the person wearing this ankle monitor was in terms of certain locations, if I Control F or searched an address, would it populate how many times they've been at an address in 1 minute increments, or would it not?
Yes, sir.
So if I were to Control F 2830 Waters RD for road and click Find All, would that tell us how many times in minute increments the person wearing this ankle monitor was at that location in this 2.5 month span?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you see, because it's kind of hard, what the cells found is in the bottom left?
It says 3,331 cells found.
So I'm not going to ask you to do this math, but is that 3,011 minutes at that address?
Yes.
Between January 2nd, 2022 and March 18th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I wanted to orient you to 2:48 p.m. on March 14th. We're going to get to that location in this data, 2:48 p.m. on March 14th, 2022. And when it comes up, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. What is the location at 2:48 p.m.? And if you can use that pointer, Mr. Bailey, I appreciate it. Is that Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport?
Yes, sir.
And then do you see in the rows above 2300, 2200 Rental Car Center Parkway?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with what's at that location in general?
I believe that's the Hertz Rent-A-Car adjacent to the airport.
Now, we had talked earlier, but I wanted to ask you about the ScramNet GPS report. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
can you describe for the jury, this is minute by minute, what is captured on the scramnet? Does that have every minute?
So the scramnet, the stop report is more a summary. It's named a stop report because you pre-configure a number of points at a location, and it'll only show you if the person has been there for more than that number of points.
Which would be 3 minutes?
On this specific report, yes, it's anything longer than 3 minutes. It marks down that they were there for longer than 3 minutes.
So if you wanted to check stable addresses for someone wearing the ankle monitor, would that scramnet GPS be a good document to use?
Yes, sir. It's eliminates travel time driving around because you're moving and not staying in the same location.
Now, I'm going to publish page 6 of 7, and you have the physical document before you on what's.
Yes.
So, Mr. Bailey, you can use that physical copy. We're going to zoom in on page 6 of 7 of that report on March 14, 2022 at 3:10 p.m. Now, while that's coming up, you know, on the far right column of that document, it has a date and time. Can you tell the jury what that date and time means? As in, what kind of columns does this document show us while it comes up?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If you go to the very first page of that report while we pull it up, what are the different columns of data that we're looking at?
So again, the first column is the name of the person wearing the device. The second column is the number of points, which with a point being approximately once a minute should be at least that number of minutes at the location. The third column does actually show the amount of time there. And fourth column is the address, again, the best correlated address from the grouping of GPS coordinates. And then the final column is the last date or time that they were at that location.
So if I was at 123 Main Street at 1 o'clock for 30 minutes, would the time on January 1st, just say, would the time and date on the far right be January 1st, 1:30, 123 Main Street?
Yes, sir.
And if the number of points indicated 30, then I was at that address for 30 minutes.
30 minutes prior to the last date and time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with what we were just discussing, do you see that 220 Rental Car Center Parkway on this? And if you can, use the screen. We tried to zoom in on it.
Yes.
And is that March 14, 2022 at 3:10 p.m.?
Yes, it is.
What is the next address that the monitor of Shannon Jackson went after the rental car location, or Rental Car Center Parkway, I should say?
So after that, it was at 2830 Waters Road, Atlanta, Georgia.
Now, I wanted to orient you to, we're going to scroll up a little bit to 6:30 p.m. on March 14th, 2022. And while that comes up, I'm going to approach you with what's labeled as 397 Victor Victor Bravo through 397 Victor Victor Juliet. Were you able to, in preparation for your testimony, review some locations that came up in this data?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you have the opportunity to review those documents before testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
And what are they in general?
In general, these are locations that the monitor pinged at showing that it was there at the locations.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 397 Victor Victor Bravo through Juliet.
No objection.
All right, those are admitted.
So, to orient the jury, this is March 14, 2022, what's displayed on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the date and time and minutes for this 257 Flat Shoals Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
So it was March 14th, 2022 at 6:56 p.m. and then again at 7:52 p.m.
And is there also one at 6:30 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And in general, with the amount of points or minutes there, what's a rough ballpark of how long at this address?
Just on the three on this page, approximately an hour and a half.
Now, I am going to publish what's just been admitted as 397 Victor Victor Bravo. It's going to come up on the screen.
Ooh, Squirrel Brain Gang has a new profile picture. Very secret squirrel looking. Squirrel Brain says, ready to add Detective
And we're
Viverito
gonna
to my
zoom in
gang.
a little bit, but is this 257 Flat Shoals Avenue Southeast if you were to look at it on Google Maps?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you see that red Dodge truck in the
Yes,
far
sir.
left?
Yes, sir.
Do you see that writing behind the truck?
Yes, sir. Window tinting.
And is this the address we were just discussing for roughly hour and a half on March 14, 2022?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, what is the, looking back on page 5 of the GramNet report, do you see a time at 8:36 p.m.?
On page 5, yes, March 14, 2022, 8:36 p.m. is at 2830 Waters Road.
And after that, how many minutes is it at that address?
On this occasion, it says 3 minutes.
And do you see a 2830 Waters Road at 9:37 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
How many minutes is it at Waters Road on March 14, 2022 at 9:37 p.m.?
43 minutes.
Now, I'm going to go back to the report to minute by minute XL, and I'm going to go to March 14th, 2022 at 9:50 p.m. It's going to come up on the screen here in just a minute. And we'll publish this in a minute, but while that comes up, do you have well, here it comes. So, do you see the first entry at 464 Windsor Street Southwest?
Yes, sir. March 14th at 9:50 p.m.
I am going to publish 397 Victor Victor Charlie, and then come back to this document. Was this one of the addresses that you reviewed that was contained in this data, the 464 Windsor?
Yes, sir.
And on the screen, is this the 464 Windsor Street Southwest?
Yes, sir.
And is there a gas station at that location?
Yes, sir. It's a BP gas station, I believe.
I'm going, and this is at 9:50 on March 14th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go back to the report 2. If you look at this report minute by minute, can you tell how many minutes someone's at a location?
Yes, sir.
So starting at the first 464 Windsor at 9:50, we're going to scroll up a little bit until the last time we see 464 Windsor. We'll stop right there. What's the last time it's at 464 Windsor?
March 14th at 10 p.m.
And can you show the jury that with the laser? So it's at the ankle monitor for Shannon Jackson is at the BP gas station for about 10 minutes on
Yes.
March 14th.
Yes, sir.
Now, earlier you had described about this latitude and longitude that we see here. Do you remember that?
Yes,
If you put in latitude and longitude into Google, will it give you an address?
it will.
Now, at 10:01, does the address change from 464 Windsor Street?
It does. It changes to 405 Cooper Street.
Now, if you were to put in the latitude and longitude depicted there, would you also get that address? So I'm going to show you or publish what's admitted as 397 Victor Echo. And this is at 10:01 p.m. on March 14, 2022.
Yes,
And you see that red dot in the middle, is that GPS coordinate location?
that'd be the GPS coordinate, yes.
And do you see that King's Liquor and a FedEx icon on this map?
Yes, I think that's the back of the BP gas station, same lot.
So at 10 p.m., the ankle monitor is at 464 Windsor, the BP, and then at 10:01, it is this location of Windsor Street.
Right, yes, sir.
Now, going back to report 2, at 10:02, where is the ankle monitor's location? It's going to come up in just a second. We're going to scroll up one column. Do you see where it says PJV2 plus VR, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Is that also an address you can put into Google to see where the ankle monitor is at 10:02?
It's closer to it like a GPS coordinate. They call it a plus code, but it's like more like a GPS coordinate than an address. But yes, you can search that in Google Maps. It'll show the location.
I am going to publish 397 Victor Victor Foxtrot. We're going to zoom in just a little. Is this that address at 10:02 p.m. on March 14, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And is that the same King's Liquor and FedEx icons we see in blue on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that this is more north on Windsor Street than where it was 1 minute before?
Yes, sir. Just north.
And is that I-20 that major highway that you see depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Now, I'm going to go back to report 2 and ask you after that 10:02 p.m. March 14th input about some of the addresses next depicted. So we're going to scroll up a little bit and keep that laser pointer handy, Mr. Bailey. We're going to put it to good use. Can you see on 10:05 I-20 and 10:07 I-20 on this XL?
Yes, I can.
And when the addresses change minute by minute, is that typically when someone is moving?
That would be indicative of traveling, yes.
Now, going back to, or I'm going to say this, we're going to scroll to the right, to the column. You had mentioned earlier about speed and of the ankle monitor.
Yes, sir.
If I'm in a vehicle, will it track the speed of my vehicle?
Yes, sir.
I mean, in terms of my ankle monitor while I'm moving.
Yes, yeah, I believe it just takes the distance between the 2 points and the time it took. Divide distance by time, you get speed.
And was it column I that is the speed?
Yes, it is.
Now, what's the speed when it's at the intersection PJV2 plus VR at 10 o'clock? What was the intersection right there?
At that intersection, it's reading 18 miles per hour.
And can you use that laser pointer, Mr. Bailey?
Yes.
To show the jury? Now, 1 minute later at 10:03 p.m., how fast is the ankle monitor of Shannon Jackson going on March 14, 2022?
It says 90 miles an hour.
And at 10:04 p.m. on March 14, 2022, how fast is the ankle monitor of Shannon Jackson going?
Yeah, I'm going to object at this point.
Shout out to 403.
What time did you ask about?
10:04 p.m.
Overruled.
At 10:04 p.m., it says 83 miles per hour.
Now, Mr. Bailey, how fast is it at 7:05 p.m.? Can you use that laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? Thank you, sir.
You mean at 10:05 p.m.?
Sorry, 10:05. Yes, sir.
That'd be 77 miles an hour.
What about at 10:06 p.m.?
10:06 p.m. is 80 miles an hour.
10:07 p.m.?
10:07 p.m. is 85 miles an hour.
I'm going to go up another column to 10:08 p.m.
10:08 p.m. is 79 miles an hour.
Now, I'm going to go back to the ScramNet GPS report to specifically where we get to 464 Windsor Street, Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, on March 14th that we were just discussing.
Okay, yes, sir.
What is the next stable address after that? Captured on that report.
So after Windsor Street, March 14th at 10 p.m., the next address where the device, where the stop report marked that it was longer than 3 minutes was 600 Interchange Drive in Atlanta, and it says it was there for 38 minutes, ending at 10:55 p.m.
Now, I'm going to publish 397 Victor Victor Golf.
Mrs. R, thank you so much. Coffee money to keep you awake through this boring, not providing anything moments. I am yawning. It is a yawn fest over here. So appreciate
Can you orient the jury
Great timing.
what these two addresses show?
So the right side of the screen is, I believe, the Windsor Street starting location.
And the left icon,
Is the 600 Interchange Drive.
and that, this is just a Google Map demonstrative, but what's highlighted in this screen is that I-20 going westbound.
That is the route between the two, yes, sir.
I am going to publish. Oh, I wanted to ask you something else. Going back to the, remember how earlier we had mentioned to you about the battery critical and then getting recharged?
Yes, sir.
On this report 2 data on March 14th, 2022, we're going to pull it up now, and I'm going to ask you if the minute by minute increments ever stop. So we're going to scroll up a little bit. And is this the 600 Interchange Drive we were just discussing?
Yes, it is.
Now, I'm going to stop here. And can you use this laser pointer, Mr. Bailey? And can you show the jury the last data point on March 14th, 2022? What time is that?
So the last data point on March 14th, 2022 was at 11 p.m. at 600 Interchange Drive. And then the following data point was almost 48 hours later, March 16th at 10 p.m.
Does this coincide with what we first talked about, the battery critical and then the communication clear?
Yes, if I recall correctly from the event log, there was a battery critical preceding that last data point on March 14th.
And between 11 p.m. on March 14th, 2022 till March 16th, 2022 at 10 p.m., are you able to get any location data from the ankle monitor?
No, sir.
Now, when the ankle monitor does plug or comes back online to register data, what is the address?
The address is 7055 Concourse Parkway in Douglasville.
And is that at 10 p.m. on March 16th, 2022?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, I am going to publish 397 Victor Victor India. And if you want to get ahead of me, you can, Mr. Bailey, because you have the hard copies, but it should also come up on the screen. Is this the address that comes up for that 7055 Concourse Parkway?
Yes, sir. It appears to be a hotel.
Now, looking back at the Scram report that you have, is the ankle monitor at that hotel location for quite some time?
Yes, sir. Yeah, at least several hours. At least until March 17th, 10:52 a.m. So a little over 12 hours later.
So what is the next address after that 10:52 a.m. on March 17th, 2022 at the Concourse Hotel location?
The next address after leaving Concourse Parkway was 2481 Meadowlark Drive in East Point. That was March 17th at 11:37 a.m. was the last point at that location.
And I'm going to publish the Scram report on page 2. Is this what you were just discussing in terms of the 10:52 a.m. March 17th is the last time it hits at that Concourse address, and then the address above that is the Meadowlark Drive?
Yes, sir.
Do you see on this report, the third from the top, a 50 Mount Zion Road Southeast?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you know what's at 50 Mount Zion Road Southeast?
I do not.
What is the time and how long is the location at that site?
So 50 Mount Zion Road, the last point at that location was March 17th at 1:22 p.m. And it says it was there for 20 minutes, so it would be from 1:02 p.m. to 1:22 p.m.
Now, I want to fast forward to page 1 of this report at 2:56 p.m. on March 17th, 2022. What is the location at that time?
At 2:56 p.m. on March 17th, it was 1065 Cleveland Ave in East Point.
And was that also one of the locations that you looked at in preparation for your testimony?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to publish 397 Victor Juliet. And this is 2:56 p.m. on March 17, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be at Chick-fil-A?
Yes, sir.
Now, after that location, from the Scram report, what is the next stable address that the ankle monitor reports location data for?
Be back to the Meadowlark Drive in Atlanta.
And does it have numerous data points at the Meadowlark Drive in East Point, Georgia, or Atlanta, Georgia, you see the report where it has the different Meadowlark Drives?
Yes, sir.
And does that continue for some time at that location?
Yes, sir. From at least 3:10 p.m. to 3:51 p.m., about 40 minutes.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. No further questions by the state.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bailey, good afternoon. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let me just back up to when someone has, let me back up. Ankle monitor. I know it seems self-explanatory, but could you just explain what it is?
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about the device itself.
Yes, sir. So it's a kind of like a bracelet that goes on the ankle. There's a black box portion of it that contains the electronics to record GPS location data, and like I said, the cellular modem to communicate that data to the system. Then there's a strap that wraps around the person's leg from the device back to itself and secures it.
Okay, when you say a strap, are you talking about like a Velcro strap that can be taken on and off easily, or?
A hard plastic strap.
Okay. And for instance, if I'm getting an ankle monitor, do I just put it on myself, or does someone else put it on?
Typically someone from the service provider, the company would have to come and install it.
Okay. And without getting into exact words, if someone is putting an ankle monitor on my leg, your company, would you explain what it is, explain how it works, and explain the data it collects to me when you're putting it on my leg?
Generally, yes, sir.
Okay. So in your experience and expertise, someone wearing one of your ankle monitors would know what it's doing, know the data it collects, and know that you will be getting, be a recipient of that data, correct?
Typically, yes, sir.
Okay. In other words, the person wearing the monitor knows they're being monitored.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Let's talk about the battery issue. I know that you testified that typically, if I were to charge my ankle monitor for 2 hours, it would be good for a day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How would I charge my ankle monitor?
So there's a proprietary charging cable that is issued to the person when they get the ankle monitor. It's standard, plug one end of the wall and the other end attaches to the monitor.
Okay, and how many chargers do you typically give each person that's getting an ankle monitor?
One at time of install.
Okay, so there's no car charger like we have for phones?
No, sir. The manufacturer recommends not to do any kind of car charging.
And so to charge my ankle monitor, I would have to plug it into the wall, plug the charger into the wall, typical outlet, I'm assuming, in a house?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then plug it into my monitor to charge it, but the monitor stays on my leg.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when we say you got to plug it in for 2 hours, typically what we're saying is you got to be still for 2 hours while your leg has a device on it that's connected to the wall.
Right. Yes, sir.
Cool. Now, in your experience, I think you testified that about a critical battery and then the battery running out on Mr. Stillwell's monitor on the evening or the early morning of March 15th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. You've been doing this for a while. Mr. Stillwell's not the only person that's ever had a dead battery on his ankle monitor, is he?
No, sir.
It's quite common.
I'm not sure it's common is the right word, but it definitely does happen, yes.
Okay. And in fact, you know, the state's or the prosecutors focus on March 15th. Mr. Stillwell, you have his records of troubles with his battery going back to when he got the monitor, correct?
Could you clarify?
Well, you've displayed, or the state has displayed all these Excel with minute-to-minute updates and everything else. We can look at those records to determine if Mr. Stillwell has had problems with his battery in the past or if it was just on March 14th, correct?
Insofar as the battery dying, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe the event report goes further back than that.
Do you have the event report in front of you?
I do not. That's, I guess, on this CD, but not on paper.
Okay. We're looking at the printed out copy of the event report.
Yes, sir.
Refresh your recollection. Okay, that approach. All right. That goes back to beginning of January 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it goes till March 17th of 2022, isn't that correct?
March 18th was the last event prior to when the turn it out of the system in September, but yes.
Okay. Let's just start, let's just, for time's sake, begin on February 1st.
Okay.
Okay. February 1st, going into February 2nd on Mr. Stillwell's ankle monitor. At 6:18 p.m. on February 1st, there was a low battery.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 10:28 p.m., battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 2:48 a.m. on February 2nd of 2022, location failure, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
The battery's dead, correct?
At some point prior to that, it would be dead. Yes, sir.
Okay. 2:50 a.m., potential dead battery on February 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's not plugged in until 10:50 a.m. on February 2nd, says AC plug-in, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to February 4th. 5:10 p.m., low battery, correct?
Yes, sir.
8:09 p.m., battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, February 7th, 6:24 p.m., low battery, correct?
February 7th.
Yeah.
February 7th, 6:24 p.m., low battery. Yes, sir.
9:43 p.m., battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to, February 12th going into the 13th.
Okay.
8:50 p.m., low battery.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes.
12:46 a.m. on February 13th, battery critical.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On February 25th,
Yes, sir.
8:58 a.m., low battery, correct?
Correct.
1 o'clock p.m., battery critical, correct?
Correct.
4:55 p.m., potential dead battery, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right, and on that particular instance, the charger stayed uncharged or dead for some time, correct?
Correct. March 25th through, or February 25th through March 3rd.
Okay. So we're talking about 7 days,
Yes, sir.
approximately, February 28
take
days, maybe 6 days.
6 days, yeah.
All right, cool. March 4th, going into the 5th.
Yes.
8:57 p.m., low battery.
Yes, sir.
12:20 a.m. on March 5th, battery critical, correct?
Correct.
4:45 a.m., potential dead battery.
Correct.
Okay, let's look at March 7th going into the 8th.
Okay.
9:04 p.m., low battery, correct?
Yes, sir.
March 8th at 12:34 a.m., battery critical, correct?
Yes, sir.
March 8th, 5:13 a.m., potential dead battery.
Yes, sir.
All right. March 8th, later on that day, 2:21 p.m., low battery.
Correct.
5:58 p.m., battery critical.
Correct.
9:48 p.m., potential dead battery.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. March 10th, going into the 11th of 2022. 11:47 p.m., low battery, correct?
Correct.
March 11th, 3:32 a.m., battery critical, correct?
Correct.
8:10 a.m., potential dead battery.
Correct.
All right, so in that month and 10 days that we just reviewed, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, we had 9 different battery events, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. And that's what we had on March 14th as well, correct? A battery event.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Not his first one,
Correct. No,
not
sir.
his only one.
No, sir.
All right. Now, here's the thing about the battery event. March 14th at 10 p.m., it was working, right?
Didn't he let it be
March
dead?
14th at 10 p.m. I think, yes, sir. Yeah, it was.
Right. It's that monitor that he was wearing that allows you to put him on Windsor Street, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're talking about dead batteries. March 10th, 10 p.m., the battery is still working.
March 10th at 10 p.m.
Excuse me, March 14th, 10 p.m.
March 14th, 10. Yes, sir.
Still working.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, now, other than just hoping your battery runs out, there's other ways to stop a monitoring company from tracking you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could smash the monitoring device, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could also, and this is quite common, you could gnaw at with a knife and cut off the monitor from your leg if you didn't want someone to monitor you.
Yes, sir.
If you wanted to hide your location, you could do that.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Was Mr. Stillwell's monitor smashed?
No, sir. Either of those two scenarios, the device can tell if it's been smashed or if the strap is cut, and it would show an event.
Mr. Stillwell didn't cut off the device either, did he?
Doesn't appear to, no, sir.
Okay, and in fact, at 10 o'clock on March 14th, the device was working just fine. It just needed to be charged eventually.
Yes, sir.
All right. And let me just ask you one more thing. When you were going through those locations on March 14th, 15th, and you Googled different addresses in? Okay. Do you remember at 10:55 p.m. on the 14th, and this is in the stop report, 600 Interchange Drive, Southwest.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the state asked you to Google those addresses to figure out what's there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you, in fact, Googled the addresses and printed out pictures of what Google Maps says is at that location, 600 Interchange Drive, correct?
The state asked me to review them, but these are the state's
Okay.
officers printed these, but yes, sir.
So they printed them out and asked you to review them?
But I have Googled these addresses as well.
Okay. 600 Interchange Drive, your monitor was showing Mr. Stillwell there on 3/14/22 at 10:55 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And that was the first location in your stop report from the Windsor Drive, or excuse me, Windsor Street address, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have that picture of 600 Interchange Drive?
I do. Yes, sir.
Publish that for me. Okay, and this is where the monitor puts Mr. Stillwell at 10:55 p.m. on March 14th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and have you been to that location?
I have not, no, sir.
Do you know if there is in fact a recording studio at that location?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
No question. Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, can I have a 30-second approach with you and Mr.
Yeah.
Schardt real quick?
All right, so right there, Schardt closed it by showing that he didn't go to Waters Road to hide out. Because that's the state's theory, right? He does this shooting, he's out looking for Shamel drinks, even though it seems to be a chance encounter. Even if he did it, it would have been a chance encounter, not something with a forethought. But in any case, the state says he did this thing, and then they all went and hid out at this Waters Road house. Well, now he just, with his question, even though this witness doesn't know, we're getting context through Schardt's question that, well, after, around this time of night, after he was sitting for a very long time at the BP gas station after buying a Black and Mile or a Backwoods wrap, sitting a long time in the parking lot, he then goes to a studio, a location where, according to Schardt's question, which isn't his question's not really evidence, but the jury hears it, is a studio. So, state says planned murder, was waiting and staking somebody out at the BP gas station and followed him to get the deed done and then went and hid out. Schardt says he went to a popularly trafficked BP gas station off a highway on the way to a studio to pick up a backwood. Which do you think is more reasonable? So there's a lot going on here. Let's see what what we have to clean up.
On cross, you were asked about cutting off an ankle monitor, smashing an ankle monitor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
What happens when that occurs in terms of in the system?
There's an event recorded. If the device were to be smashed and separated, that shows up as a device tamper. Or if the device's strap were to be cut, that would show up as an event for a strap tamper.
And if the battery dies for whatever reason, does that show up as anything other than communication failure or low battery critical?
No, sir.
Now, you had mentioned about the charging is about 2 hours.
Correct, yes, sir.
Is the charging of an ankle monitor in terms of the time any different than charging your phone at night?
No, sir, that's typically the analogy we use is you have to charge your phone every day. You have to charge your ankle monitor.
And is the person wearing the ankle monitor responsible for charging the ankle monitor and making sure that it is active?
Yes, sir.
And they are notified when the battery begins to get low. Is that fair?
By the device itself, by a vibration, and if they were to look at the device, they would see a flashing red.
And on cross, you were asked about other times that the device stopped working or was not registering data. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Does that event details, that same document that you were looking at, show you when the device is plugged back in to be charged?
Yes, sir.
So for those gaps of time where there's no data, the device is not being plugged in to be recharged. Is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And you also had mentioned that the battery critical warning, there's a window of time for when it can die. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
So would the person wearing the ankle monitor know exactly to the minute when their battery would stop communicating with the monitoring company after that vibrating low battery?
Not to the minute. I mean, you could presume, like I said, there's a flashing light that continues from low battery through critical battery to dead. So if you were to literally watch the ankle monitor and see the light stop flashing, you could assume it's dead at that point. But
before that light stopped flashing, would you know exactly how many minutes left before that specific battery dies?
no, sir.
And we had, on cross, you were asked about that window of time, March 14th, March 15th. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And with the event detail data, or excuse me, the event report data, the Excel spreadsheet that we looked at, do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair or not fair to say that within less than an hour from 10 p.m. on March 14th, 2022, the battery or the ankle monitor for Shannon Jackson did not return a signal for roughly 48 hours?
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Okay.
Yes, recross.
Maybe. You want me to ask one last question? My apologies. But what happens when there's an alert for a device tamper or tamper with the strap?
Can you clarify what?
When you had mentioned the device getting separated or the ankle monitor being physically cut, you said it's a tampering notification. What happens with that notification?
Oh, typically someone in our office would immediately get like a text message and an email, and the way the system is oriented on the computer screen for us, that person moves from wherever they were alphabetically to the very top, and there's a flashing red light. It's a high alert for a tamper, and one of our employees would then call the person, see if it's something happened out of their control, and see if we can get them in to get it corrected, or if there's belief that there's an issue for public safety, we might call 911 and ask law enforcement to respond to the location. But tampers are addressed as soon as possible by our staff to make sure the device is still functioning and on a person.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but it sounds like that's not true.
Mr. Bailey,
But
I
okay.
believe either you or the prosecutor said tampering. Charging a monitor is like charging a cell phone.
Like I said, that's the analogy we use. You have to charge a phone, you have to charge a monitor.
Right.
Different battery types.
I mean, that's fine as an analogy, but okay. Do you connect your cell phone to your body when you're charging it?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have a car charger and a travel charger for your cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about these alerts, you never received a device tamper alert. Bottom line is you never received a device tamper alert for Mr. Stillwell with his
No,
ankle.
sir.
And you never received a strap tamper alert?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
The revolving door
And
of witnesses.
Are y'all going in order? Is our next?
No, we had to go slightly out.
Heck yeah, Mookie Mookie. He was ready.
Your Honor, the state calls Michael Sayez.
Jurors, if y'all need to stand and stretch or anything while he's making his way in, go ahead and do that.
Yes, sir.
Spell your first and last name for the mic, for the courts. Allow me to do that, Mike, please.
All right. First name Michael, last name Sayez, Syass.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sayez.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Sayez, please tell the jury where you reside.
East Point, Georgia.
And how long have you resided in East Point?
4 going on 5 years.
Okay. And I know you're wearing a mask, but can you just speak it to the mic a little bit?
Yes, sir. 4 to 5 years.
Thank you. Mr. Sayez, on or about March 17th, 2022, did you report finding a gun to the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you were doing when you found the gun?
I was walking my dog up the street.
Okay. And when you say street, what street?
Meadowlark Drive.
Okay. And where did you find the gun?
Off to the side in the field near a fence.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Sayez, I'm now showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 398 Victor Victor through 403 Victor Victor.
Okay.
Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes, this is the street going down to my block.
Okay. And how do you recognize those photos?
I walk down this street every day.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the area where you found the gun that you reported?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state moves to admit 398 Victor Victor through 403 Victor Victor.
Admitted.
Thank you. I'm now going to go ahead and publish. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Now going to publish 398 Victor Victor. And right in front of your right hand, Mr. Sayez, is a pointer. It looks like a marker on the top of the desk.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could turn around, there's a screen on 398 Victor Victor. Can you kind of orient the jury on what's depicted in 398 Victor Victor?
The street leading down to my house.
Okay, and what street is this?
Meadowlark Drive.
Okay. I'm now going to go ahead and publish 399 Victor Victor. And tell the jury what's depicted in 399 Victor Victor.
The road leading down to my house, the area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And I'm just going to go back just briefly. 398 Victor Victor. And is this the entrance of Meadowlark?
Yes, that's the street leading up to Ben Hill.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 400 Victor Victor. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 400 Victor Victor?
The area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And can you, with that pointer?
Right in that area. Right in that area right there.
Okay. And if it's easier, you can stand and turn, and it's up to whatever easy for you. Okay.
Oh, my arms are long.
I'm now going to publish 401 Victor Victor. And can you tell the states what's depicted in 401 Victor Victor?
The area where I found the gun at.
Okay. And can you highlight again with the pointer?
Right in that area right there.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 403 Victor Victor. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 403 Victor Victor?
This is the street leading down to my house.
Okay.
This is Meadowlark Drive.
Okay. Now, if you continue to travel north on Meadowlark Drive,
That leads to Meadowlark Lane.
okay. And if you're going towards Meadowlark Lane, would you run into 2841 Meadowlark Drive?
Yes, that's going down the block.
Okay. Towards your home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you found the gun, can you describe the gun for the jury?
Black gun. It was a black gun. I don't know guns like that. It was a gun.
Sure, sure. And after the finding the gun, what did you do?
Called the police.
And did the police respond to your call?
Yes, officer came out and I guess stayed in the area.
Did the officers collect that gun?
I believe so. I left.
Okay.
I went to work.
Now, in the time that you lived in that neighborhood and, walked your dog, have you ever found like a random gun on the side of the road?
No.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Questions for this witness? All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
State calls Detective Starks.
Okay.
All right.
this
So I think
next
we're going to
witness
get
thank you.
being shown. No camera. So I think we're going to have the story of the recovery of this weapon. We saw this not in front of the jury. Remember, we saw the footage from the, I think, dash cam of the one officer who said he saw the gun sitting in the road and went back to retrieve it when they were in pursuit of Shannon Stillwell on March 17th. And this is all, he's apparently wearing a white hat, the pink hat during this, while they're also saying they found his pink hat or a pink hat parked outside of Waters Road. So 2 different addresses.
First initial J, last name Starks, Starks.
Good afternoon, Detective Starks.
Good afternoon.
Detective Starks, are you employed?
Yes, sir.
And where are you employed?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta PD?
Since around 2012.
All right. And can you tell the jury what unit you are assigned to?
Yes, sir. I'm assigned to the gang unit.
On or about March 17, 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
The gang unit.
Can you tell the jury some of what your role and your responsibilities were within the gang unit?
Yes, sir. So I'm a detective. We investigate predicate acts such as aggravated assault, homicides, robberies, entering autos, auto thefts, and we basically go out and investigate those crimes and add gang charges if applicable. So we document, we interview witnesses, victims, interview suspects, do undercover work, stuff like that.
Okay. Now, turning your attention to March 17th, 2022, were you requested to assist the gang unit with locating a suspect vehicle involved in a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what type of vehicle were you looking for?
It was an Audi A5.
And where did you locate this vehicle?
So I was hungry, so I went to Chick-fil-A off of Cleveland Avenue. I was going to order some food, and while I was in the drive-through, the vehicle drove through.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 397, Victor Victor, what's already been admitted. Oh, Juliet, 397, Victor Victor Juliet. And Detective Starks, is this the Chick-fil-A that you just referenced?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury what caused you to locate this vehicle?
So that morning, when I ride to work, my supervisor handed me a bolo, and he told me to look out for this vehicle in the area of Cleveland Avenue. So, like I said, I was hungry, so I drove to the area. I went up and down Cleveland, did not locate it. And then when I pulled into the Chick-fil-A restaurant, that's when I located it.
Okay. Do you recall the what state issued license plate that?
Yes, sir. It was Maryland.
Maryland tag?
Yes, sir.
Now, after locating the vehicle, what did you do?
I immediately, so it pulled behind me, so I pulled back out the line and I pulled behind it, like 3 or 4 cars behind it to verify the tag. Once I verified the tag, I raised my supervisor and support units to come help, with a traffic stop. I raised our air unit, our auto theft unit, and more undercover officers to come in the area.
And I know you just briefly said it, but can you tell what law enforcement agencies also assisted?
Yes, it was the East Point, Georgia State Patrol, and Atlanta Police Department.
And what else did you do?
I gave out the, I verified the tag and gave it over the radio. I advised them what place he was in line, like in the drive-through line. And when it took a long time for the food to come, so I guess they got the food. So it took like maybe 20 minutes, and then I guess they pulled out, and then I advised them responding units the direction of travel.
And what was that direction of travel?
They made a right out of Chick-fil-A. I believe that's going back west.
And did that complete your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
All right, questions for this witness?
Investigator Starks, good afternoon. Max Schardt, I represent Shannon Stillwell. As part of your work in this case, were you able to review a FedEx video?
No, sir.
From March 14th of 2022?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you take part, I know that you said you raised other units. Did you take part in any sort of apprehension of Mr. Stillwell on March 17th?
I drove to the area, but I did not participate because I was undercover, so I did not do anything to apprehend him.
Fair enough. Okay. So let me just ask you this then. You, other than when you were getting lunch,
yes,
when you actually found the car, that day earlier, you were looking for Mr. Stillwell because there was an arrest warrant for him.
I was looking for the vehicle.
Okay.
Per se.
Okay. You were looking for a particular vehicle that information had been given you emanating from Detective Hogan to be on the lookout for this vehicle so an arrest could be made. Is that fair to say?
No, sir. So my supervisor just gave me a bolo with a vehicle with the tag description and said, hey, this vehicle was involved in a homicide. It should be around the Cleveland area and look for it.
Okay. All right. What was that description you were given?
A white Audi A5 with a Maryland tag. I don't recall the tag.
What about tints?
The car was tinted because I could not see the occupants of the vehicle when I was in Chick-fil-A.
Right. You could not?
No, the windows were up.
Okay, exactly. So you were looking for a white Audi A5 with Maryland tags?
Yes, sir.
All right. And now, in your experience as an officer, this is not the first time you were looking for a specific vehicle, is it?
No, sir, it's not the first time.
In your experience, sometimes when you're looking for vehicles for law enforcement purposes, people ditch the vehicles or hide the vehicles or put them in a garage or put them up, correct?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. Other times, people might get a wrap. You know what a wrap is? Like a paint job?
Yes.
A wrap or a paint job on a vehicle to change the appearance of the vehicle.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Other times, people might get a different license tag number and take off the tag that they normally have on the vehicle and put on a different tag number, right?
Yes.
All to throw you off because they know that you're looking for them or they believe that you're looking for them.
Yes.
Okay. In this particular case, when you were looking for a white Audi A5 with Maryland tags.
Hold on.
Exactly.
What? Sorry, guys.
So you were looking for a white Audi A5 with Maryland tags.
Yes, sir.
All right. And now, in your experience as an officer, this is not the first time you were looking for a specific vehicle, is it?
No, sir, it's not the first
Okay.
time.
In your experience, sometimes when you're looking for vehicles for law enforcement purposes, people ditch the vehicles or hide the vehicles or put them in a garage or put them up, correct?
That's a fair statement.
Okay. Other times, people might get a wrap. You know what a wrap is? Like a paint job?
Yes,
A wrap or a paint job on a vehicle to change the appearance of the vehicle,
yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
Other times, people might get a different license tag number and take off the tag that they normally have on the vehicle and put on a different tag number, right?
Yes,
All to throw you off because they know that you're looking for them or they believe that you're looking for them.
yes.
Okay. In this particular case, when you were looking for a white Audi A5 with Maryland tags, was the Audi in fact still white?
Yes,
Did it in fact still have Maryland tags?
yes,
Did it in fact still have the same license number as you were given as part of the BOLO?
it had to because, like I said, I verified the tag and everybody came to the location and verified it was the correct tag when I gave it over the radio.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. Who's next? Who wants to do?
I cannot wait for Viverito.
Okay, that won't take long, right? We need a break? Break? Okay, all right, let's take a quick break.
All right, and then we're getting a sergeant to come testify when we come back. Schardt is weaving. He is weaving together. And remember, he can only ask certain things. You know, the witness before, we can ask things about the devices and the GPS and the process of tracking somebody. With this previous witness, we're really just getting the, hey, I got the be on the lookout and was at the Chick-fil-A and saw this thing. That's all I know. But as far as narrative, you know, Schardt's going to go bananas when Viverito's on the stand because Viverito's the one who followed all these bits and pieces of information that were getting testimony introduced from these other witnesses. That's going to be Viverito.
Record before we break.
Just on the next witness, Your Honor, just so the record's clear, and Mr. Schardt and Ms. Weinstein both looked at it, but the video that we're using, the part where it says anything about anybody being armed and dangerous has been redacted.
Okay.
So there's no issue from what I understand with the audio now.
Right. On an entirely
Okay, they're muting us for that. So it seems like it's Sergeant Phoenix is up next. It seems like they're going to be the one that somehow it's probably the dash cam from the car and you can hear the audio of the dispatch or the radio back and forth where someone you would expect them to say, you know, the suspect may be armed and dangerous. So I think we're finally going to have the jury see the video that we saw. That was like last month. Like maybe September.
I hope so. If I get my way, it is.
If it's gonna be longer than that, then
I'll be
tell
back.
him, he's an understanding judge, so tell him I can't give you to him for more than 10 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, let's all take our.
So Schardt has another matter in another courtroom. I think they were talking about Schardt has a different, I'm assuming Whitaker got an email from a different judge asking to borrow Schardt for a minute for another case for scheduling. So it looks like Schardt's taking care of that right now. So they muted that because it was a separate issue, not part of the record of this case. So. Oh, okay. So helicopter guy. Yeah, so we are going to get that video footage. Nice. We'll see how they chop it up, because remember, Whitaker was like, do you really need to play these 5 seconds? Do you really need to play these 5 seconds? Just cut to the chase. So that'll be a time. Also, big shout out to everyone with the great commentary and the generous gifting today. We had Survivor Speaks gift another membership here. Thank you so much. You know, I know some of this stuff is boring, you guys, but remember, this is the process for laying all the groundwork for a witness like Viverito. So I think if you enjoyed Dennis, if you enjoyed Gaither, if you enjoyed Thorpe, you know, Viverito's going to be that, but for the Chamel Drinks murder and the surrounding 2 retaliatory shootings. Oh man, guys, this is going to be a time. I feel like I've been waiting to see Viverito on the stand every single day for the last 2.5, 3 weeks. Really kind of since day 117. So 40 days ago, more than 40 days ago. Oh man. Oh, New Life, New Me is saying, so I haven't really been paying that much attention to a body. Is he looking towards the jury? So New Life, New Me says it looks like a body's there to monitor the jurors' reactions and their language. A little late, if you ask me. It's a little late to pay attention to that. But, you know, state's not very strategic, so. Yes, that is a body sitting next to Atkins. I mean, it's his voice when he talks, so. And earlier, he turned earlier, and it was his side of the face. He definitely looks very different. He looks way slimmer because he got a haircut, if that makes sense. You know, sometimes when you cut your hair, it makes your face seem fuller because there isn't something in relation making it seem smaller proportionately. But he seems to look a lot more slim in his stature because of the haircut. So, definitely was throwing me off before heard him speak earlier this morning. Who exactly that was. Yes, Viverito is the burrito that lurks in the bushes and, quote, observes individuals in their natural habitat. That is Viverito. That is what Viverito does. Over on Cleveland Avenue. And shout out to friend of the channel, Flesh of the Gods, also gifting a membership. Gotta be careful now, trying to grow this gang here. Thank you so much, Flesh of the Gods. Oh, Eric Rose. No, it's so you can see the back of his head, Atkins, sitting there. Unless you just mean you want to like see it with like facing the camera. Yes, it is the natural habitat person. Like Viverito to me goes right in line with Adrian Love's Jungle Book opening statement. Like that is the way they pursued the investigation for Viverito and the mindset with which Love pursued her prosecution, right? The same frame of mind. So. Yeah, and Ayanna Davis, the secondary benefit of this boring testimony is we get the quicker questioning, and Smith, I think, kept it short and sweet, because he's gone on a little tangents some of the other times. He's improved with these 2 witnesses. But with these boring witnesses, it's not typically Love doing the questioning, and it doesn't blather on and on and on. It might seem like it's blathering on and on and on because we got to go through spreadsheets and all of this stuff that's lengthy and, quite frankly, kind of boring. But it's not exactly drawn out because somebody's asking silly questions about what did you order at Chick-fil-A, right? I think if Love was asking questions of the last witness, we would have had a lot of small talk about stuff we do not need to hear. So. No, Viverito, it's Marissa Viverito. It's a lady. It is a lady. Also, loved this from Renee, right? This kind of spells it out, really, what Schardt's defense versus the state's theory. Renee says, so not only does the state want us to believe that he rented the car, then tinted the windows that can't be rolled down for 24 hours, all to shoot Chamel Drinks with an ankle monitor on. Wow. Look. And I don't think the tint was messed up. I don't think it was messed up. That is such a Legally Blonde moment with the hair in the shower. When you get the perm and you can't get your hair wet for 24 hours or whatever. Stop it if this case has a Legally Blonde moment for real. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Because if he didn't roll down the window to shoot, then he'd be shooting with the window closed. Holy moly. Shout out to Illegally Blonde Moment. That is great. That is honestly great. Yeah, this is true. I mean, it's still like blathering on and on, but I'm saying there's a different reason for it. There's a different reason. And then also talking about this bolo, I think I put it in the chat, but as soon as they, you've heard me say a few times, like, I've been suspicious, and every time Schardt seems to question one of these witnesses, his questions reinforce, they're like validating my suspicion that they already marked Shannon Stillwell as a suspect, even though Detective Flores, when he testified, he said, well, yeah, we didn't think he was a suspect at that point in time. But we're getting Schardt to lay out these time frames. Well, you've got this bolo out, right? So when was the switch? When was the switch? Something's not lining up between the testimony and the order of operations. And this comes from my skepticism about how investigations are conducted more broadly, right? You have a suspect and then you look for things to fit the crime to that suspect. And I think this is an example of that happening, right? We don't look at the car that's turning around in the FedEx video. We don't look at Shamel Drink's phone, even though we see it on his person when he ends up, everything happens. We don't look at this stuff. Why not? We look at somebody driving, but we don't make note that there's a studio at this location. We don't look at that. We don't look at what he buys in the BP gas station. Oh, he buys a certain type of cigar that people use to roll in a way that usually takes longer to roll. So we're making a point of Shannon Stillwell allegedly getting out of the driver's seat, coming to make this purchase, going back to the driver's seat of the vehicle, and sitting there for quite some time. But we don't pay attention to what he's buying. We don't pay attention to any of this stuff. We don't pay attention to any of it. Why not? And then we try to have Detective Flores get on the stand and say, no, we didn't treat him like a suspect while we were talking to him. He wasn't Mirandized properly because he wasn't a suspect. We were just talking to him. So two issues there. I think it was a shoddy investigation, and I think that there's issues with, Miranda rights here. So we'll have to see if we get more on that. But it's something that's been sticking with me and irritating me. Thank you again to Renee here. Great food for thought here. And I guess it is possible, you get this rental at whatever time, you get it tinted, and way less than 24 hours later, maybe you roll it down and 24 hours is just advice, but it doesn't mean that everything will tear off if you roll down. It's like an extra cautious precaution, right? That's a possibility, but still, why would you do all of these things? Why would you do this with an ankle monitor? And even though your ankle monitor has died multiple times and nobody did anything about it, nobody came to check on you, nobody came to service your device. If you knew that that was the case, because you're well aware of when the battery's low and when it dies, we had Schardt and Atkins ask questions about that. Why wouldn't you say, hey, let me let it die while I go do this thing I'm, according to the state, planning to do? Why wouldn't I just let it die if they don't care anyway? Wouldn't be a big deal. I can just say, oh, I don't know. It always dies. So tons of questions here. And again, with Viverito's going to be the one that ties all these different witnesses together. So that's when I think we'll really get to see Schardt take something out the oven. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Yes. To making it count, Viverito said she would, like, her personal experience on the job, this is how she got her expertise. She would be in the bushes with binoculars, studying people that lived in the Cleveland area in their natural habitat. So that is Viverito. We did see a preview of her. She was in one of the interviews with Kenneth Copeland. She was in one of those. So, but we haven't had her in the courtroom as a witness in this trial. She had her Daubert hearing before trial kicked off, which I can't find a live stream of that. I feel like there was one. Can't find it though, but we did look at the transcript. So that's where we're getting this natural habitat line, is from the Daubert hearing in October of 2023. Yes, it's from the transcript of the Daubert hearing. I'm not up here on the screen yelling about natural habitat for the sake of it. It is a quote from Marissa Viverito. So, and remember, Thorpe used to sit outside the Cleveland Avenue Park and try to make friends with these young kids, and was their counselor or whatever, their guidance counselor. Like, it's just, you're already looking, you're constraining your line of sight. So I cannot wait for that. It might be like a high blood pressure day. I know sometimes, like, we'll see with certain witnesses on the stand, like today it's like we're snoring, we're sleepy. But then there's the infuriating witnesses where you'll see, I have to step away. This is too much. I'm too angry right now. Viverito might be one of those. Viverito really might be one of those. So. Also, Nancy New One Too says state/cops made out that the firearm was thrown from car, but that witness said he rang to report a found weapon. So which is it? That, I think, is just so bizarre. And I will be very interested in seeing if the storyline changes now that we have this witness come in before the others, right? Because what we heard was part of an evidentiary hearing, which the jury won't get to hear the discrepancy, but I mean, I wonder if the judge will kind of, her ears will perk up and see, like, hey, here's another misrepresentation, or... So we'll have to see, but something's not aligning. Something is not aligning. Because that cop just made it seem like he was driving and just saw it on the road and picked it up. So we'll see. And thank you for the 5 here, Nancy New. Chloe Albert's Revenge says Juror 56 of the YSL trial jurors union is now seeking a double Starbucks stipend and their own laser pointers to point at Atkins' head when bored. Love this. Shout out to Juror 56. Does anybody remember the show The Human Giant? It was like a skit show with a bunch of comedians. I think Aziz Ansari, you know, that clique of comedians was part of The Human Giant. I swear they had a skit. I think it was The Human Giant, where 2 co-instructors were teaching a course, one guy and one girl. And I don't know, I think it was like about like witness credibility and where people look when a crime scene, something's going down, to see how reliable a witness is. And when the male instructor was talking, everybody's looking at the whiteboard and the exhibit and what's being taught. But when the female instructor is talking, the people in the audience with these laser pointer glasses, all the red lines go to her bust. So I thought it was a hilarious skit. I get that it's showing objectification, but it's making a point about it, about eyewitness testimony. I'm pretty sure it was The Human Giant that did that skit. But I don't know why. This laser pointer thing made me think of that. Everybody just staring at Atkins' head. So, but I'm pretty sure it was The Human Giant. Shout out to Sapphire Ridge News. Interesting sketch show. I think, was it MTV that ran it? I think they were a bit more bizarre in the types of sketches they would put on. You know, I gotta keep it YouTube friendly, her bust. I gotta keep it YouTube friendly. I try. Also, loved this earlier from Squirrel Brain Gang. Ready to add Detective Viverito to my gang. Guys, I'm telling you. Love this here. Thank you for the 10. And also for gifting another membership. Very generous of you. Also, tonight is... Hold on, wait. It's Tuesday. Oh my god, I almost just said Club Class C tonight. Oh, it was yesterday. Because today's Tuesday. Well, Classy Beats, thank you so much for the super chat. Tomorrow at 8 p.m. Right? Unless, are you doing Club Classy tonight? Let me double check before I tell people no. Did you reschedule? Let's see. Okay, so I don't think it's tonight. Which means I missed it yesterday. Hold on, maybe Steph would know. Steph, was there Club Classy yesterday and I missed it? We'll have to find out. I can't do, like, my calendar days are matching court days. So last week, not having court at all on Thursday threw me off, and then no court yesterday. Like, I'm aware that it was a holiday. Like, my brain captures that part. But to me, this feels like Monday. Okay, so I missed it yesterday, but tomorrow then, so Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I'm about to send people to a closed club tonight. Club Classy on Classy Beach channel. Classy does a lot of content talking about this, also a little bit on the Lil Durk indictment. So there's more stuff that he covers than just YSL, in addition to covering YSL. But every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday also does a show that helps platform new and emerging artists, so music artists. And really cool format. Really great chat. You'll see a lot of familiar faces. I love it over there. Can't believe I missed it yesterday. Classy is classy. That is right. So here is Classy Beats link. So make sure you check out not just his music shows, but also his live streams. He does a morning show that recaps a lot of what's going on. Really good stuff, easy to listen to. And if you guys like this chat, very, very kind and welcoming chat over there as well. So I think you'll like it over there. Yeah, like I'm lost. Yes, Club Crucial Mondays. Hey, listen, we're doing Club Classy. Blub Blassie. Oh, it's bad. Nancy New One too, love this. I'm in the UK and keep thinking it's Monday because of a holiday in the States. So glad it's not only me. I am lost, man. I'm always lost with my days when there's a day off. So my bad on that, you guys. But all the love here. Shout out to Classy. Classy says, I got all hype for his testimony. So this is going back to the, not the expert that is on the stand now, but 2 witnesses ago. What was his name? Leonpacher, Kevin Leonpacher. I always want to call him Leonard. But Classy says, I got all hype for his testimony after hearing his credentials and then was majorly disappointed that he didn't give any insight into the actual investigation. No surprise coming from the state, shaking my head. And what's interesting is because, you know, he seems like the tech guy in their department. He did the extractions, but he was also present on the scene. So he's not like an expert witness that's coming in to explain concepts to the jury. He's a fact witness that helped go through the scene. That was his body cam that we were looking at when they were walking through Waters Road and then showed the car with the door hanger in it. So I agree, fell flat. And I'll say it again. With Agent Bernie, I really respected Agent Bernie for kind of having the same demeanor, whether it was the state or the defense, no matter which party was asking him questions. Agent Bernie kept it a buck across anybody that was questioning him. And that's not the case for really any other witness in this trial. Really not the case. So Bernie stands alone here as a rare one, Yeah, his bare hands, and I don't know, they just look clammy to me. Like, so I just pictured like sweaty palms picking up stuff on the scene. I mean, whatever, what else is new here with this whole thing? But yeah, I totally agree, Classy. Thank you so much for the support of this channel and, you know, for building a great community. But yeah, I agree with you. No surprise at all coming from the state that that's what we get from a witness that almost seemed promising. KC Dog was also on it with that witness. Are you gonna pull the watch out of that bag? No. Imagine if the watch was in the bucket of bullets. KC Dog also says, kids, don't worry about going to college for all those years to be an expert. Just go to Fulton County University. It'll only take you a couple of hours. And it'll be paid on the job, right? You'll get paid while you're doing it. So win-win. Go for it. Also, and thank you so much, KC Dog. But remember, Viverito she designed this course on understanding gang messaging. So lyrics and lingo. Viverito's the one that created that course. They tried to get into questions. Steele, Matthews, and Harvey all tried to get into questions about this, how this course was created. Can we see the course during this Daubert hearing? And Glanville sided with the state, who said that, look, this course could contain police department APD sensitive training. You know, it's not available to the general public. Well, then can you redact it and show us? And Glanville was really siding with the state there. So don't forget that Viverito is the one that is teaching some of these department members where they're getting their information from. And in addition, if you don't think it's circular enough, I have a lot of clips here. Let me see if this is the right one. Yeah, so this is from Viverito. Viverito during the Daubert hearing, where she got her training. I came up kind of under the guidance of Kimberly Underwood, Mark Belknap, and Tyrone Dennis, who are all well-versed in the YSL and YFN world. So Viverito's learning from Dennis and Underwood, who we saw recently, Belknap, who we saw earlier in the trial, and I think he was mentioned recently. I'm not sure if he's being called again. And then now Viverito is also reciprocally training the others. So Kimberly Underwood said she took Viverito's course. So that's how it's going down there in Fulton County. Yep, eternity, I agree. It's so circular and it's internal. Nobody else is checking in on it. We can't see to know what you're teaching, to prep in advance. Yeah, it's crazy. It's just do 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 do. Yes, yes, Underwood. That's the one that said that's the lifestyle that he lives. Another mistrial motion. Oh man. Yep, lovely. You were right. Underwood was trained by Burrito, and Burrito was mentored by Underwood. Yep, it's the blind leading the blind with us saying, here, we'll just tell you what you should see, you know. Yeah, so thank you again, Casey Dog. Great chat here, because that just like unlocked an important memory from that Daubert hearing. Tracy Fagan, thank you. I am late on this, but that was her gym uniform. I mean, we're the APD logo with the crime scene investigator on the back. I'm sure she was on duty when she was testifying this morning. So if she's wearing a hoodie, she's wearing a hoodie if that's part of her uniform, guys. A lot of people were like, why is she wearing that? But I think it's department stuff. Andre Cook will be on a cruise in January. YSL meetup. Hold on, listen. I just saw something where a cruise ship tilted at like a 45-degree angle. I am out. I want no parts in this. So shout out to the folks in the chat that like cruises. I live right near a cruise port. I don't know if it's my cup of tea. I just don't know if it's my cup of tea. I was down for anything before I hit my 30s, and as soon as I hit 30, I'm like, look, I don't know if I want to be stuck on the water in a huge ship. I don't know. Yeah, and how long is this break? I don't know. Schardt did say 10-15 minutes to run in and check in with the other judge, so we could be waiting on Schardt here. And Lovely says Dennis said he learned from the streets, aka middle school students. And then was it Underwood that said luckily she was like privileged enough, so she didn't really have firsthand experience with like the community, with the culture of what she would be testifying about when she was testifying. I think that was Underwood that said she didn't really have the personal knowledge. And Viverito's going to try to give us the blend, right? She's going to say that she has personal knowledge and expertise. And during her Daubert hearing, she never wanted to be pointed on what was what, when, and where. So. But yeah, shout out Andre Cook. Thank you so much for the invite. I'll support it if you guys want to go have a good time. I don't know. I like having my feet on land, on ground, solid ground. Also, yes, okay, so during lunch we did a rewind on day 117. So shout out to Miss Westmoreland. We got to see Bruce Harvey, Miss Westmoreland, the Nichols team on that throwback. So big shout out there. Miss Westmoreland and Bruce Harvey, but also Miss Westmoreland. They've given some great interviews from several different creators, you guys. So they are out there speaking. I also saw Keith Adams on a few channels. I think, I'm not a lawyer, but spoke with Keith Adams. But I also thought it was funny because Court TV, I think it was Court TV, they titled it like Young Thug Attorney Sits With and Speaks With Us. But they started showing Steele right when the video opened. So I feel like they didn't know that they could highlight Keith Adams and it would still be an interesting interview to watch. I was kind of like, show that man some respect. Give that man his flowers because he has done great throughout this trial. Great advocate for his clients. And I really like Keith Adams' style of, he keeps the same tone of voice, same emotion. He's steady when he does his questioning, and I really like his style a lot. But I thought it was interesting that Court TV seemed to do a bait and switch, as if they needed to do a bait and switch to get people to pay attention to Keith Adams. Give that man some flowers there. PJ EDW, thank you for becoming a member. You're always supporting the channel, and I appreciate it. And then very kindly, look, you're gifting 5 memberships. So I got you in the banner. I'm slow to getting to these today because I'm being a chatty patty every time I get a chance to vent about Marissa Viverito. So anytime Viverito is mentioned, I'm like, let's talk about it. So, but this is really nice of you, PJ. Thank you so much. If you guys are getting a gift, make sure you're saying thank you in the chat. Yes, and I'm telling you, I think I get that Brian Steele might be more recognizable because technically it was his arrest that made national news, right? I know a lot of these bigger media outlets, and probably understandably so, this is day 159 in this trial, it would have been so much dedication and resources for them to do daily coverage of this, like the Atlanta Journal-Constitution is doing. So I get that Brian Steele might be the face that more people across the country recognize, but still, that's not really an excuse. Heck yeah, what the F? Keith Adams is a great lawyer on his own.
Yeah.
All right, I hear them. They're not showing him. Oh, because they're not showing this witness. Okay. Okay, maybe they are.
What's your last name?
Newman.
Okay. All right. Everybody rise for the jury, please.
And also, I cannot thank Mrs. R enough for the coffee money to keep us awake during this boring, not proving anything moments. When I had the camera off, when the exhibits were on the screen, I was sitting back here yawning a dozen times. It was not a good time.
Thank you. You can swear our next witness.
You swear for a testimony you give?
My bad. I was trying to pull I'm Not a Lawyer's interview.
Yes.
State and spell your first and last name. No, just switch it off.
Chris Newman, CHRAS, NEWMAN,
And how are you employed?
Sergeant with the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you served as a sergeant with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
since 2019.
If you can briefly tell the jury about your career with the Atlanta Police Department.
I started out as patrol officer in Zone 3 and Zone 2, 2012. Then I transitioned to the aviation unit as an officer in 2018. Got promoted to sergeant, went to Zone 5 as a sergeant, and then I went back to the aviation unit in 2019. And then as of January this year, I've been helping out with the construction site of the new police academy.
Sergeant, if you don't mind just pulling, that mic moves, that shorter one, just pull it towards you so you can talk into it. Thank you.
Okay.
If you can tell the jurors your job duties and responsibilities as both an officer and a sergeant with the aviation unit.
So as an officer, my responsibilities were as what we call a tactical flight officer. So basically the officer that works the camera systems, the radio systems, and the spotlight systems, and communicates with officers on the ground in the helicopter.
And when you start off in the aviation unit, do you start off as a tactical officer?
Yes, kind of the pathways. You start as a tactical flight officer, and then then you can become a pilot if you transition into that.
And as a supervisor, what are your job duties and responsibilities with the aviation unit?
So my responsibilities were twofold. Main responsibilities were tactical flight officer and a pilot in command, as well as various administrative responsibilities.
Now, what types of calls will the aviation unit assist on?
Anything from helping locate missing persons, providing overwatch for parades or dignitary visits, or assisting with pursuits, police chases.
I want to direct your attention to March 17th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to assist the homicide and gang unit with a pursuit call?
Yes.
How did you get involved with assisting with that pursuit call?
That day I was performing the duties as a tactical flight officer, and we were requested to assist follow a white Audi.
And where is the aviation unit housed?
Hartsfield.
Once you received the call, what, if anything, did you do?
We had to get to the helicopter, start it up, and then get airborne and get this. My responsibility is get the systems going, camera system, radio systems, and then transit to the call.
And when you say get them going, what do you mean?
Turn them on.
Is there anything else you have to get in order to actually assist the police officers? Like what has to happen with the actual system itself?
So after we turn it on, the GPS systems has to sync on the camera, so it can get the GPS location lock for the camera system and the mapping system.
And is your pursuit video and audio recorded?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review that pursuit from March 17, 2022 in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor? You may. I'm going to show you what's going to be marked as 337BV. Tell me if you recognize 337BV.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the video we watched earlier, and I signed it. Yeah.
And did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the pursuit from March 17, 2022 involving that white Audi?
Yes.
Did there appear to be any additions or deletions?
No.
Here at this time, the state would like to admit City 337BV into evidence.
No objection. Admitted.
Commissioner Plea.
You may.
seeing the white Audi? About how long did it take to travel that distance?
I remember East Point's pretty close, so it was a couple minutes, if that.
And when you are serving and assisting, do you take over the responsibilities of kind of navigating the other vehicles that are in the pursuit on the direction of travel of your target vehicle?
Yes.
Now, if you just orient the jury to where we are when we first, if you can orient the jury to the green items that are contained on the screen that we're looking at first.
So if you just, let's start out the top left. You just have the date and time, and then we'll go clockwise around. So the next items are camera settings all the way at the top, and then the bottom right corner is where the camera is pointing location. Right now, the GPS system is still syncing, so it doesn't have a latitude and longitude yet. It takes a couple minutes for that to sync. And then if you continue going to the middle, you says IR cooling. That's just the infrared system has to cool down. It takes a certain amount of time. And then the bottom left is the actual aircraft location, latitude and longitude. And if you continue up along the left side, the middle of the left side is the orientation of where the camera is pointing in relation to the helicopter.
I just have enough UCs in the area. Yeah, I'm at a blunt in Cleveland, so when he pulls out, I can pick him up. I'm at Chevron, just about 285. Calling the first margin of working off on Cleveland. What's up? Right there, for Dennis. Get to the margins that's coming high out for a minute. A little see. I'm going to be across the street, so if you call us, you want to drop the 2 check, we'll be Tuesday, that's where I got it, but you get somebody going the other way. I don't think that's perfect. There's actually East Point police out here in the parking lot of East Point, of Chick-fil-A. Yeah, you working at 88. Hey, Florida to Martinez, what's the good 5-9 location? This is 26, right? Hey, make it Cleveland Metro for y'all, Sean. Okay, copy. We answer the borough. If she answers the borough, we got one more kills. Let's get them in the parking lot versus there and get moving.
Hey, Phoenix, that's a negative. Our mapping system isn't up yet. Give us another little bit.
All right, y'all. I'm still behind on for reference. Like I said, White Audi 85, Maryland code 8 over David 7071. Black male, tattoo under his left eye with red or pink beanie on. He starts to neon dread. Until his hair on the beanie.
Carrier 1 on vision. All right, Phoenix, we got our mapping system up. We can call it.
1840 Wheel Round, we got GSP join us. And then there's an entrance and exit off of Cleveland Avenue. And we're progressing towards the drive-by window right now. I can't say around the curve, but I'm thinking, it looks like he's pulling out now, y'all. Y'all might want to go ahead and call the Phoenix.
All right, yeah, he's pulling out to Cleveland Avenue exit. All right, he's making a right turn westbound on Cleveland Avenue.
Okay, the units have the westbound on Cleveland.
And again, so everybody knows, it's a white four-door Audi.
We are going to be in pursuit. We're currently westbound.
Yeah, from radio. I can have the radio. You don't need to, you can cancel the repeat. Coming up to Normanberry, continuing westbound through Normanberry, still westbound on Cleveland. And he's driving normally, only about 40 to 50.
Mark unit, stand by until we get GSP or another Mark unit with you before you engage.
Alright, he stopped at the red light, Cleveland and Harris, making a right turn northbound on Harris Street from Cleveland.
Hey, if I'm in Cleveland Metro, I need to go east or west. I got GSP behind me.
Westbound, he's at Normanberry, Harris and Normanberry.
Have you already passed Metro?
Yeah, he's in East Point. Westbound, left turn on Normanberry from Harris Street.
Notice he stopped there.
Alright, left turn southbound on North Martin Street. If anybody can 6-2 over to MA3, East Point's running a joint detail. They got a bunch of units out. No, he made a left turn southbound on North Martin Street. Now he's back at Cleveland Avenue intersection, making a continuing straight southbound on North Martin from Cleveland Avenue.
Yeah, 2503 there. We'll take the radio.
Alright, he's at Irene Kidd Parkway, right turn westbound on Irene Kidd Parkway, coming up to Central Avenue. Irene Kidd Parkway turns into Washington Road, so he's continuing westbound on Washington Road from Central Avenue. Alright, he's at the intersection with Main Street, Washington Road and Main Street, making a right turn northbound on Main Street from Washington. Alright, he's making a left turn onto Dorsey Avenue, westbound on Dorsey Ave from Main Street. Alright, he's coming up to East Point Street. Alright, right turn the wrong way, northbound on East Point Street, so he's against traffic. Coming up to Thompson Avenue.
Okay.
Alright, he's making a left turn westbound on Thompson Avenue from East Point Street. Alright, coming up to Church Street. Southbound on Church Street from Thompson. Made a right turn westbound on Dorsey Ave from Church Street. Passing Cheney Street, still west on Dorsey. At the dead end was Sims, left turn southbound on Sims Street from Dorsey. Coming back out to Washington Road. So Washington Road at Sims. Made a right turn westbound on Washington Road from Sims.
Alright, Tower, please, we're currently westbound, but we're going to slowly be pushing southwestbound from here. Everyone, roger. It is a slow moving. We don't have units behind it yet.
All right, passing 8th Street on Washington Road. He's doing about 50 to 60 miles an hour. All right, coming up to Ben Hills, making a right turn, westbound on Ben Hill. All right, he's coming up to the intersection with Delow. So he's on Ben Hill facing westbound at the intersection with Delow.
He's going. He's
All right,
going.
he's passing cars now, westbound, passing Delow. All right, Ben Hill Road. Ben's northbound, so he's north on Ben Hill Road. All right, Ben's back westbound, so he's continuing westbound on Ben Hill Road, 2300 block, coming up to Meadowlark Drive.
So this is where the gun is going to be found.
All right, he's making a left turn southbound on Meadowlark Drive. All right, this is a neighborhood he turned into.
Well, you got East Point behind it. They're on MA3.
All right, receive. If they can switch over to SOS. Meadowlark Ben's westbound. So he's westbound on Meadowlark, coming up the Boulder Way. All right, he's pulling into a driveway. 2481 Meadowlark Drive. Driver is he got two running. Driver has a maroon colored beanie on, black jacket, blue jeans. They're both running northbound behind 2481 Meadowlark Drive.
Tower 1 pursuit over on station. You got two East Point behind him.
All right, somebody get behind 2471 Meadowlark.
Run towards Ore Drive.
All right, somebody get onto Ore Drive will be the north side of perimeter. All right, Phoenix, be advised, I lost eyes on the one I was tracking.
Okay, they advised on MA3, they got several gunpoint behind their house. They need some help. Can you give us a location right here?
2481 Meadowlark Drive.
It's a White House.
If any units on the ground can confirm that they have both at gunpoint.
Yes,
All right, copy that. They got both of them. One of them threw a bag directly on the 3 side behind 2481 Meadowlark, black book bag.
Okay. Okay, we got everybody secured. Got a GSP unit here at Meadowlark. I'm not sure the numbers here with firearms city hall.
Sergeant Kleinens.
Hey, go up, go ahead.
Are you down there on scene with GSP? Did they recover the book bag?
Oh, 3 to Lieutenant Wolfo. I think we got your guy.
Now, just a few questions. When the screen goes from, it changes like black and white or like a grayish color, what is happening there?
I'm just switching from what we call the daylight camera to the infrared camera.
And what will be your purpose of switching from the daylight camera to the infrared camera?
As you can see, with all the tree coverage, sometimes it's easier to continue following the vehicle when you switch to the IR camera.
Now, when you first saw the two individuals get out of the car, you described one of them having a beanie on his head.
Yes.
When they were walking back towards the street, did you see either of them with a beanie on their head?
I don't recall.
And while we're pulling it up, when you had to switch to MA3, what did that mean?
Just switching radio channels.
Do you see the individual in the blue jeans?
Yes.
Do you see him with a beanie on his head? With that same pink beanie that you saw earlier?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. And do you see the individual with the white shirt on and the black jacket?
Yes.
Do you see that individual with the beanie on his head?
No.
Of course, I thought just from.
Pass the witness.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Abate, could you please just cue to 1404? Good afternoon, Sergeant Newman. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? There's a lot of voices on that video, so correct me if I'm wrong. I believe your voice can be heard saying that you saw someone throw something in the bushes or throw a bag in the bushes.
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish what was just shown, just beginning at 1404. Yes, please.
Gonna make him point to it.
Northbound behind 2481 Meadowlark Drive. Tower 1 pursuit over on station.
You got 284
Is this after they pulled in?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Abate, could you just, as they're pulling? My apologies.
Coming up the Boulder Way. All right, he's pulling into a driveway. 2481 Meadowlark Drive.
Okay. At this point, and you have the vantage point, you're the eye in the sky at this point, correct?
Yes.
And even though you're in a helicopter, which would be scary to me, you're able to look down on the ground and see what's going on as you're in a helicopter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you just saw the man in the pink beanie get out the driver's side, correct?
Yes,
Get out the white Audi with tinted windows.
correct.
All right. And then you see another gentleman get out the passenger side.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bate, could you just play?
Driver is he got two running. Driver has a maroon colored.
It's okay. It's not your fault. You were able to see who had the book bag, correct?
Yes,
Was it the driver or the passenger?
passenger.
Okay. And it's the passenger that you saw discard the book bag into the bushes, correct?
Yes.
All right. And, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything?
He's reserving.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
State cause, Alan Glover.
Okay.
I do. Alan Glover, ALLYNGLOVER.
Good afternoon, Mr. Glover. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you.
Mr. Glover, are you employed?
I am not.
Okay, and you retired?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you previously employed?
City of East Point Police Department,
And how long were you with East Point PD?
26 years.
And were you post-certified during that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as an East Point police officer, would East Point PD at times be requested to assist other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
All right. Now, specifically, has East Point PD been requested to assist other law enforcement agencies with apprehension of suspects?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on March 17th, 2022, did you have the occasion to assist APD with the apprehending two suspects?
I did.
Okay. Please tell the jury how you got involved.
We were on a separate crime suppression detail in our city, and we heard on the radio that Atlanta was trying to locate a white Audi, and the radio traffic, it was coming toward where we were actively doing our investigations. So I was able to drive to a couple blocks over, and I was able to intercept that white Audi.
Now, can you describe for the jury the chase from the point to where you intercepted that white Audi?
Yes, I pulled out onto Ben Hill Road behind the white Audi. Was calling it out on the radio, turned on my blue lights and sirens. I was in an unmarked detective car at the time, and we turned on to, I think it was Meadowlark Drive, and then we're talking 1 or 2 minutes maybe. They pulled into a driveway, and two males jumped out and ran behind a house.
And did you apprehend anyone?
I ran behind the house. Two males did, at my direction, lay down on the ground, and they were both apprehended.
And did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Questions for this witness? All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
State calls GSP Trooper Mark Campbell.
So State Trooper.
Yes, sir.
State spell your first and last name.
Oh, Mark Campbell, MarkCampbell.
Good afternoon, Trooper Campbell.
Hey,
Are you employed?
I am.
And where are you employed?
The Georgia State Patrol,
And how long have you been employed with GSP?
18 years now.
Now, can you tell the jury what your role is with GSP?
Yes, I am a corporal.
And can you tell the jury some of the natures of your duties as a corporal?
Yes, I'm a supervisor over troopers who are under me.
Okay. And I'm going to just ask you to speak into the mic just a little bit for me.
Okay.
Okay. Now, as a trooper with GSP, are you assigned a vehicle?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. And is that vehicle equipped with video monitoring?
It is.
Now, if you're assisting in a car chase, when does your video system activate?
Whenever you activate the emergency blue lights.
Now, on or about March 17th, 2022, did you assist APD with a car chase?
I did.
And is it common for a GSP to sometimes assist APD with car chases?
Yes, sir, when we're requested, yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, how did you assist APD?
I was attempting to catch up to it and just got like to the tail end of the pursuit.
Okay. Now, was your car video system operable on March 17, 2022?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did the system record the chase that you were assisting in?
Yes, or it recorded me attempting to catch up to it, yes.
Okay. And did the car system record the recovery of a gun?
Yes, sir, it did.
Here we go.
And have you had an opportunity to review that footage before your testimony today?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. So I've already previously showed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 228, Victor Victor.
Well, Smith prepped his witness here. Showed him before he took the stand what he's about to show.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's the DVD that I initial and dated.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of your body cam on March 17th? I'm sorry, your dash cam on March 17th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
At this time, State moves to admit 228 Victor Victor.
228 or 328?
228 Victor
Okay.
Victor.
It's admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. And Ms. Knight, we're going to start the video at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. In just a moment, it'll pop up in the screen right behind you, Trooper Campbell.
I think it'll be on the one in front of you, too.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
And while we're waiting for the video to come up, Trooper Campbell, can you just kind of briefly walk the jury through the chase?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection, I, again, was attempting to catch up to it. And I pretty much got to the point to where I turned onto Meadowlark Drive, and that's when, as I made a left turn onto Meadowlark, I observed a black pistol laying in the middle of the road, or off to the side of the road, kind of in the middle. And I drove past it, and I started radioing that I observed it in the roadway. And I saw the next street, which I believe was Meadowlark Lane. And I pulled into it, did a 3-point turn, and went back and to secure the weapon and put it in a bag to give to the officer there, the initiating officer there on scene.
Okay. And you made a left onto Meadowlark Drive from Ben Hill, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The video is coming up just shortly.
I'm a bit surprised Max Schardt didn't object there. I thought that audio was redacted. But maybe he lost that. You gotta check his lymph nodes? What is he doing? What is he doing? Because remember, Max Schardt objected to the testimonial statements.
For a brief moment, Your Honor.
Because he just talked about it in testimony live on the stand here. I'm surprised Schardt didn't object, but when we looked at this during an evidentiary hearing, Schardt said, look, this is a cop. He's giving a testimonial statement that he knows is going to be recorded so it can be used in court later. So if that audio isn't coming in and he was able to just say it on the stand, but he told someone, that's a hearsay objection. I don't know.
And if we can pause it right here. At 2:32, we're paused. Trooper Campbell, is this the intersection of Meadowlark Drive and Meadowlark Lane where you're doing that 3-point turn?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so at this point, you've already saw the gun?
Yes, sir, I've already observed it.
Okay, and you are returning back to where you observed the gun?
That's correct. Like you said, and I said, doing a 3-point turn, just going back to the weapon.
Okay, we can continue. And if we can pause right here. Is this where the, you see an item in the street?
I'm sorry?
Did you see an item in the street?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
And what was that item?
It's a black pistol.
Okay, and now is this closer towards the beginning of Meadowlark Drive?
It is.
Okay.
I feel like this would be my luck. I'd be like, okay, my bad. Let me just go, please. Oh, man.
You can put it play. Is it playing? And Trooper Campbell, is this you recovering the item?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And we can stop it. And what did you do with the gun after you collected it?
Placed in my vehicle and drove it back to the actual final destination of the pursuit.
Which was?
It's just past Meadowlark Drive and Meadowlark Lane. I don't
Right past that. I'm sorry to cut you off. So right past that intersection where you turned around at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
When you were first traveling in that video down
Yes.
Meadowlark,
Yes, sir.
what direction were you traveling?
That I do not know.
Okay, let me rephrase it then. I can word it a different way. When you doubled back and located the gun was in the video, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. You saw you pulled up on it. It's that black thing that is in the roadway.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going by the way, not after you doubled back and turned around, I'm talking about the original direction you were going. Was that gun on the right side of the road or the left side of the road? Going by the original way you were going?
It was more so towards the right.
Okay. So if a car was going in that direction, the way you were going initially when you were catching up to the chase or whatever we want to call it,
Yes, sir.
that gun was on the passenger side of the road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you see anyone throw the gun or anything like that?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any ready to write?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, ma'am.
The state calls Angela North to the stand, also known as Angela Camp.
I mean, makes sense because if the driver had to do that, you'd see the arm from the helicopter. You might not see something small come out the window, but you'd probably see an arm like throwing it over. Unless he's throwing it across the passenger side from the driver's seat.
Angela Camp, ANGELA CAMP. At the time I worked this case, I was Angela North, NORTH.
Good afternoon. How are you currently employed?
I am currently a high school math teacher.
And how long have you been serving as a high school math teacher?
This is my second year.
Prior to serving as a high school math teacher, what, if anything, did you do for work?
I was a firearms and tool marks examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And how long did you work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations?
Almost 6 years.
If you can tell the jury about your education and training in ballistics and firearms analysis.
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Georgia. Once I was hired with GBI, I underwent a 17-month training program where I learned ammunition manufacturing and development, firearms manufacturing and development, muzzle to target distance determination, serial number restoration, and the majority of my time was spent on a comparison microscope comparing bullets to bullets and cartridge cases to cartridge cases to determine if they were fired from the same firearm. In addition to that, I have completed multiple certified armorers courses, and I have also served as a supervisor for new scientists. And I have toured various manufacturing facilities where they're actually making the guns and making ammunition for the guns as well.
When you were working at the GBI, approximately how many cases dealing with firearms did you analyze?
Hundreds.
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Ms. Angela Camp as an expert in the area of firearms and ballistics analysis.
All right, she is,
Schardt is ready. Schardt thinks this is going to be good for him.
When you were serving as a firearms examiner with the GBI, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities?
So it varied depending on what the case entailed. Typically, I would look at bullets from autopsies or cartridge cases found on the scene, and I can explain a little more in detail what cartridge cases are. And I would analyze them to determine what type of firearm they were fired from, and if there were multiple, I could look and see were they all fired from the same firearm, were they not, and so on. If I had a suspect firearm, I could create test fires of that firearm and compare them to the evidence to see was this the gun that fired these evidence or not. In addition to that, we also did tool mark services. I mentioned earlier muzzle to target distance determination. That's just seeing how far away the muzzle of the gun was from the target at the time that it was shot. And then we also did serial number restoration. Additionally, once we identified that a firearm was involved in an incident, then I would do a check function test on that firearm, making sure all the safeties worked, making sure the firearm was healthy, testing for trigger pulls, and so on, like the value of the trigger pull.
I want to direct your attention to case number, DOFS case number 2022-1007212 and 2022-1008698. Have you had opportunity to review those cases?
I have reviewed them. I don't have copies with me now.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what I'm going to mark as 500 VVA and 500 VVB. First, do you recognize those two items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those two items?
They're copies of my report. They have my signature on them, as well as the case numbers that the GBI placed on these cases.
Okay. And does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your reports for those two case numbers, DOFS case number 2022-1007212 and 2022-108698?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 500 VVA and 500 VVB into evidence.
Admitted.
First, starting with both of those DOFS case numbers, is it the same report with two different numbers?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And sitting here today, do you know why there will be two reports with two different numbers, the same report with two different numbers?
Sometimes when evidence gets submitted, they're not related initially. And so GBI will give the evidence its own case number. And then once it's related later, the evidence will be intercompared and each one will just have its own case number, but they will be compared to each other.
All right. And we will operate then off of 500 BVA, which is 2022-1007212. First, what agency submitted evidence to be tested?
The Atlanta Police Department and the Fulton County Medical Examiner.
And what is the agency reference number for this case?
For the Atlanta Police Department, it is 220-731-8255. 882.
And who was the victim in the case?
Shimel Drinks.
And what did you receive to be tested?
I received a .40 caliber bullet, and I received another .40 caliber bullet.
Okay. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 390 VV and 389 VV. Tell me if you recognize those items.
I do.
How do you recognize them?
This is my seal and initial from the GBI. And also it has my item number and case number associated with both of these.
And do they appear to be in the same or similar condition as when you tested it back in 2022?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 388 VV, 389 VV, and 390 VV into evidence.
I'm sorry. Can I see 388?
389.
Did you say 388?
That was my mistake.
Oh, okay. Just two. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
So what is it? 388?
389 VV and 390.
All right, so no 388.
No.
All right, those are admitted.
And what type of testing were you able to do with those two items?
I was able to compare them to each other to determine if they were fired from the same firearm, and I was able to determine a type weapon list of what may have fired it.
And first, were they fired from the same firearm?
Yes, they were.
And what type of firearm was it consistent from being fired from?
Glock .40 caliber pistols.
And after doing your report, did that conclude your involvement as it relates to this DOFS case number 2022-1007212?
Yes.
Did you also do additional testing in this case for DOFS case number 2023-1001777?
Yes, I did.
And did it also have the same case number? It's also a report with the same case number of the 2022-1007212, a similar report as the 2023 case number?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you need to look at a copy of?
That would be helpful.
Is that phone from the court? That wasn't me.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 503 VV and 504 VV. Tell me if you recognize those two reports.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those two reports?
These are also copies of my reports.
And do those appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of your reports that you generated for the items that you tested in this case?
They do.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 503 and 504 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
And again, looking at 503 and 504 VV, do they appear to contain the similar information in both reports?
Yes.
All right. We're going to look at the DOFS case number ending in 1007212. Who was the agency that submitted the items for testing?
The Fulton County District Attorney.
And who was the victim in that case?
Shimel Drinks.
And what were you given?
I received an FN 57 pistol some cartridges, which is unfired ammunition, and 11 cartridge cases, which are fired ammunition.
All right. Permission to approach?
You may.
First, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 221 BV. Tell me if you recognize 221 BV.
I do. It has my seal and initial on it, as well as the GBI case number and item number.
And what is contained in 221 BV?
This is the 5.7 pistol.
And I'm also going to now show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 424 BV. Tell me if you recognize 424 BV.
I do. It has my seal and initial again as well.
And looking inside of 424 BV, tell me if you recognize any of the items inside of 424 BV.
Yes, these have my initials and item number as well as seals on them.
And what are those items?
These are the 11 5.7 cartridge cases. Okay.
And are those the items that you tested that were given to you by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, they are.
And Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 221 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
Peter Ortiz, I think, is speaking for half the chat. I would believe anything she told me.
Thank you. It's admitted without objection.
What were you able to test in this case?
I was able to compare these cartridge cases together to see if they were fired from the same firearm. And then I also compared them to this firearm to see if this was the firearm that fired it.
So first, were the items that you tested, the shell cases, fired from the same firearm?
Yes, these were all fired from the same firearm.
And then were those items fired from that firearm?
Yes, they were.
And you may have said, and forgive me, what type of shell casings were the shell casings that you tested?
So they were the caliber 5.7 by 28 millimeter.
After determining that that FN firearm fired those shell casings and creating a report, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes, I did a check function test on the firearm as well, and then that concluded it.
And what's a check function test?
It was operational. It's where I test the trigger pulls, I test every safety, I take it apart and look at it and put it back together.
And what was the conclusion after doing the check function test?
It was healthy and operational.
Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
I agree, GV. They got this junk science going again.
Good afternoon, Ms. Camp.
Good afternoon.
Max Schardt is my name. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right, thank you.
He switched it up.
Just want to back up before we get into specifics. Seems like you did two different types of tests in this case. You had one situation where you had a firearm and you were comparing the firearm with shell casings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now in your line of work, what that test, that matchup, what's that called?
Firearms identification.
Firearms identification. Okay, and then it seems like also in a separate report, you had two, not shell casings now, not a firearm, but you had two bullets, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to determine if those bullets were fired by the same gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay, what is that test called?
That's also firearms identification.
Okay, I didn't get very far with parsing those out if they had the same name. Okay. Let's talk about your work on February 3rd, which was involved the shell casings and the gun, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, you receive 11 shell casings, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and those shell casings, what caliber of shell casings were those?
Those were 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridge cases.
Okay, and that was in case number,
He asked about these cases earlier.
Would you like me to read it?
do you have what I'm trying to figure out is, do you have a cross-reference number so we could compare this to actual incidents, to know where those shell casings came from?
No, I do not. As far as on the scene where they were collected,
Yes.
I do not.
You received them from APD? Or from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, Fulton County DA.
Okay. And they gave those to you on January 17, 2023?
Correct.
All right. And it was 11 of them?
10 months later.
Okay. And then you're also given a firearm, a 5.7 by 28 firearm, correct?
Yes.
FN.
Correct.
Right. And you're given those by the district attorney on December 15, 2022?
Correct.
Okay. And then additionally, you're given 19 unspent rounds.
Yes.
Okay. So your work on this case, you got 11 spent rounds that were collected. Your Honor, I think we have a stipulation.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're going to stipulate that the shell casings referenced in her report come from the March 16, 2022 shooting at 2830 Waters Road.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all
Ms.
write
Hill.
that up for me at some point, okay?
Okay. So based on that stipulation, you have 11 shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road incident on March 16, okay? You're saying, okay, wasn't part of that stipulation, okay.
I don't know where they came from, where they
Fair
were
enough.
collected. Okay.
But they also provide you with the unfired cartridges, and you use those unfired cartridges that came with the gun to test fire the gun, correct?
Yes, I used 3 cartridges from the 19 that were unfired to test fire the firearm.
And then because you test fired using that FN 5.7 handgun, you now have the markings from that firearm, and you can compare them to the shell casings collected from 2830 Waters Road on March 16th of 2022.
What I can testify to
Okay.
is that I did create those test fires, so I had the data from the gun, and I compared them to the 11 cartridge cases submitted to me. But I wasn't there when they were collected, so just to clarify that part.
Understood. And you determined that the FN firearm, the 5.7, that you were given was the firearm, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, was the firearm that fired those shell casings that were collected and provided to you by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, it was the firearm that.
Okay, perfect. Now, the other work that you did on this case, and this is, I'm going to your other report.
Okay.
Okay. You were provided a, I'm referring to 389 VV and 390 VV. Do you have them up there with you?
I believe so. The 40 caliber report?
Yes. No, the exhibits. May I approach?
You may.
Sorry.
Oops, fine.
390 and 389.
This is 389 and 390 VV.
Yes.
Okay. In this report, when you had two bullets and you were trying to determine if they were fired by the same gun, right?
Correct.
Okay. Even though this was provided by the ME's office, correct? Full County ME's office?
Yes.
Okay. And the ME is the people that perform autopsies.
Right, the medical examiners.
Okay. Do you have any notes or knowledge of are there one or two projectiles in this package?
There's only one. The other one contained fibrous material.
Okay, so you got a projectile and fibrous material in here. And do you know where these came from, other than the ME's office?
I know they're from which victim it's from.
What's that?
Chamel Drinks.
Chamel Drinks, okay. And then here is another projectile with victim Chamel Drinks. Correct?
Yes. On the same report. That was the victim listed on the report.
Okay. And so what you were tasked with, you were given something from the ME's office, a projectile from the ME's, collected by the ME's office and given to you, and then a projectile provided by the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And you were tasked with determining if those two projectiles were fired with the same gun.
Correct.
Okay. And now those two projectiles, and when I say projectiles, we're talking about no longer in its casing, they've been fired, they're not in the shell cases anymore, and they may or may not have hit someone. Is that fair to say?
Right, it's the part that has traveled down the barrel of the firearm.
Okay. Those two projectiles that you were comparing to each other, isn't it true that they were both 40 caliber bullets?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were asked to compare them, and you determined that those two fully 40 caliber bullets were shot by the same handgun.
Yes.
And that handgun was consistent, your report says consistent with being shot by a Glock 40 handgun.
Correct.
Okay, and how do you make the determination about specifically, just from those little pieces of metal, that they were fired by a Glock 40?
So there's different manufacturers will rifle the insides of barrels differently. And what I mean by rifling is that manufacturers will put a series of lands and grooves on the inside of the barrel to make the bullet spin. And the reason to do that is to make it more accurate and to make it travel further. Well, different manufacturers will do different things. Sometimes they'll have 6 lands and grooves going to the left. Sometimes they'll have 8 lands and grooves going to the right. Sometimes you can tell that the tool was different that they used to rifle them. So all of this data is measurable, and we can enter it into a database maintained by the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners. That database has also been maintained by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well. So once we enter the data into the database, it will return to us the list of firearms rifled in that way. These in particular were consistent with Glock in the way that Glock rifles their firearms, the type of tool that they use, the way that the lands and grooves are, the number of them, and the direction that they're twisting as well.
Your Honor, I think we have another stipulation
All
in
right.
fact to try to ease this along.
Appreciate it.
I think both sides stipulate that the 240 caliber bullets were, one was collected by the ME during the autopsy of Shamal Drinks, and one was collected from the red Versa by APD. That red Versa driven by Shamal Drinks.
Thank you.
Okay, so those 240s based on 240 caliber bullets based on your work on this case, fired by a Glock 40.
Yes.
Okay, now going back to 221 VV, the handgun in front.
Okay.
That was okay. That FN 5.7 by 28. Can that gun shoot 40 caliber bullets?
No.
How about a 45 FN 45 caliber handgun? Could that shoot 40 caliber bullets?
The diameter is larger, however, the head spacing would likely not work correctly.
It would also leave different lanes and grooves.
Yes.
than a Glock 40
It would
caliber
leave
handgun.
different lands and grooves than a Glock 40 caliber handgun.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
My
much.
name is Weinstein. Redirect. All right, thank you for your time. You may step down. Do
Wow.
you have another witness that's going to allow? Okay, go ahead. Great. I mean, as long as, let's get the next one.
Yes, Your Honor.
We
State
won't be
calls
here at 8 p.m., but go ahead.
Mr. R. Walters to the stand.
So in short, the DA, like 10 months after the Shamel Drink shooting, the DA turns over spent casings. 11 spent casings that the state stipulates are from March 17th, Waters Road, recovered. Spent casings. They don't turn over shell casings at this time from Shamel Drinks. In December, 1 month before that, they turn over firearms for her to examine. So they give her the firearms. 1 month later, they give her 11 spent shell casings. And she does her testing and determines that, hey, you know, we're gonna match this, right? We match these up. But when it comes to the projectile recovered from Shamel Drinks from the red Versa, the red car, that's a different caliber. It doesn't match the guns that they were looking at. If that gun, if the FN, the 45 caliber FN that Schardt keeps talking about,
Russell
if it was even
Walters,
possible to fire, it would leave different markings.
WALTERS.
And we can perhaps re-watch that, but just think about the questions Schardt has asked other witnesses about this other FN model of firearm. And even earlier today, we heard the one witness say, well, it'd be possible to fire from, but I wouldn't advise it. Right? So Schardt has been waiting for this moment.
How are you doing, sir?
Found yourself.
Doing well, sir. Thank you. Can you tell the jury where you used to, or let me ask you this, are you retired now?
Yes, I am.
Where did you used to work?
The city of East Point.
What did you do in the city of East Point?
I was the 911 manager.
And how long were you the 911 manager?
10 years.
And was that documenting or reviewing CAD reports and 911 calls?
Yes, sir.
And are CAD reports and 911 calls kept in the regular course of business at East Point?
Yes, sir.
And is this East Point Police Department 911 calls or CAD reports?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your duties, would you review those for being kept in the common business practices of East Point PD?
Correct.
And before testifying here today, did you have the opportunity to review or listen to a 911 audio and an associated CAD report connected with a March 17, 2022 incident?
I did.
Now, I am going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 339 Victor Victor and 339 Victor Victor Alpha. And with the disc, sir, were you able to initial that after reviewing it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I was.
And is that the disc that you reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And is that the CAD report you reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 339 Victor Victor and 339 Victor Victor Alpha.
Those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, starting with the, and I'm going to publish the CAD report, which is 339 VVA.
Yes, sir.
What is the date, March 17th, 2022?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can you explain for the jury with this CAD report, where's the location?
It'll be right here, 25 or 2954 Meadowlark Drive.
And who was the caller?
Is it Michael Sayez?
And does it
Sorry
say?
if I said that wrong.
No, that's all right. And what about the nature of the call or the purpose? It should be coming up in just 1 minute.
It was an informational report by Signal 39, which is, excuse me, I have to find it myself now.
It's back up now. That helps.
Okay. It's right here, informational report officer.
And you said signal 69, is that a firearm?
39? Yes, sir, 69 is a firearm.
And can you, I'm going to scroll down some. What time did this call come in?
I'm sorry, it's sort of hard to.
That's all right, sir. And
The call was received at 1636, 436.
And it was a 911 call?
Yes, sir, it was.
And when you look at the note sections in the middle of page 1, we're going to get there. What does the notes indicate?
Now you're talking about here
We will be there in just 1 second.
I know where you're talking about.
There we go.
Right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's in reference to a found firearm in the grass.
And that's the signal 69?
Yes, sir.
And is that disc the 911 call that's associated with this CAD report that we just walked through on March 17, 2022 at 4:36 p.m.?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to publish 339 Victor Victor at this time.
All right.
Yes, Ray Street. That's the dog walker report from Meadowlark.
Police Fire 94.
Yes, hello. This is, I'm a resident in East Point, and I found a gun just sitting out on the street.
So where'd you find it at?
Meadowlark Drive.
Where
It's
you
sitting
at?
I'm standing in my driveway looking down where the gun is at.
Okay, what's the address? Give me the address on Cross Street.
2954 Meadowlark Drive.
Hold on.
And my wife said she saw the police out here earlier. I was walking my dog, and the gun just sitting just in the grass.
So he's reporting it after the fact? Look at Schardt. Look at Schardt.
Can you tell what kind of gun it is?
I walked past the gun and came on home. Figured I'd call y'all.
If you
Yes.
can keep an eye on it, I don't want nobody to come back and get it before we can get there.
Okay.
Okay, what's your name?
My name is Michael Sayez, Syass.
All right, we got them coming.
All right, I'll be standing out here just watching.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
East Point Police and Fire 94.
Thank you, sir. No further questions from the state at this time.
All right.
Any questions?
Yeah, I mean,
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
put a 1 in the chat if that sounds suspicious to you. Put a 2 if you're like, no, it's just, you know, how he's reporting it.
If those are admitted, let's get them back up here with the court reporter, please. Coming up to the stand.
First name is David, last name is Klickner. That's DAVID-CLICKNER.
Good afternoon, Investigator Klickner. Where are you employed?
At the City of East Point Police Department here in East Point, Georgia.
Okay. And how long have you been employed with East Point PD?
Approximately 12 years.
What unit are you assigned to?
I'm currently in the Field Operations Division.
On or about March 17, 2022, what unit were you assigned to?
I was in the Special Operations Unit.
Now, can you tell the jury your role and responsibilities while assigned to the Special Operations Unit?
It's primarily drug investigations, but based on the needs of the department, we do a little bit of everything.
Okay, and were you post-certified during that time?
Yes.
Now, on or about March 17, 2022, did you respond to a 2954 Meadowlark Drive in East Point?
I did.
Okay. Please tell the jury the nature of that call.
It's in reference to a resident that found a handgun on the side of the road. We had just previously had a vehicle pursuit that ended adjacent to where the handgun was located. So I responded out there to recover the handgun.
Okay. And upon arrival, did you speak with the Michael Sayez?
I did.
All right. Now, without telling me what he told you, did Mr. Sayez give you detailed information regarding the location of the gun?
He did.
Okay. And where was the gun located?
It was just several feet off the roadway, adjacent to like a utility easement where some power lines run.
Okay. Did you collect the gun?
I just photographed the gun, and then I made contact with Detective Belknap of the Atlanta Police Department. He's the one that came out and actually collected it.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Investigator Klickner, I am now showing you, you can turn those over, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 404, Victor Victor, through 407, Victor Victor. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
These are the photographs that I took of the gun, where it was positioned.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the gun laying in the location you found it that day?
It is.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 404 Victor Victor through 407 Victor Victor.
Thank you. Those are admitted.
Okay. Permission to publish.
Okay.
Now going to publish 404 Victor Victor. And Investigator Klickner, can you orient the jury what's depicted in 404 Victor Victor?
Yes. Next to that utility pole, just left of it, several feet into the grass, is where the gun is laying. It's the handgun itself, and then it's a magazine laying next to it.
Okay. Now publishing 405 Victor Victor.
So is this a different one?
This is a slightly closer photograph of the same thing.
Okay. And 406 Victor Victor.
And again, this is a close-up photograph of the firearm.
Okay. And 407 Victor Victor.
And that's a photograph, an attempted photograph of the serial number.
Okay. Do you know what type of gun that is?
That is a FN handgun.
And Detective Klickner, did you prepare a report in this case?
I did.
Okay. Court's indulged for a brief moment, Your Honor. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Hello, sir.
Hey, afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Max Schardt. I represent Shannon Stillwell. You identified the gun that you collected on Meadowlark Lane on the side
Ask
of the
what
road
it can fire.
as a FN handgun, right?
Yes.
What caliber is that FN handgun?
FN makes several, but this was a 45.
A 45, you said?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, man. Boom.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Do you have another witness that's not?
Oh,
sick?
boy.
Okay, go ahead and call them.
The state cost Tynesha Alexander.
All right, thank you.
Oh, this is Miss Alexander, you guys. This is the ex. And if they're calling her at 5, probably don't have much that they think she's going to answer to. So there we go. Personally, I don't think this is going well for the state. Look at Schardt. And it's muted in the court. It's not me. Hello, where's the sound? Lawn crime. The sound is on, I promise. There's not even closed captions, so it's the court. Let me try Atlanta News first. Hold on, chat.
Okay. All right now. Talk that talk. All right. How long have you known? You said you was one of the prettiest girls he ever had. All right. So does that mean y'all used to date?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
When did you all date?
Since 2021.
And are you all still dating now? Just yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you own guns?
Yes.
How many guns have you owned? Or do you own currently?
Probably like 7, 6, I think.
Specifically, I want to ask you, have you ever owned an FN-57 pistol?
Yes.
Do you remember when did you purchase that gun?
December.
December
I
of
don't
what
know.
year?
I don't remember the year.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to look at the receipt from that purchase?
Earlier.
Okay. Will looking at a copy of that receipt help refresh your memory as to what year and when you purchased that weapon?
Yes.
All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 425VV. Tell me, do you recognize 425VV?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask, does that look like the receipt from when you purchased an FN 57?
Yes.
And I see that you're flipping through it. Does that look like the application you filled out when you went to go purchase your weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 425 VV into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
Looking at 425 VV, what is the date of purchase?
December 23rd, 2021.
And do you see on that receipt a serial number? Or an SN number?
No, I don't know. Oh, yeah, I see it.
What is the serial number listed on the receipt?
386-409-184.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 221 VV. It's going to be kind of tiny. I want you to tell me, do you see a serial number on 221 VV on the bottom?
Yes.
What is that serial number?
386-409-184.
Is that the same serial number that's
Yes.
on the receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
Look at her smiling over there. Oof. She's giving a hard stare that way.
What color is that gun?
I think it's all black.
And does this look like the gun that you purchased?
Yes, ma'am.
We need the laser eye beams.
Have you, and back in March of 2022, did you allow Shannon to use that gun?
No.
Did you ever give that gun to Shannon?
No.
Were you aware that he had possession of that gun?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Demikion Garlington?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Demikion Garlington?
He dated my friend.
Do you know if he is a friend of Mr. Jackson
Yes, ma'am.
or Mr. Stillwell? Have you ever spoken to Demikion Garlington on his cellular phone?
Yes.
Have you ever spoken with Mr. Demikion Garlington in March of 2022 about you giving Mr. Stillwell that handgun?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the answer.
She said,
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know if you've ever spoken with him?
I spoke to him, but I don't know if I spoke to him about a gun.
Specifically on March 17th, 2022, do you recall speaking to Mr. Garlington about that gun being in Mr. Shannon Stillwell's possession?
I don't remember.
Do you remember ever speaking to Mr. Garlington about the fact that Mr. Stillwell had been arrested on March 17th, 2022?
After
Yes
he
or
got
no?
it? Oh, I don't know. No.
Or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
And in that call, do you remember telling Demikion Garlington that the gun he had would be a clean gun because you gave him that gun?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
I want to take you to March 14th, 2022. Did you ever go to an Alamo rental car facility at the airport with Shannon to rent a vehicle?
Yes,
And who was the renter of the vehicle?
it was me, but we had to switch it because I don't have a credit card, so Shannon.
So did Shannon rent the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 188 VV and 189 VV. First, looking at 188 VV, is that you inside that vehicle?
It looked like me.
And what type of car did y'all rent in March of 2022?
I don't know.
Do you remember renting a white Audi vehicle?
I didn't rent it.
Okay. Do you remember being with Mr. Stillwell Jackson when he rented the white Audi vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at this picture, 188 VV, does the car appear to have any tint on the vehicle at this time?
Probably. I don't know. I don't know. It looked like it on the back.
Okay. Are you able to see inside of the car through the glass?
Ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Pull that mic over to you and try to talk directly into it if you don't mind for us.
And is that Mr. Stillwell Jackson sitting next to you in the passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in March of 2022, where were you living?
Still.
And specifically around March 14, 2022, were you and Mr. Jackson staying in any hotels in the Douglasville area of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when you began staying in hotels in the Douglasville area?
I don't remember the day.
How long were you staying in hotels?
We was staying in a hotel since March 9th.
March 9th. Why were you staying in hotels since March 9th of 2022?
Because these girls tried to rob me.
Did you know who these girls were?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if these girls were affiliated with any gangs?
I don't know.
You said you started staying there on March 9th, 2022. Do you remember if you stayed at the hotels a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you remember at all?
It was like 3 hotels. It was. Oh, you want me to keep going?
You stayed at 3 different hotels.
Yes, ma'am.
Over the course of how long? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Do you remember?
It was probably like until he got locked up.
On March 17th. Yes. Okay. Course indulgence for one moment. For Demekion Garlington, did you have a nickname that you called him?
Scarface.
Any other nickname?
I didn't call him that, but I know his other nickname.
What's that?
Lil D.
And then did you call him Jackson or Stillwell?
Both.
Okay. Does he have a nickname?
Bay.
Oh, that's okay. That's your nickname. All right. That's fair. That's fair. Did you ever hear people call him SB?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in March of 2022, did you have a vehicle that you owned?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of vehicle is that?
Scat Pack Charger.
And did Mr. Jackson have a vehicle that he owned in March of 2022?
We shared the car.
It was that you shared that Charger?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Here we go. Where's the next chart? Whew. The deep breath.
Miss Alexander. Good afternoon. Hey, we've met before, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me start out with. I'm not trying to embarrass you, okay?
Okay.
In your relationship with Shannon from 2021 to when he was arrested, were there issues, thank you, with infidelity?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. My mom messed up. Yes, sir.
Okay.
2 times.
You said 2 times?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point throughout your relationship, had you gone through his phone?
Yes.
Okay. When you went through his phone, you were looking for other women that he was messing with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did he openly let you look at his phone? Or was he protective of his phone?
He wasn't there when I looked in it.
Okay.
So his device isn't always on him,
He gave me
and
a
you can use
password.
it.
Let me ask you this. When he was arrested on March 17, 2022, did you have interest in looking at his phone to see what he had going on?
Because he wasn't home.
No, I didn't have his phone.
No, I didn't say, did you have his phone? I know you didn't have his phone.
Oh, did I
What-
want to?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So March 17, 2022, you want, one of the things you want to do is look at his phone
Yes.
and what he has going on inside his phone.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Now, you said something interesting on direct about being robbed. When were you robbed?
What day?
Yes.
Like the 9th, 10th?
March 9th or 10th of 2022?
I think it was March 9th.
March 9th of 2022? Okay. And Miss Alexander, at that time, you were working in a cash industry, correct? And by that, I mean you would get paid in cash, and you would tend to have cash on you, correct?
I danced.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So at that time, you were a dancer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as a dancer, you get paid cash, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that robbery happened at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
Shannon wasn't with you when you got robbed?
No.
Okay. And this robbery.
I didn't get robbed. They tried to rob me.
They tried to rob you. I'm sorry. They did try to rob you. And this attempted robbery, this is all on video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And people hid out and waited for you to walk down a hallway, and then they charged you with weapons, correct?
They charged me? They charged at me?
Yeah, they charged at you.
Yes.
Okay. And because you were being robbed, you
shot him.
shot at them?
Shot her.
Oh, you shot her, okay. All right, now, ultimately, the people that were trying to rob you on that video were charged, correct?
Yes, sir.
By the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you were never charged because you were acting in self-defense.
Yeah, I didn't get charged.
Okay, but on March 9th of 2022, after someone tried to rob you and take your money from you, you became concerned for your safety, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You became concerned that people were looking out for you, correct?
Yeah, clearly.
You were concerned that people were going to try to, for some reason, get revenge on you, even though all you were doing was defending yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And beginning on March 9th, 2022, you started having concerns about people being able to know what kind of car you were driving, correct?
Yes.
And knowing where you lived, correct?
Yes.
And that was all stemming from the March 9th, 2022 incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after the March 9th, 2022 incident, you certainly let Shannon know about what happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you decided, even though you had a Scat Pack Charger, that's a fancy car, right?
Yeah.
Even though you, and that Scat Pack Charger had tinted windows, did it not?
The worst tint you could get.
The darkest tint you could get.
Yeah.
Okay, but even though you had that Scat Pack Charger with the tinted windows, you decided that you needed to get a rental, correct?
Hell yeah.
And you went and got a rental shortly after March 9th, 2022, correct?
Yeah, like, I don't know if it was the next day. I can't remember.
Okay, and do you remember where you got your rental from?
On Thornton Road, but I think it was Enterprise.
Okay. I beg the court's indulgence just for a moment. And what kind of car did you get, if you recall?
It was like a SUV or something. I don't remember that. I don't know.
And that was to switch it up in case someone from the March 9th incident was coming
Following.
to harm you.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that's also why you got a hotel room, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, around this time, well, actually a couple of days later, Shannon also got a rental, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he walked right into the store with you, and you guys dealt with the cashier, and he gave over his ID and his payment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about your Scat Pack. Even to this day, you had that car until recently, correct?
I still got it.
Okay, you still have it. Even to this day, you've continued to get that car wrapped, correct?
Every 3 months.
Every 3 months, you get the car wrapped. What is wrapping a car?
The car color orange, but I keep switching it up.
Okay.
Keep getting a different color.
And why do you keep getting a different color?
Cause I don't know who them girls was.
Right. So even to this day, you keep switching the colors of your car that you own.
Yeah.
Just to keep yourself safe.
Yes, sir.
And you got those windows tinted to keep yourself safe.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about tint. You've gotten tint on cars before.
Every car I get.
Okay. When you go and get tint, and when they install the tint, do they tell you not to roll down your window for 24 to 48 hours?
Yes.
okay? And if you roll down your window within that time, it can cause the tint to be damaged or bubble up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to get tint on, say, March 14th of 2022, that tint, those windows are not to be rolled down in order to protect the tint, correct?
Yes.
And if they are rolled down, you could see bubbling in the tint, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One last thing, Ms. Alexander, and I appreciate you being here. I'm going to take you back to March 14th of 2022. Do you remember early in the morning of March 15th reaching out to Shannon to tell him about news that you had learned about a shooting in Mechanicsville?
Yes.
Okay. And did you reach out to tell Mr. Stillwell about that shooting, or did Mr. Stillwell reach out to tell you about that shooting?
I told him.
Okay. And tell me how you found out about that shooting so quickly.
On this girl page, she was riding past.
Say it one more time.
On this girl page, she was riding past.
Okay. So
But it was on Instagram.
I understand your answer as a girl that you know was riding past Windsor Street and saw the police out there?
Yeah, it was police out there.
Okay, and then this person reached out or put it on Instagram? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
and then it was, yeah.
Okay. All right. By the early morning hours of March 15th, it was not a secret that a shooting had occurred on Windsor Street, was it?
No, it was all over Instagram.
Okay. And you were concerned about Shannon's safety, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions, thank you.
Redirect.
Oh, boy.
You talked about your car, the cars that you get, you tint all of your cars, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those your personal vehicles?
Yeah.
Okay. Not your rental vehicles?
No.
You talked about renting a vehicle probably right after March 9th at the Enterprise. Is that fair? What kind of car did you rent at the Enterprise?
I don't remember.
What was it?
It was
an
like
SUV?
yeah.
Did you ever get tints on that SUV?
No.
And you kind of frowned up your face. Why'd you do that?
Ain't my car.
So it's safe to say you wouldn't get tints on a car that's not yours?
Not my car.
Now, when you went with Shannon to get the Audi, did you ever go with him to get tints on the Audi?
No.
And you frowned up your face again. Why'd you do that?
I just didn't go with him.
Now, when the Audi was rented, was that for you to drive, for Shannon to drive? What was the purpose of renting the Audi?
It was really for both of us because I was returning my car.
And when you say you returning your car, is that SUV?
Yeah, I was supposed to get the rental car.
Did Shannon ever tell you that he was going to get tints put on the Audi?
I don't remember.
After driving the Audi out of the rental facility, where did you go?
To my car.
Which car is that?
My Charger.
where was the Charger at?
At the airport?
So did you drive the Charger to the airport? And then you all picked up the Audi from the airport?
What? Yeah. I was following
What?
him.
If you were in your Charger, before you get to the airport, if you're in the Charger, what car was Mr. Jackson driving?
The rental car.
The SUV?
We
Is
was
that-
going, yeah, we was going to return it, but we didn't know if we could get a car, so we didn't want to be stranded there. We couldn't get it.
Okay. So you take the SUV and return the SUV to the Enterprise at the airport, and then you go to the Alamo to go rent the Audi
At the airport.
at the airport. All right. Once you drive out of the airport rental facility in the Audi, and you get back into your Charger, do you ever drive that Audi again?
Probably around Douglasville or something. I don't know. I don't remember.
The robbery that happened on March 9th, where did that occur?
Mechanicsville.
In Mechanicsville? Were you staying in Mechanicsville at the time?
No.
Where were you when the robbery took place? Where were you?
In the stairway.
Of where? An apartment, a house?
Apartment.
Whose apartment?
My friend.
Hilton's recovering the setup theory. She's recovering it.
Do you know any individuals who are members or associates of YFN, the Young Fly N-Words gang?
Yeah.
Okay. Who?
I stayed over there.
You stayed over in Summerhill?
Yeah.
When did you stay in Summerhill?
Since 2018.
Do you know a person, I might pronounce the name wrong, Teedrick Glass?
I heard of him.
Have you ever met him? Have you ever met him?
We had something going on.
Did that mean y'all kind of dated or something like that at one point? All right. Now, Mr. Schardt asked you about notifying Mr. Stillwell about the shooting in Mechanicsville on March 14th, or the early morning hours on March 15th. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yeah.
Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Stillwell, did he ever tell you that he was in the Mechanicsville area around 10 o'clock p.m. that night?
I don't remember that.
Did he ever tell you that that night he was at the BP gas station at around 10 o'clock p.m., the BP gas station in Mechanicsville?
No.
When you spoke to Mr. Stillwell that morning, in the early morning hours, do you know where he was?
Studio.
Do you know where the studio is?
No.
Do you know if he was with anyone?
No.
Let me ask you, do you know if he was with Demikian Garlington at all the day on March 14th, 2022?
No.
Okay. Court's indulgence for a moment. Did you know Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
No.
Or McMahon or Big?
No.
Court's indulgence. Mr. Schardt asked you about when you get tinted windows, you can't roll down the windows. Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Does that prevent you from opening up the door?
Oh, no.
So you can still open up the door even though you have tints on the window?
Yeah.
I don't see that happen.
Recross.
You don't see that happen in the
Ms.
FedEx.
Alexander, you indicated, I think, that Mr. Stillwell was in the studio in the early morning hours of March 15th, 2022, correct?
That's like 2, 3 in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And in your experience dating Mr. Stillwell was trying to start a rap career. Isn't that fair?
He was making a song about me.
He was making songs about you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure they were lovely. So how many days a week or nights a week would you say
Every day.
he was in the studio?
Every day.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you for your time, Ms. Alexander. You are excused.
This was a lot. There was a lot
We
here.
have one more witness, and if so, is it somebody really short or?
15, 20 minutes.
How do we feel, jury? We want to use the bathroom. Do we then want to break for the day or come back and knock out another witness? Break for the day. All right. I'm with you there. Okay. All right. We'll see y'all at 9 in the morning. Thank you. Okay, as to the two stipulations, Ms. Weaver's going to do y'all a favor and give you a rough of what y'all said, and that way y'all can have it when you're putting together the written stipulation. Okay, I know we didn't get around to dealing with the potential limiting instruction and sorting out what all came in the way of guilty pleas, so why don't we all plan to be here at 8:30 in the morning, and we'll try to get through all of that. Is there anything else anybody needs to put on the record before we break for the night? All right, thanks. See y'all at 8:30.
All right, so 8:30 tomorrow, you guys. I mean, I have a lot of thoughts there. I saw some commentary in the chat that, you know, it makes a little sense why this August 2024 marriage certificate started making the news rounds in the last few weeks, right? I think they wanted her to get up there and be salty and hopefully testify to what they wanted them to testify to. And I will give Hilton a win. Hilton said, you know, Schardt's trying to paint this picture. He didn't state it out loud, but he's painting the picture. You dance, you work, you make cash money. So someone knows you make money and they know you take the same path home every day where you go to your house, they might try to jump you and get your bags of cash money that you earned that night. However, Hilton got up there, and I really do think she did a good job. Don't kill the messenger. I think she did a good job recovering and saying, well, what were you over there for? Where were you? She's like, I think she caught where the question was going. To me, the way she answered told me she knew where Hilton was going and may still perhaps be trying to make sure she doesn't say something that's going to look bad for Shannon Stillwell. Whether something out there should look bad for Stillwell or not. Seems like she's trying to still win favor from the defense side, the defense table, someone over there. So she said in the stairwell, I was in the stairwell, but then Hilton gets it out of her, well, somebody over there, do you know anybody that associates with YFN? Oh, you were messing around with somebody? a little bit more infidelity going on, maybe. And remember, we heard during the evidentiary day that the state wants to introduce messages coming back and forth between, the group chat where they're talking about getting those girls that like to fight to go get her for messing with the ops. So there's something there. There is a little something there that the state can work with. However, the jury's going to decide what they want to decide. What I do think was really damning was she's a shooter. She wanted to make it clear that she shot somebody. She's not afraid to shoot somebody. She had firearms. I don't think her answers, and I see why she wouldn't want to incriminate herself on the stand. It's reminding me of one of the guys they called last week to testify to the switch being on the Glock before he sold it, or not being on the Glock when he sold it, right? And he was on the stand and he's like, well, that would be a felony if I did that. And I was like winking at the screen. I think her answers when she was denying that it was something she knew that he had in his car or that he had at certain times. She wanted, no, he didn't have permission to have that firearm. Basically, I would never allow that, was the way she was coming off. But I thought that was a bit disingenuous. I did not think that that was credible. And there's a reason for her not to be forthcoming, right? It could incriminate her. So that was really interesting for a lot of ways, for a lot of reasons, I think. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it really moved the needle all that much for me, and I think the state really expected it to move the needle. So for it not to move the needle, I think I'm going to say that that was a win for the defense. So yeah, and I don't know what color the Charger is, but that is sure interesting, isn't it? But then again, like, everybody and their mom drives a Charger, so. Oh, man. Oh, boy. And yeah, she changes the color constantly, so that makes it more suspicious, right? Well, and to me, it's not, Schardt didn't say it out loud, but the idea, the picture, the reason Schardt was asking those questions was because he's giving an alternative theory to why she was robbed that day on March 9th. So the state's theory is it was a setup. They have these text messages talking about getting those girls that like to fight. And Schardt is setting up the theory, well, you were robbed because you come home with a lot of cash and somebody knows you come home with a lot of cash, so they staked you out. And Miss Alexander, I think, tried to go along with Stillwell's theory, and the jury might go along with that, but I do think Hilton rebounded on that. Redirects with the state, I almost never think they go anywhere with forward momentum. I think that redirects, half the time, the redirects that the state does, they should have just sat it out. This one, I don't think that this redirect set them back any. So, but, I don't know. I think it was all around interesting. And I did share it in the chat, you guys. Kayla Bumpus goes live every Wednesday for WTF Wednesdays with Millionaire Mel and Miss Jefferson. It's not scheduled, so I can't link to the stream, but they do about an hour and a half worth of recaps of the trial. So that would be, I would say, if you want to check out her recap, her reaction to this week, including what we just saw today, this might be a very interesting, probably one not to miss WTF Wednesday there. So and you guys have to remember, the jury might not be picking up what Hilton's trying to establish here because the jury hasn't heard about the text messages, the back and forth, the group chats yet. We're still waiting on some of that stuff because of Viverito. Viverito's going to be the one to talk about it. So I'm only able to pick up what Hilton's trying to put down because we watch the evidentiary non-jury days, right? It doesn't mean it's going to land with the jury if they have nowhere to anchor it to. So yeah, and I agree, Mary W. So working as a waitress, cash tips, same thing. Having someone walk you out to your car, watch you as you go to your car because people know that you might have cash on hand. So And this isn't true. This is not true. They went line by line, and some stuff is admissible, but some stuff she sustained the defense's objections more often than usual. But there was not a wholesale, that whole thing is excluded. So there are parts that are coming in. Yep, this is true. And I can go and rewatch to look at that specific part. But there was some stuff that was, you know, particular enough, specific enough that it wasn't just wholesale excluded. So, also big shout out here. Tons of activity over here. Thank you guys so much for the support today. 8:30 in the morning, they said. While we do the wrap up, this is also the time if you guys want to talk about what you're watching after this. It's Tuesday, it's not Monday, so don't let me say Club Classy tonight, because that is not tonight. FFS, good to see you. We had a throwback today with the old, before you changed your name, you were in the video on the screen, so that was good to see. FFS says, good morning. I know I missed a lot today. Just woke up. I'm a deaf, catch the rewatch. Good night. Good morning and good night. Enjoy your rest. There was some interesting stuff today, and probably more interesting to be able to 2 times through the slower stuff. Black Butterfly, yeah, I agree. I don't get why Hilton thought that was going to be a win, the opening the door, because we don't see that from the car that's supposed to be Stillwell's. I don't see a door open in that video when Stillwell like pulls up and then drives away. So a door opening, and then where are the casings? So this is great. This is such a great thought here, Black Butterfly. Thank you for the 2. Esquire's out here gifting 5 memberships. Good to see you. Appreciate the generosity. Make sure you guys are saying thank you in the chat. And yes, I think Flesh of the Gods is live tonight, because I think I'm learning his schedule. Tuesdays, so. And I want to say 8 o'clock. Although I'm scrolling looking for Steph. Yes, Steph always had 8 o'clock. So Steph has the link tonight if you want to hang out and watch some YSL over on Flesh of the Gods channel, 8 p.m. Eastern. So just about 2 hours from now. Thank you, Steph, for always having that. Tay Biz is going to be live at 6 also. If someone could grab that link, that would be awesome. KC Dog says, did we ever find out who Barter was? Listen, we just have that testimony that it was the first time that the girl Shamel Drinks was whatever their situationship was. I'm not trying to mischaracterize anybody's relationship status. But she seemed surprised that he wasn't one of the regulars that maybe would stop by the house, but this Barter person was new. So still waiting to hear more on that, but definitely an interesting name to bookmark. We'll see if it comes up again. Renee Stevenson says, shout out to the chat because I got that 24-hour tint tip from someone in the chat last week. Right, so I didn't know the specifics of that, and now I'm like, oh my gosh, it's a Legally Blonde moment, the 24-hour don't shower when you get a perm. And Hilton's way to recover from that is, oh, you can open the door, but nobody's opening the door. So it's kind of a big problem here for the state still, that they haven't found a way around, a workaround explanation. But Renee, thank you so much for the 5, and shout out to the chat because I agree, I learn a ton from you guys. KC Dog, no, don't call it. KC Dog says, tomorrow the tint expert arrives. Please don't put us through that. Please don't put us through that. Oh, man. Shout out to KC Dog. Peter Ortiz with an incredibly generous 100 bomb super chat. First of all, thank you so much, Peter. But also a really nice message here. Peter says, I'm proud to be part of this group of fine people. Kat, you are a great OG. Keep up the great work. And tons of green amphibious emojis. Peter, appreciate you so much for your constant support of the channel and for being here. This is incredibly powerful. And I hope you know that in small ways I am paying some stuff forward. And I also hope, like, nobody gets upset, like, you know, you send a super and then Kat goes and donates it somewhere. I hope everyone's, like, okay with that. I do want to make sure I'm always paying forward a portion of what I receive here. And I really appreciate the support, but want to make sure I'm spreading the love around. So thank you so much, Peter Ortiz. And again, it's not Monday anymore. It's not 11/11, but honoring all veterans. So salute to Peter Ortiz. I got to do the left hand, right? When I'm not actually a service member, that's the way to do it. Because right is for actual service members. But sending love and support to Peter and all other veterans there. Shannon Alexander says, definitely broadcasting the ring. What did you guys think about that? Her body language tells me she's lying. Schardt will get her good. I think really the most telling answers for me were, it's not my gun. I wouldn't have given him permission to have it, blah, 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 blah. That came off as, that fell flat to me. Everything else, I think some stuff was really candid from her. Like, undeniably honest answers. So, changed depending on the question that was being asked. So, let's see here. KC Dog says, when Netflix does this series, it's going to be #1, and they'll have a ton of episodes. They will have so many episodes. So many episodes, like something that'll be 5-6 seasons long. That's the crazy part. And see you guys all, would you guys watch a Netflix series on this trial? Because we'd have to like link up on another app, or I guess we could do like commentary. We can comment on how Netflix gets it right or wrong. Like, I love looking at how portrayals of things change depending on the medium. So that could be really interesting if this happens. It would be so many episodes. KC Dog also says, here lies Tint. Simone, you can let it rest. That's her mic drop. Let her have her mic drop moment. Thank you for all your support today, KC Dog. Mike DeMob says, nah, they not dating. He got a wife. But she's trying to let us know. She doesn't know what that situation is. She's showing a ring on her finger. Oh boy. Never a dull moment in this trial, huh? KC Dog says, Cleveland Avenue making money. All of APD is there. Yeah, the whole Chick-fil-A situation. We're all just going to the Chick-fil-A on Cleveland Avenue, stuck here waiting for 20 minutes. Like, that was a bit of a story. And Ike says years later. I don't know. Netflix is so quick to drop stuff sometimes. You know? Like, they're just so quick. It'll be like we hear a bombshell story and the next day Netflix is like, the special. So, who knows? And then Muck Duck Inc. came rolling in the gate saying, what was that, Bull S? Maybe that was with the phone call from the Meadowlark Drive, the second gun, the second firearm, which makes sense, right? At first, if it was the same gun, that call was haywire. But with it being the second gun, guys, I'll hit the brakes. I don't really think it's that crazy. Because he's saying, hey, earlier. That's why if they would contextualize this stuff a bit more clear with the timestamps, right? I get that they show us a document on the screen that has a timestamp on it, but 10 minutes later, if you're not telling us the next witness is talking about a timestamp that we were supposed to notice on a sheet, I try to follow it, and sometimes it goes over my head. But it seems like cops do the chase. There's the helicopter chase. They find the one firearm in the road. Then there's a different firearm that's recovered in the grass, sort of nearby, right? On the same route. But that gun isn't recovered. It's not seen. It was in the grass until someone that was walking their dog is like, hey, the cops are all around here earlier. And I just want to let you know that after they came by, I was walking my dog and saw this other thing that they might not know is there. So it seemed really crazy at first, but I think laying it out, there's less of a conspiracy there. So, because I think it's two different firearms. And then also Muck Duck Inc. with the huge, huge drop of 50 gifted memberships. So if you guys are green and didn't notice that you were green, there's a really good chance that it came from Muck Duck Inc. because he dropped 50 today. So please make sure, let's drop some ducks in the chat. And I'll say it again, you know I love the ducks because they have the green slime on their head. Let's get some ducks going in the chat there. And let's see. I saw Flesh of the Gods. I do the same thing with messages, so that's okay. I like do like snail mail responses. I'm so bad at prompt responses unless it's like work. Thank you guys for dropping all the ducks here, and big thank you again to Muck Duck Inc. for the generous gifts here. That is a ton of gifted memberships. Renee Stevenson says, I think this charge should be removed from the indictment before the end of today. And what's interesting though is the problem is if the jury's like, okay, we don't think he did the drink shooting, but we think he possessed firearms. Remember, these firearms, these possession charges are still in the indictment. So there's still like heavy charges hanging over Shannon Stillwell's head, even if the jury doesn't think that the state has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt as it relates to the charges relating to the drinks murder. But they still have those possession charges. So that kind of sucks because that stuff carries time, especially it was possession of firearm by someone previously convicted. Right? So there's a chunk of sentencing there. I don't know. And I still think there's a ton of reasonable doubt, don't get me wrong, but can never predict a jury. Can never predict a jury. KC Dog says, Miss Latner said, F y'all, I've had enough. Yes, we had a different witness come in for the CAD reports today. It was not Miss Latner's. So that was a change. She told us last week this is her last time she's retired. And Atkins laughed. Atkins got a good laugh out of that. Nancy New for the Two says, tried to trick the jury and it didn't work. Yeah, I really think that they are playing on this fear. So if you guys missed some of today, it might not be the most juicy testimony, but I think the most important cross-examination in terms of how the state is approaching this case and asking people to review evidence is the GBI that's now a teacher. Amanda was her name, or Angela? Hold on, let me see. Angela. Let's get this right. Angela Camp, formerly Angela North, or maybe the other way around, the GBI firearms examiner. I really think it's worth watching Max Schardt's cross-examination there. I mean, essentially, the state, 10 months after the Chamel drink shooting, turns over spent shell casings and a firearm, both recovered from Waters Road. Asks her to find a match. And then on direct, the state was presenting this stuff right after talking about some stuff related to Chamel drinks. Without the context, the jury would be, I would say, primed to assume that they verified that the gun recovered from Shannon Stillwell, or where Shannon Stillwell was a match to the Chamel drink shooting, that Windsor Road intersection. Right? Very, very misleading. So it's not like the state in doing that was saying out loud, hey, that's this gun tied to this event. But the confusion, I think, is the strategy. And that's not right. I don't think that that's applaudable whatsoever. Okay, Ramon says first name was North. Originally North. And now Camp. So thank you guys in the chat. Yes, factual lie. The insinuation with the pink hat on the roof of the car was also dirty. And it's like, Schardt's job here is to point out what's misleading or manipulated, right? It's less than just offering an alternative argument or an alternative explanation. Schardt is doing debunking. And sometimes that's the case for defense attorneys. And I don't think that defense attorneys should be in that position. I don't think prosecutors should put the defense in that position. So, and you guys, yeah, talking about tricking the jury, lots of commentary today, more than other days, about, this type of matching being junk science. And to me, I've heard it be called junk science enough by people I respect and by expert witnesses in trials that I don't understand it. I'm obviously not a firearms expert. I tell you guys all the time, don't ask me questions on the firearms. I really just try to notate what we're talking about when and link the wheres, the whos, and the dates that a select firearm was supposed to be recovered, right? I was able to do that today with these different the FN that fires the 5.7 versus the one that fires the .45 caliber. So I tried to follow that because I saw Schardt was going somewhere with it, and he laid all of that out with Angela Camp. So definitely watch that. But I'm primed to agree that it just seems like an unreliable science. And what's interesting is when we don't have a match for anything, the state doesn't want to talk about it. Same thing, we don't search certain vehicles that we think were used in the commission of crimes for gunshot residue, or if we do search them, we aren't the ones that introduce the findings. Right? Still waiting to see. We had Schardt question Hogan on that when he was talking about the Jamari Holmes incident. Still waiting to see what comes of the gunshot residue tests on this Audi that was rented. KC Dog says Pringle reincarnated as a woman. So I think this must be about Angela Camp. And Pringle, is this Sprinkle? There is a lot in this trial. I also loved Chloe Albert's Revenge says Kristen Bell plays her in the movie. Yeah, cute. I think Kristen Bell could do the resemblance there, for sure. As we talk about the Netflix special cast. KC Dog says Fulton County Expert Witness Starter Pack. 1 DVD in colors, different colors. 1 burrito training class. 2, 3, no notepad, because we don't take any notes. Or if we have a notepad, they have to be refurbished notepads. Don't forget about the refurbished notepads. Another hilarious moment in this trial. Watch or videos required. Prefer background in car sales. Yep, you gotta know the vehicles. You gotta know the vehicles in this trial. Oh, man. Thank you so much again, KC Dog. Esquire, thank you for showing love with the super sticker. STS is out here sniping. Thank you so much. Another gifted membership. STS is always gifting a ton of membership, so big thank you in the chat to STS. Chloe Albert's Revenge. All right, I know this was about the witness, but I think it's about me. Objection, Judge. The witness needs some water, please. A lot of talking on these streams. I don't know how people do. There are people that stream for 10 hours, but it's just them talking. They're not like watching stuff. I don't know how they do it. I would have no voice. So thank you, Chloe, for giving me an excuse to have some water here. Big appreciation to Chloe Albert's Revenge, who presumably real name is not actually Chloe. And then Classy Beats. Classy's turning back around here, doing a 3-point turn to hop back in the chat. I don't think you were in here. I think you might have, I know you're busy. But by the time I got to your super, thank you so much earlier. By the time I got to it, I don't know if you were in here still. But I had started to say, I was like, tonight, Club Classy. And then I realized it's Tuesday. It is not Monday. So guys, we're going to repeat this again Wednesday night. That's tomorrow. Classy Beats does his music shows. So great way to unwind, decompress from some heavy stuff comes out in this trial. Even between all the laughs and the goofy presentations and, you know, sometimes the anger at the way this prosecution's going distracts me from the sadness of some victim out there not getting closure on their case, right? I think that's a major explanation. I really think that's the case for Shamel Drinks. I don't think there's going to be closure there. The family seems to not think that YSL, at least these guys in the courtroom, are responsible for it the way that the state is saying. So big questions there, right? But what Classy Beats has put together, really a good way to decompress on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Really love it over there. And then thank you so much again, gifting 10 memberships. So you guys, shout out to Classy in the chat. I see you guys are already on it. Yeah, not yet. I gotta hit the break. I thought it was Monday. Every 2 seconds, I have to remember that today is Tuesday. It's horrible, horrible, horrible. I'm terrible when my flow of days is interrupted. Yes, and a vouch here from Darlene. His shows are awesome, 1000%. And then Terrence Cox right behind, gifting 5 memberships. This is also super generous. So if we could drop a Terrence in the chat. Terrence, thank you so much for gifting 5. Thanks for being here. Super nice to do the gifts. And again, I don't really do members only content, you guys. Like to make sure you guys can all come hang out, but there are channel emojis, right? With YouTube, there's a feature you can add for members. I can't make channel emojis available to everybody. That's just the way the feature is set up. So when you are a member, you do get fun emojis. I do wish I could make them available to everybody, but as a feature, it is a perk of being a member. So if you get a gifted membership, there is some fun that you guys can take advantage of. So make sure you do that. And thank you again to Terrence. KC Dog says Max is a class act. Hate how Glanville treated him. Glanville was rough with Max. And I really, really hate that. Because at the end of the day, the judge isn't supposed to treat either party like an adversary. They're supposed to be like the referee. So, not good, not fair to the client that the attorney is representing, not fair to the attorney, not really the right thing to do. So I agree, and thanks for the reminder there. You know, Glanville days sometimes seem so long ago, but they rear their head every day, especially with Paige this morning, Whitaker's comment about, I'm surprised about that ruling from the predecessor judge. So always a time. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, so if the PowerPoint had classified information on gangs and YSL is supposedly a gang, then they know it already, so let us see it. We can draw circles too. Yeah, I think it was just an excuse to... I think, you know, an experienced witness, they told her not to bring it with her. And because she didn't have it with her today, she wasn't referencing it. So you refresh your memory so you don't need to rely on it. And if you don't need to rely on it, you don't have to have it physically with you as an expert witness. Which means it's harder for the defense to ask to see. If you were relying on it while you were on the stand, now the defense, I would be hard pressed to see a judge deny the opportunity for the other side to look at it. This became an issue in Depp v. Heard because the Dr. Dawn Hughes had like a bunch, she was referencing something that she shouldn't have been looking at, and they like made her stop, but it was about to be an issue. So, you know, it happens, but really that's not supposed to be the way it's supposed to go. And to me, Viverito, probably experienced in testifying, knew to refresh her recollection on what Love was going to ask her during the Daubert hearing and not bring anything to reference, because without having it there, you don't have to show the other side. So, and that was all Glanville, that Daubert hearing. So thank you again, Chloe Albert's Revenge. Gwen and Garnett, love this kind comment here. Thanks for being with us for 3 months. Such a long time, so big appreciation. Thanks, Kat, chat with the capital C, and Mods with the capital M. Shout out to the Mods for holding it down today for the best YSL coverage. In all respect, I love watching other channels, you guys, so I will not put the title of best as a crown on my own head, but I do try to make this great coverage and a great experience. So the praise is well taken and appreciated, and I am happy that this is how the community is received. The Honorable Yeah That says, what is a SIM card? This must be going back to the chatty one that talked to the jury. Well, you see, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. By the end of his answer, I can't even remember the question. They were very long run-on sentences. Not easy for the jury to digest. Oh, man. And imagine if Love was doing the questioning there. It would have gone all day. It would have gone to the end of time. Good to see you, Honorable Yeah That. Same witness. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, all that is nice, sir, but can you tell me how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? He would start breaking down exactly how Tootsie Pops operate, how many come in a bag, telling the jury about his experience. I did think it was funny when he saw his reflection and was like, oh, that's me. You dummy. Like, yeah, you're taking this video. I don't think the jury needs to be told. Gamba Kufu out here gifting a membership. Thank you so much, Gamba Kufu. Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. And let's see. KC Dog said the bolstering always comes back to haunt them. And that's the thing, right? They pump themselves up, and then cross-examination comes around and they're like, whatever defense attorney it is. Today it happened to be Schardt. But other days of the trial, when there were 6 co-defendants, I think almost every attorney had a go at dismantling one of the APD officers or a gang expert or somebody of the sort that got up there and patted themselves on the back. And then on cross-examination, they suddenly started saying, well, we don't know. Well, we didn't really put time into it. We were too busy. We didn't really do the good job that we told you on direct that we did. And when you highlight something and it's contradicted later, that makes it a contradiction. If you didn't pat yourself on the back, pointing it out wouldn't seem that noticeable. It wouldn't land. It wouldn't seem like such a contrast because there'd be nothing to anchor it back to. So I agree, Casey Dog, great point here that the bolstering comes back to haunt them, because now it seems like, you were just puffing up your own work earlier, and here we are. And then Peter Ortiz says, all courts, feds and state, allow ballistic findings. It's not considered junk science. I agree, Peter, but there are things that for years were considered allowable, admissible, and now no longer allowable. Now it's deemed junk science. So at the end of the day, whether it's junk science or not, I think Max Schardt made the great point of, well, the state asks you to find a match between these things that don't match anything that was recovered from Windsor Road, the Chamel drink shooting. So even outside of it being junk science or not junk science, I don't think that Schardt had to take that route at all. None of Schart's argument went to the accuracy of the scientific validity of Angela Camp's findings, of her analysis. He didn't touch that subject at all. So all praise, all applause that I'm saying, I think Schardt won that whole everything that was supposed to come in through Angela Camp. His approach to it was, well, the state gave you this to look at these things, and it has nothing to do with that other thing, right? So his argument doesn't even need to weigh on the strength of this type of test, which I think puts him at a major advantage. Because if he was relying on trying to debunk ballistics, I think that's a hard stretch for the jury. I think, if not most, at least a few jurors would be inclined to think ballistics are, I think they would think in line with you, it's not junk science. It seems very scientific. I think that would be a huge battle for Schardt to have to fight, and he's not choosing to fight it, and he doesn't have to fight that battle. So, but in other cases, sometimes that is what it comes down to, is discrediting the whole approach to ballistics as being junk science. That has to become the defense's argument. So really good food for thought there. And as much as I don't understand firearms analysis and all the stuff that the experts testify to, I really enjoy it. And I really enjoy it in cases where you see back-to-back expert witnesses, one saying one thing, one saying another, not just for ballistics, but really any subject matter of interest. I always think that that stuff is really interesting. And, you know, I see why jurors rely on the witnesses, expert witnesses, because what do I know? So somebody else knows more than me. But great point here, I think, Peter. And then also, I don't have a redirect set up, but Tay-Biz, let's see if Tay-Biz is live. Let's see. And I'm thinking of Tay-Biz. Love Tay-Biz's content, but he took a break. He took a little bit of a break from doing some content. Recently started doing content again because YouTube was being funky bunch. So would love if we could redirect over there if I see that he's live. If you guys could, and if you guys want to do something else, go hang out where you want to hang out. Of course, that's fine. And shout out anything you want to shout out right now. But if you could stop in and hit the like button, support Tay-Biz for his bounce back to the YouTube space after YouTube was being funky. I think that'd be really a good show of support. So I'll set up the redirect to go over to Tay-Biz. There we go. So when this ends, it'll go over there automatically if you want to come hang out, say hey to all of us. But other than that, you guys, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Might start at 9 just to give us some time to skip some breaks. I don't know. Or I'll start at 8:30, who knows. But see you guys sometime in the morning. And Flesh of the Gods also at 8 p.m. tonight. So let's share that one more time. Let me get that link. Ah, we're revisiting Munktunk. So Jim R., if you are in the chat, guys, Happily Angry Lawyer on X is going through the details. The Flesh of the Gods is going to be talking about the Munktunk trial days. But if you're also on X and following Happily Angry Lawyer or Jim R in the chat here, fine tooth comb going through Munktunk's hearings from other cases that Munktunk had and the way that his stuff is written up and the issues with it. Really great stuff that he's putting out there over on X. So that will be the last link that I drop. Let me grab that. Latex. So there you go. Definitely a great follow here if you want to take a deep dive down the path of weird, funky business and stuff relating to Munktunk. So there you go, you guys. Plenty of content there. We'll see you in the morning, early in the morning. Big shout out to everyone for tuning in today and see you next time. Take care, guys.